What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live at Alive. I got the blue suit on today, American flag blue. You already know what it is. You already know what's up. Playing the Barbra Streisand intro that many of you have now grown to hate. Because you've seen it. You've seen it a lot. But I still love it. Still has a very special place in my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's another great day for great American patriots. It is, ladies and gentlemen, Monday, Newsday, 11:29 a.m. on July 6th, 2026. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. Coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. Unfortunately, Mexico lost last night. My heart is with Mexico. As you guys know, I am a Flexican myself, but I think the Norwegian Vikings will avenge the Mexicanos, will avenge La Raza. Holland will avenge with the epigenetic memories of Vikings. Holland will turn England back to Daneland once again. But that's neither here nor there. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And Holland Boo. I watched him. Not Holland Boo, sorry. I watched Mexico in the last moments play their heart and soul out. Okay? Play their heart out, play their soul out. With the obvious altitude advantages, I thought they had a real shot here to defeat England. You always got to root against England. That's just the number one, right? That's the number one rule of the World Cup is the whole world roots against England. So much so that I would go so far as to say the world would probably root for America if America and England were to match up 1776 style. But England, with the Viagra that they may or may not have taken, clearly had a tactical advantage. What if it's England versus Argentina? Don't have an opinion on that at that point. In any case, that was devastating. I ended the broadcast yesterday, half day Hasi, you already know, after doing 2 days of 8-hour plus broadcasts. And as a part of Half Day Hasi, I apologize. You know, it's Half Day Hasi time. It's really messed up. I know I am a really messed up person for doing that, but I had a wonderful evening with my mom where we went to the new exhibit at LACMA, and I have a lot of opinions on it. I have a lot of thoughts on it. LACMA, for those of you who don't know, is the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And they have a new exhibition that just opened up. They have a new wing that just opened up. And while it is beautifully sourced, the new David Geffen Galleries is yet another clear-cut example of the limitations of brutalist architecture, but also the advantages that it has. Okay? I love that your mom is making you get a life. Yes. So let's start there. So ironically enough, the David Geffen Galleries I had been to for the Vanity Fair Oscars after party. Didn't even realize that I was inside of the David Geffen Galleries when I did that. This was before it was open to the public, but it's open to the public now. A new Plattner smear campaign has hit the election. Smear campaign is an insane way to describe the allegations. What happened? Is Graham Plattner cooked? I wasn't paying attention. I'm talking about art. Ladies and gentlemen.
The problem is the haters.
I'm talking about art. Get cultured. Get educated. Have a newer perspective on life. Okay? We'll get to the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk saga once again. Is rumors about a story dropping again? Ugh. Whatever. In any case, folks. We'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're not crossing that bridge right now. Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts. One of the things that I want to say about this new exhibition, the architecture is beautiful, and I think like part of the reason why they're going heavily into brutalism is because the way that light hits the exhibit is important. It changes the experience. Okay. One thing, it seems like no one wants to hear about this perspective, by the way, which is kind of crazy. A lot of you are uncultured swine. I'm trying to forcibly pump culture back into your lives right now, and it seems like everyone is not invested in this at all. They just don't care about art. They don't care about the arts. You don't even see the perspective that I'm going to deliver here. One, it's beautifully sourced. It's supposed to be this like open space. You're walking through, you're going on a journey, learning about how art and culture through conquest, colonialism, commerce, mercantilism has regularly cross-pollinated, right? The ancient Mayans had rubber that was that they got from Peru, right? Like these ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we give them credit, and their cultures were far more integrated than we previously assumed, right? And I think that obviously still very much exists in the advent of the internet. It's maybe even it's turned into this like weird, dare I say, heinous monoculture, and capitalism has played a formative role in this. One of the things that I saw was that in South America, because we first get into the exhibition and there's like a lot of the craftsmanship from all around the world, like ancient Chinese vases and plates and things like that are delicately crafted, were then brought to Latin America, right? They were brought to South America, and it's very interesting to see that, like, there's they have these panels, these like Japanese panels, all this like tapestry, all this stuff, and it's really interesting to see the old school European colonists take their artifacts and bring them to South America, right? And then they merge it with like their own perspective on indigenous cultures and things like that. But beyond that, what I found particularly interesting was how much drip and swag people had in the old school, in the old world, whether it be ancient Mayan civilization or even like Spanish conquistadors. Like, they put a lot of time and a lot of effort into the little knickknacks that they carried everywhere with them. Obviously, it was a display of their wealth, but it is kind of crazy that we live in the abundant world. And you learned this history. No, I knew about this, man. Shut up. Can I just explain it? Can I explain a story to you? Like, I'm going on a journey and I'm taking you there with me. Is that okay? Is that okay? Or do you want everyone to fucking know that you're much smarter than the orator here? Okay? You're much smarter than the narration. Are you the guy that goes, I read about this in a book? There's that period of craftsmanship that comes in the aftermath of the Industrial Revolution as a reaction to the Industrial Revolution, where people were like, no, handcrafted things are still important. And they obviously tried to bring that back. They tried to, force that as another symbol of your status. And yet it's clear that capitalism won. Okay. Capitalism won. And it has had this nullifying effect on art, artistic expression, or at least in the way that we see it in the things that we use in our everyday existence, right? They don't have these kinds of like crazy. We don't have these crazy chairs, for example. Obviously, like part of that is great because it's like far more comfortable now. Silence, poli-sci chutta, theater kid is chirping. Yeah. Art is bourgeois decadence, bro. Don't get distracted with that trash. Okay, dude. Thanks. In any case, it's interesting to see that flatness, that dullness in contemporary existence, as opposed to like how people, like even the wealthiest people, like the modern day equivalent of a Spanish colonialist with a tremendous amount of wealth over and tremendous amount of power over like entire swaths of the population would be someone like Dana White. Okay, you go to Dana White's home and you look at the art that he has in his home, and it's a Kalashnikov rifle that's like inside of an epoxy case, and he's sitting there and explaining to you like, oh well, this is a piece about war. Like, it's disgusting, it's gross. There's not a lot of thought or effort put into any of this. Look up Adrian Brody's art. I will not be doing that. Sorry, bro. Don't got no change on me. Okay. It's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy that like the wealthiest individuals in society have no need or no taste or no investment in even showing that they have taste. I think we are degenerating a little bit. That's what I think. In any case, folks, it's just something that I thought about. It's just something that I've been thinking about. But also, highly recommend you guys go and look at the exhibit. One of the things that I was annoyed by, for the record, was that it was more like there was more effort spent on writing about writing about the rich people that kindly and generously gifted these pieces to the LACMA, and less about the pieces and their significance. Now, one might say, oh, that's deliberate. It's because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You're supposed to interpret it. It's subjective. No. It was mind-boggling. You would look at, I found myself constantly being like, I wonder what this is about, right? Like, what is the historical significance of this piece of art that I'm looking at? And it's ironic that the placard on the side would just say the name of the artist, say the year that this art, this piece was made, and then 75% of the placard was about the wealthy guy who generously gifted this piece of art. Okay? And it's like, all right, man, we get it. Like, glaze is good, but put another fucking placard next to it that also explains the intention or the historic significance or like what the artist was trying to put out there. Yeah, I used to write those placards. We should be told to fluff the donors, overeducated about the prominence of the piece. Yeah. Half the labels on the men are just sculpted figure donated by a Rockefeller. I know. It's fucking annoying. That's LACMA is trash. Autry has better art and exhibits. First of all, cool on that. Chill on that. No museum is trash. All museums are beautiful. Okay. It's like saying a library is trash. You're never going to get me to shit talk a library. You're never going to get me to shit talk a museum. Okay. These are the last bastions of this is the last bastion of defense to maintain an understanding of artistic expression, the journey that it's taken throughout history. These are some of the bravest fedayeen out there. Okay, in a time in space that we live in where no one gives a fuck about art at all, whether it be art history or whether it be contemporary art. It's very important to maintain these libraries and of course museums as well. You talk to your mama about this? Yes, of course. But yeah, it's it's interesting. It was an interesting experience. A lot of Hasanabi heads at the exhibition. A lot of Hasanabi heads working at the LACMA. Okay. I like that they mentioned that it's earthquake proof. It spans over the Wilshire, which I think is really cool. It's interesting, right? My one autistic criticism of the LACMA is that I feel like there's no harmony with any of the other buildings, and I kind of get annoyed by that, but that's just me. Like everything that they build out, it just is piece by piece. It's so piecemeal. But that's my attitude. Hasan is sheltered as fuck, says Teamsters Paul. Yeah, Cleveland Museum of Art is nonprofit, but a CEO makes 300 plus K a year, and the Museum of Natural History Museum top donors are energy companies. Dog, I'm literally criticizing that right now. Hell, did you just hear me say museums are good and then just like didn't hear any of the criticisms that led up to me saying, although, you know, all of this stuff is happening, it's still very important to defend museums? Like, is that... It's so funny. Man, I know. The hell? I wish that without relying on historic patrons of the art, which are always the super wealthy, we could have this be publicly funded and spend a great deal of time, money, and effort to preserve this stuff and make it as accessible as possible. So you don't have to spend $25 on parking, for example. You feel me? Aura, by the way. Aura. Fuck, I can't believe I'm going to defend a CEO, but I feel like 300K a year for a CEO is not the fight I really give a shit about. Anyway. What is this? Hasan Piker is the reason there's an infestation of wild pigs in Texas. They overheard him say on the broadcast that America is the nation where the hogs manifest destiny. Is true. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on the CEO, the amount of money the CEO made. Anyway, that was my take on my visit to LACMA. I had a lot of opinions on it. I wanted to, I made the mistake of telling you about it. Okay? That's what I did. It was a big mistake. Never again will I talk. Let's blast off. Do we got a blast off meme? Can I join your second art stream? No. Go to Ligma next time. What's Ligma? What's Ligma? Shut the fuck up, Hasan, and share those opinions. Yeah. Ligma balls? No! Lacma balls in a cage? No! I just got destroyed. All right, do we have a blast off meme or not, man? Do we have a motherfucking blast off meme or not? Hyena feigns trying to hump mate. I saw that. Mbappe cooking this Paraguayan senator. Yeah, I saw. We're gonna get to that. Play games, you chud ass loser. Yeah, it's Monday. I'm not gonna start the broadcast on a Monday by playing video games. You're out of your dang mind. Austin wants this is the blast off meme. No, we're not going to do that. Okay, fuck it. I got two memes I'm going to use. Okay. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it blasted. All right. Kirk trial. Trump heads to NATO after effing America up. Balogun ban lifted. Abdul Stevens matchup. Michigan. Nick Palm on the broadcast to learn. Reacts are back. Bang our daily news. Graham Plattner postpones multiple events this week. Yeah, we'll I don't know what to talk about with respect to the speculations, because it's literally just at this point speculations about allegations, right? Hasan literally told us all stream recently he would game, then didn't. Toby Durden's nickname for Larry Roden, it involves Biden. Toby Durden, lying Larry tax raising Robiden has destroyed our economy. This morning, Larry and several of his tax raising cronies in the legislature had held a press conference ranting and raving about the work that Larry has done on our economy. Let's take a look at the numbers just for this year alone. South Dakota is ranked dead last in the nation. Joe Biden. That's crazy. Lying Larry tax raising Joe Biden made sure South Dakota is ranked dead last in the nation. 50 out of 50. Our GDP declined by 1.6%. What is this? Hasan Piker is pushing Democrats towards a luxury belief agenda. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Unbelievable that it's a luxury agenda to demand healthcare. These luxury agendas, dude. These luxury beliefs. Anyway, let's get back to a real American, okay? Toby Durden. South Dakota is ranked dead last in the nation. Our GDP declined by 1.6%, double the second worst state in the nation. Larry is a nice guy, but he has zero vision for this state. We have become the laughing stock of the nation on numerous fronts, but our economy chief among them. The politicians are terrified because they know that I am going to hold them accountable. Change cannot come soon enough. July 28th, vote like the future of our state depends on it, because it does. Yep, he ain't no yellow belly coward like lying Larry tax raising Joe Biden. Turby. A vote for Turby is a vote for Derby. He's no Dusty Johnson, and that's a good thing. Okay? That's right. Your camera is off center, Mr. Hasan. Is it? I don't think so. Yeah, Zoran was asked about the Balogun situation. One prominent politician who hasn't chimed in yet, by Chris Sommerfeld, okay? An op. One prominent politician who hasn't chimed in yet about the reversal of the USMT's Fuller and Balogun Game 1 suspension is Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Before the suspension was reversed, though, Mamdani said on This Morning Pitch stream yesterday that Balogun was cruelly given a red card. And now he has responded to it with a classic soccer react. It's not even a this is not even a football react. At this point, this is like an internationally known reaction. And it's not a non-response. He just doesn't know ball. Wait, what? Mamdani finally chimes in with this very curious non-response. It's not a non-response, ironically enough. That is not a non-response. A non-response response, quoting Real Madrid manager Jose Mourinho's "You don't want to be in big trouble" quote. Mamdani offered a similar sentiment in a Univision interview set to air tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing the U.S. men's national team tonight. I think beyond that, I'll have to quote Jose Mourinho. Mamdani said, per transcript shared with us. This isn't even high-level ball knowledge, by the way. FIFA has lost control. France wants the yellow card for Olise lifted too. The appeals just keep coming. France appealed to FIFA to request Mikel Olise's yellow card against Paraguay. Against Paraguay is rescinded. Increasingly feels like FIFA has lost control over their own World Cup here. Any comments? Yeah, I think it's expected. I think it's expected that Trump has basically penetrated the barrier and lifted like one of the previous things. Like, FIFA has always been an unbelievably corrupt institution. Donald Trump doesn't play by the old rules of corruption, which is to never be this in your face about it. Okay? Donald Trump has successfully he's penetrated the seal, the veil. He's broken the dam. And now you're going to see more and more countries that use the power that they have, the influence that they have, the money that they have to demand better treatment. Okay? And Infantino is perhaps the best person to do this with, because he is. There's no way you think this is expected. I keep up with the news to a reasonable degree. My jaw dropped when I found out, and I didn't even watch football. No, I'm saying France's decision is expected. This demand is expected now that Trump did the unexpected. Okay? To be fair, what Trump did is new and unique. That was insane. You might have disagreements on whether or not whether or not the Balogun decision was appropriate for a red card or not is a totally separate conversation. Okay? What Trump did is unacceptable. Calling up as the host nation, as the most powerful nation on the planet, calling up the head of FIFA to be like, take this fucking suspension away. Because for those of you who don't know, when you receive a red card, I covered this yesterday, but I guess I'll cover it a little bit today as well. When you get a red card, there's a next game suspension for your player. Balogun obviously is one of the best strikers, if not the best striker, right? He's on the American team, U.S. men's national team, and he would have been. He is going to be an incredibly important player in the Belgium game. that is leading off to the quarterfinals. The person who wins, the team that wins this game is going to head off into the quarterfinals. It's huge. It's a very important game. Okay? Belgium is a great team. Balogun received a red card in the game prior because he just straight up landed full feet on his opponent's ankle. It was one of the grossest things I've ever seen. Now, in the game initially, they didn't even call it, but they went back, looked at it in the VAR in slow motion, and realized that he had done that. Okay? Realized that he had done that. He received a red card as a consequence of that. And, it was a controversial red card. People thought that it was bullshit. People thought that it was too aggressive. There were obviously people criticizing FIFA because Lionel Messi had done something similar as well. But there are some differences. If you look at the Lionel Messi one, at least he pulls back, whereas Balogun leans completely in as a landing pad, utilizing the crunchy ankle of his opponent as the perfect landing pad. It absolutely is not controversial. It's a red 100%, no doubt, if you watch football. I know. I think so as well. But my perception of reality feels like it's breaking. Satire writers couldn't even write this. I mean, yeah. Let's just say Americans considered it to be a controversial decision. Okay? Bro, Argentina literally has FIFA in its pocket. What are you talking about? Dude. No one is contesting whether or not FIFA is a fucking corrupt institution. Okay? Everyone understands that. People will say Cristiano Ronaldo has gotten favorable treatment in the past. I know. Okay? I know. America is now officially a soccer nation. We might as well just call it football at this point because that's what football nations do. Okay? And we have a lot of other qualities not dissimilar to other football nations as well, especially nations that are developing. Okay? We got a corrupt dictator-style tyrant, a petty despot in charge who does not shy away from engaging in unbelievably corrupt acts, both at the domestic level and now at the international scale. He's been doing stuff on the international level already, but this time with his hands-on approach to changing the outcome of FIFA decisions. Okay? That is what football nations do. The problem is America has a lot more clout at the international level than other football nations could do, potentially. So, Sepp Blatter did classy corruption, taking bribes for hosting rights, but never dirtied the sanctity of the game on the pitch. For that, he will always be a hero in my book. Yeah, red cards are not overturned by political phone calls. They are overturned by rules, evidence, and independent bodies. If a U.S. president intervenes in the FIFA president and a player is suddenly cleared before a World Cup knockout match, the question unavoidable, quo vadis FIFA, football must never become a playground for political power, hashtag FIFA, hashtag World Cup, hashtag Gianni Infantino, and hashtag Donald Trump. Let's be real. This is an unprecedented level of flagrant corruption. Straight up. FIFA is one of the worst and one of the most corrupt institutions on the planet. Okay, as far as international bodies goes, FIFA might literally be the most perverse and the most corrupt. And for many decades, this has been the case. But of course, as is the case with everything else that's going on, its corruption has moved on. It's evolved. It's gotten more ridiculous. Okay, it's gotten more ridiculous. And Infantino was the was the bulwark, was the champion of this new level of corruption. He's certainly leveled it up. And this is yet another instance. Okay, this is yet another instance where the corruption has moved even further beyond. Sepp Blatter calling Infantino out is absolutely hilarious. Like Hitler criticizing himself in the mirror. I mean, the irony is, I think is that because of the thing that I just mentioned, like where the situation is getting worse, like Infantino is unironically worse than Sepp Blatter. Blatter. Hitler versus Mussolini. In any case, today I feel like Donald Trump, is what he said. So now more appeals are coming from other countries. France has appealed to FIFA to request Michael Olivier's yellow card against Paraguay is rescinded. Increasingly feels like FIFA has lost control. FIFA have lost control over their World Cup here. I thought you were about to say Infantino is worse than Hitler. No. I'm not. I'm not that much of a LARPer. I just, know the memes. I know the metas. I'm not that into football. If I was, I would probably say that. I'm sure there are people who sincerely believe that. I'm sure there are people who have said that in the past. Okay? Can Iran appeal the gold that was stolen from them? Good. That's a funny joke. Thank you. Thank you for making the funny joke. If anything, the hurdles that Iran had to climb was also another aspect of this fucking corruption. And I called it out at the time. The shit that the Iranian team had to go through, whether it be the VAR decisions, whether it be their travel accommodations, like that is another byproduct of what Trump has done to the worldwide game, like the World Cup. The whole point of the fucking World Cup is that countries drop everything and engage in this beautiful sport together where everybody gets together and there's camaraderie, there's competition, and you put it all out on the fucking pitch. You leave it all out on the field. Donald Trump already started. Donald Trump already started by ruining that beautiful sport. What's interesting about the actions of the Trump administration is that there is a Hitler analog there, okay? And what's really interesting is Donald Trump is actually, on this issue and this issue alone, worse than Adolf Hitler. It's kind of crazy, but it's true. Like, he has no investment whatsoever in even the positive international benefits. No, literally, it's not even a joke. Adolf Hitler was, like, Nazi Germany was more open-minded, at least saw the benefits of, like, the international goodwill that they would receive from hosting a global event like this, and allowed people to enter the country. There was no restrictions on, like, referees and shit. You know what I mean? In spite of their very clear agenda of racism. It's insane. Brother, good luck. Fuck tomorrow on Fox News. Good luck tomorrow on Fox News. I don't think you guys are understanding the point I'm making. I'm not saying that Donald Trump is like fucking worse than Adolf Hitler. I'm saying on this issue and this issue alone, even the fucking Nazis understood that this would, be a propaganda opportunity for them. Okay? Donald Trump completely cast that aside and was like, nope. Like that, the Somali referee not being allowed into the country was so unacceptable. In any case, Marco Rubio, when he's told he has to referee the World Cup match between USA and Belgium. Yeah. So, you know, it's a strange time that we're in where a lot of Americans probably will look to what Donald Trump did as like rank corruption, but they'll be like, well, it's for us. So maybe it's good. But if you care about the game, or if you care about like the American team is incredible this year, right? It's outperforming expectations in many respects. Like, this is a real opportunity as a host nation. This is a real opportunity for America to have a long-lasting positive impact. And Donald Trump had to fucking go in and destroy that opportunity by leaving the game intact, right? Like, he had to go in and he had to molest it somehow. He's just such a fucking molester. Lester the molester ass motherfucker had to go in and cheapen it. He had to go in and do the Trump thing. He had to make sure that people had issues coming into the country. He had to make sure that, you know, there was definitely a decent amount of racism involved in the decision-making process. And then he had to turn around and molest the game. Unfortunately, it turned Uncle Jank into a Trumper. Yeah, I don't play that game. I don't play the we're the United States of America, baby. Let's go. Like, we live on this planet with other people. We have to be more courteous to them. We have to keep certain things intact. Okay? Disagreeing with the decision on the red card is one thing. Directly calling the president of FIFA and reversing the suspension is an entirely separate set of events. You can't do that. It's only going to cause more enmity. I don't like it.
Corruption.
Yeah, I mean, this is Jank and everybody else that saw this. Okay, and they said this.
It's not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
Yeah. America's finally a football nation. It's time to drop the soccer moniker. It's time to call it football. We are officially a footy nation, though. Okay? Engaging in this level of fucking flagrant corruption for footy-related reasons is the most fucking football thing you can do. It's coming home, lads. It's coming home, lads. That's right. Football's coming home. And I'm not talking about England, brother. I'm talking about Alabama. Football is coming home. That's right. We don't even care about it. We got a different name for it. We call it soccer around these parts, but it's coming home to South Dakota. Football's coming home, brother. Roll Tide. War Eagle. Go Birds! And by that, I mean MLS. We're not talking about no goddamn NFL. We're talking about MLS. Or now, MLF. Major League Football. Yeah. No 3 lines on the crest. 3 Eagles, brother. Let me put you on game. It would be Alabama, not Alabama. Okay, true. Yeah, Birmingham, not Birmingham. Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah. American liberals have become so used to Trump that they think that they forget that the rest of the world still rightfully views these sorts of controversies as disqualifying of whatever he touches. Yeah. Belgium has a right to be mad, I guess, but it's also kind of funny how tilted they are. The United States has won one round of 16 game in its entire history. Play some soccer, boys. Yeah. I don't like this is the funniest part about it is that like we've completely capitulated to Donald Trump's madness, right? Here in the United States of America. But for the rest of the world's perspective, they looked at this and go, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? But it is really funny because like we obviously don't care. That's like at the heart of American exceptionalism. We don't care what other countries think. We do whatever the fuck we want. And there's nothing you can say about it. There's nothing you can do about it, right? And that's where we're at. Those are the rules now. Turkey levels of corruption, we're used to it by now. Yeah. I mean, the question always is what happens? Look, the question always is what happens if the Fourth Reich is a nuclear armed state that happens to be the most domineering force around the planet? What happens if the Turkification sets in the most powerful nation on the planet? That's not a good place to be. Okay? It's not a good place to be. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Okay? Because at least there was some level of parity in the pre-nuclearized world, right? Like before mutual assured destruction, before nuclear proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you can muster up the forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right? What do you do when the most powerful nation on the planet has nuclear arms and decides to become just as corrupt and as ruthless and as tyrannical as countries of the past? What do you do? How do you fight back against that? And what is our responsibility as American citizens to move away from this attitude? It's important to think about these things, okay? Simply sitting around and hoping that China save us is insane. That's not how that works. Last point I'm going to make on football is Mbappe was a victim to racialized animus, this time from a senator in Paraguay. He responds, Madame Celeste Amarilla, you are a despicable woman and unworthy of your position. You do not represent Paraguay, that country which has sweated passion and honor through the competition. Through your recklessness and brazen racism, the entire world has already forgotten the journey and the historic effort that your players accomplished during this World Cup, making way for an incompetent woman who gives the worst possible image of her country. I will never allow people like her the freedom to spread their hatred and racism across the world. The dictator has spoken. Probably one of the first occasions when the corruption wasn't just we'll give you some money and instead was we will ruin the rest of the tournament for everyone. Yeah, we will call in the question the integrity of the game, not the organization, but of the game. This is the type of shit that obviously people speculate about all the time, right? Like this is what you say. Oh, it's scripted. Oh, powerful countries. Or powerful countries with big market teams or big countries that have a lot of money want to make sure that their teams have staying power because that means more purchases, that means more money for the overall organization. This is something that people fucking talk about all the time. And now Donald Trump has basically done away with the speculation because he's done it. And not only did he did it, I can't even talk. Not only did he do it, he flexed on the world. He did it, and then he openly said he did it.
A stunning World Cup reversal in favor of the U.S. men's national team. Leading scorer Folarin Balogun ruled eligible to play for the United States in their round of 16 game against Belgium tonight. Balogun was sent off with a red card for this tackle early in the second half of the team's round of 32 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. A red card means an automatic suspension for the following game. FIFA had confirmed that Balogun would be out against Belgium and that there was no way to appeal the ruling. Following the controversial call, Balogun saying the contact was unintentional and that he accepted the decision.
There was many emotions, but for me, the most important thing was just trying to stay calm. I think, I didn't want to react out of emotion, out of anger, and, I had to just accept that the decision was made, whether I agreed with it or not.
But suddenly on Sunday, news that Balogun was in. ABC News sources confirming reports that President Trump had called FIFA President Gianni Infantino to review the matter.
He doesn't sound very American. Okay, calm down, everybody.
President Trump posting online Sunday, "Thank you to FIFA for doing what was right and reversing a great injustice." In justifying the about-face, FIFA citing Article 27 of its disciplinary code, saying the implementation of the match suspension is suspended for a probationary period of 1 year.
That's really funny, by the way. Yeah, like in a year we'll think about it, but like, oh, it's cool. You'll suspend him a year from now. Balogun should refuse to play. That's not going to happen. Don't be insane.
FIFA's not admitting they made a mistake. They're not admitting that the referee on the field made a mistake and gave the player a red card when it shouldn't have been a red card. The red card hasn't been rescinded. What's going on here is they're suspending the suspension.
The United States' next opponent issuing a statement. The Belgian Soccer Federation saying that it was astonished by FIFA's decision.
Dude, Jordan Henderson's arm break, I'm not going to watch it because it also destroyed my brain. But it was I'm sorry, that's sad, but also kind of funny. Like, dude, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? You jumped over the banner and you fell on your arm and you broke your fucking arm? How is that possible? Clean snap. I saw that shit. I don't want to watch it again.
Belgium's coach mocking the decision, saying, "I didn't know that at the World Cup, the 5th of July is actually the 1st of April. Upon learning the news, Balogun celebrating with his teammates.
We're really excited. He's been so good for us this tournament.
Overnight, U.S. team captain Tim Ream speaking to GMA.
I think he's just excited.
The Plattner story is fucked if it's true. Why do people know what the Plattner story is? What's going on? I'm so confused. Like there's a lot of like vague posting on the timeline. Bad Empanada tweeted about it. What? Bad Empanada? Dog, what the fuck is happening? It was Gremlo talking about this morning. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what it is. And so I have no idea. It's a bunch of vague posting. I mean, there's a Politico drop that just came out from Adam Wren, who says that there's a sexual assault allegation now. We'll get to it. So maybe that's what people are talking about. I don't know. There are rumors that he sexually assaulted an Iraqi child while deployed. Yeah, that sounds. I saw if it's coming from where I saw initially, there was some guy who was like former platoon guy who was like, that's a thing that happened. I don't know if that's real. You know what I mean? You don't report allegations like this without talking to the person making the allegation. You know the allegation, report it, Ryan. The Platinum campaign canceled events over the weekend and has since canceled more. As word swirls among consultants, super PACs, and lawmakers, a very damaging allegation is coming as early as this afternoon. At what point is there just smear fatigue? I mean, I don't know. Is it a smear or is it real? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Again, ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals. Ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals on the timeline who yesterday were saying Abdul Al-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hassan. Graham Plattner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hassan. And there's truth to that. I have no connection to the Plattner campaign. I have no idea what they're up to. I have no understanding of what has taken place thus far. So the liberals might have actually unironically locked themselves into a weird bind. But we don't know. We don't have any information. What I do know is what I've seen thus far. And what I've seen thus far has been, great exaggerations. This might be real, though, right? This might be totally real. This might be totally valid. But in this circumstance, in the Graham Plattner situation, yeah, this was the ridiculous one. This was the ridiculous one. This is, yeah, dude. This is that is totally ridiculous. Oh, they would go into like an Iraqi home or something, and yeah, that seems like a Israeli disinfo campaign that isn't that doesn't have any legs whatsoever. You know what I mean? But if there's a more serious accusation, we'll look at it. If he does drop out, could another Democrat run? I think it's literally the reason why they're doing it. The reason why this push is coming right now, the timing of it, whether it's real, whether it's because I don't know anything yet. Yeah, for context, that guy's previous claim to fame is pushing that Biden admin was trafficking kids from Ukraine. I know. That guy's insane. I'm not saying that allegation is insane. That one is bullshit. Politico has dropped something. We'll take a look at it. But the timing of it is somewhat interesting because the dropout date for Graham Plattner is July 13th, I believe, right? So if Graham Plattner drops out before July 13th, they could just hand select another candidate. They could hand select another candidate and put another candidate in his stead. 15th is reporting for funding. And I do find it very odd. Now, it could very well be an instance where people were, like some Democratic consultants knew about it and they were, waiting to see if they should drop this at all, given that it's a damning accusation, right? So we'll read it, we'll look into it, and far better investigative reporters than, my commentary ass will identify the veracity of the claims. Having said that, let's finish this Balogun thing, and then we'll get to it.
That he can actually contribute on the field and not just be a cheerleader. But Balo's, he's got a big smile, and he's been beaming ear to ear, since we all found out the news.
And the European Football Association, of which Belgium is a member, put out a statement this morning saying, part in quote, "We express our disbelief at such an unprecedented, incomprehensible, and unjustifiable decision." And for their part, U.S. Soccer saying, quote, "We accept the decision of the disciplinary committee, and we are pleased that Folarin Balogun is eligible to compete tomorrow." This has happened once before in 1962. A Brazilian player named Garrincha was reinstated. But this is really, like, we haven't really seen this before.
Yeah,
1962.
the suspension.
Exactly.
All right, Will, thank you.
He's playing.
It's also crazy because Trump literally earlier today came out, Mr. President, and very publicly took ownership over it. Okay, so there's no element of secrecy here. There's no like people don't know if this is real or not. Or what am I saying? People know that this is real. Like, this is something that Trump did. Okay, and it's insane that he is he's openly flaunting it. Okay, I'm sorry. This is not normal. Okay, remember when I said there is no country on the planet where the leadership is this out and about with their corruption? Like, I'm Turkish. Okay, I'm Turkish. I'm a Turkish man. I've seen Erdogan. I've seen what he has done. Oh, by the way, Turkey is at the table again. Ankara is at the table. Ankara is the table. There's a NATO summit happening in Turkey. Trump is going to it. We'll get to that in a little bit. But what I was going to say about Turkey is Erdogan is an unbelievably corrupt tyrant. Okay? So is Vladimir Putin. right? He oversees this kleptocracy. But there is a level of discretion that these tin pot dictators and petty tyrants engage in, where there is like money exchanging hands, and it filters to their family members, but they don't do it so out in they don't do it so openly, so flagrantly. Donald Trump has done away with that, where what's unique about it is he doesn't even feel the need to hide his corruption. He doesn't feel the need to hide his corruption at all. And I find that so strange because, look, as Americans, we fancy ourselves to be real revolutionaries, carrying on the spirit of 1776. But it's not a secret that in most circumstances, we're very servile. Let's be real. We've taken a lot of pain and a lot of punishment and a lot of inconsistency, inequality, a lot of injustice, and we find ways to adapt to it. We find ways to say this is normal. This is normal. It's fine. No alternative is good. The alternatives are terrifying and far worse, right? I'm not talking about Donald Trump openly abusing FIFA right now. I'm talking about something beyond that. I'm talking specifically about his open corruption with his cryptocurrency fund, with his insider trading. It is very interesting to see how the rest of the world views what Trump is doing versus how Americans view it, where they're like, this is our molester. But at least this time, I thought your analysis was much more careful when Biden was president. Does it make your job harder? Like, you can only do so much analysis when everything is so blatant and out in the open? Wait, what? No, I mean, there is probably a lot easier for me to explain it to people because it's undeniable. He just says it like it is, good or bad. Like, there is a continuation of American imperialism, for example, from the Biden administration, and Trump 1 to Biden to Trump 2, a continuation that existed between George W. Bush to Barack Obama before Trump 1. It was a lot harder to explain certain concepts to Americans in the rest of the world back then because there was an element of discretion. There was an element of propaganda. There was an element of decorum that sheltered people from seeing the truth. That's gone. Donald Trump just says it. He'll be like, I'm going to Venezuela because I want the oil. I'm going to suck the oil out of the world. Okay? That's why I'm doing it. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm doing a blockade on Cuba because I want to punish the Cuban people because their economy is bad. Okay? That is unique. That is new, right? Guys, I'm going to talk about Graham Plattner in a second. Okay? It just dropped. It just dropped a minute ago. Please, we'll go through it. Can I just finish my thought? Jesus Christ. Everyone is like, dude, you have to fucking get it on the Graham Plattner shit right now. I will. Be still. Feed the baby now. Goo goo gaga. Baby need new information. Baby need breaking news. Holy shit. Anyway, this level of ownership, this level of taking ownership over the flagrant corruption is not going to be received positively by the rest of the world, I think. And it shouldn't.
And I want to congratulate you on your historic leadership.
I got to pee.
The document hanging on that wall just turned 250 years old, as did the nation that it created. And the bell that you just rang on the Resolute desk, I believe, heralds in that the next 250 years will be even greater than the first 250.
You mean the bell that I'm not giving back?
That
I am not giving back.
I think everyone knew you were going to keep the bell. And on behalf of all Americans, thank you for getting rid of that ridiculous red card. This is his.
That was interesting.
It was spectacular. There was a reason the FIFA trophy sat here for as long as it did.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you, can you describe your phone call with Gianni Infantino about the red card? And Belgium is appealing the decision. What's your reaction?
You're asking me about the whole soccer thing? So, yeah, I did. I spoke to Gianni, who's highly respected, who's produced the most successful World Cup in history by, they say, 4 times. This isn't just a success. I actually said, Gianni, we've got all these games. Each one is turning out to be a Super Bowl. And we have all these games. You know, when you think of it, every game is like a Super Bowl. Yes, I watched last night. What a game that was with Mexico and England. I mean, 2 countries, I don't know the players, although I think Kane is a great player. See, I played golf with him, and I like him a lot. He's a good golfer. But he's really great. But I watched, and no reason for me to watch, and you couldn't take your eyes off the game. Because I said, Johnny, you know, you have all these games because they added games. In a country where really we don't, it's not our main sport, to put it mildly.
He's a great golfer.
4 times more successful. He told me last night the numbers are 4 times greater. They think 50 or 60 million people are going to be watching the game.
Yeah, when it's trans women in sports, it's unfair. When it's a boss call for a favor, it's all good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Integrity.
Game tonight. I mean, you know, this is getting to be Super Bowl numbers. But you have a game tonight, and they think they're projecting a minimum of 50 million people watching a game. We call it soccer. It's called football, I guess, but we can't really call it football because it gets there's a little confusion. So, yeah, you call it soccer. We're the only ones that do that, but we have football. And football's great. But I've never seen anything like it. So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete. And I understand sports really well, really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was 2 guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. You can't take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot when you're going, no, these were 2 great athletes that got tangled up. And this referee, who is a little bit suspect.
Hamas. The referee was Hamas. Did you see the Platter allegations? They're fucking bad. No, I haven't seen them yet. I'm currently covering the Donald Trump molesting international football. No, I know. Oh my God, Michael from Pennsylvania. Yes, I have it right here. I have it. We're going to get to it in a second. Once we're done with this story.
If you check his past, I don't want to say that because I don't like to create controversy.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You love creating controversy. What do you mean? He's I don't like to just create controversy, but very checkered past. They're saying the referee was Joe Biden. I'll say it. Joe Biden was the referee of this beautiful sport. Biden appointee.
But very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, oh, we got lucky. Wow, and it's very interesting. They say they don't show them in slow motion. And I never realized that. I never heard of that before. that they're not allowed to review in slow motion because it's so different. Because you'll take one little quarter of a second and you'll see that a hand is touching a neck or you'll see something. Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like two guys collided, which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong, and he's our best player or one of our best players, a very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to...
Dude, has this ever happened? Like, it's kind of... Dude, this is literally like shit that you read in history books. I know the stakes are technically lower because it's like, okay, at the end of the day, we're talking about a soccer game, right? But like, this is straight up like a king. This is what you read in history books about how a king would be like, well, I don't like the outcome of this jousting event, so I declare the victor someone else. Like literally, that's... No, 1962 is not a decent comparison because like you're talking about money being exchanged in private. The difference here is Trump is going on the main stage and saying like, yeah, I made a fucking call. What are you going to do about it? Do you see what I mean? This is literally like a Roman dictator coming out and just being like, you know what? I've decided you didn't win. The gladiator didn't win. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the corruption that is unique, even though the type of corruption is unique. But what's also unique is the public nature of it, where he is not just being corrupt, but he's also celebrating it. He's flaunting it. You know what I mean? Very, very strange.
Another player, it would have been unfair, but when they take your best player or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. That's, it's one thing to penalize somebody for the game, but how do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? It's very unfair. You can't do that. So, yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And he was good before this started, but he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it. It was not Biden. Biden was asleep. I got him to do it. In fact, it was very sad because I got him to do it. And if the progression was normal, I would have been retired now. The Democrats are saying, man, we should have just let him have his way. We would have had him gone. But I said, the saddest thing is I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup.
Biden would have never made the call. He doesn't even know. He's got a rotary phone. Doesn't have Infantino's phone number like I do.
I tried to claim 250 years too, but that didn't work. They said, that one is what it is. No, I tried, but it didn't work. But wait. So I got him. I was so proud of it. And then I realized, I wouldn't be president during that because I would have been out of office by that time. I felt badly. The beautiful thing about what I did is I ran. I never thought of it. And then all of a sudden I realized, I just got the Olympics, and I totally got that myself. And I just got FIFA. I got that myself. We gave a little piece to Canada, gave a little piece to Mexico. I got that myself. And a lot of people helped, like that man right there, Kevin. A lot of people, you know that. We worked hard on that, and we got it. But what we didn't know is how successful it was going to be. I didn't know. I said, Johnny, is anyone going to show up? Because, we're not really, I think soccer's doing much better, but I couldn't imagine. If you would have said to any very smart of these, like people.
Guys, stop looking at Michael Dell's wife, okay? Just avoid looking at her, okay? Yes, I see it. I get it, okay? I know. just avoid eye contact, please.
Like this, that the numbers they're doing now would be happening. They've never seen anything like it. Think of it. Take the most successful Olympics or the most successful FIFA, and you look at what's happened. You look at the numbers for this in the United States, just compared to FIFA, and it's numerous times more. It's not like 10% more, 2% more, 5% more, which is more expected. It's like 4 times more successful than anything they've ever done. In fact,
Okay. All right. I think we've covered this enough. I've given enough thought and opinion on this. It's totally ridiculous. It's understandable that people are frustrated by it. Marco Rubio then came out and said it was a bad decision. Like, I don't like this at all. I don't like that we're basically ruining we're basically ruining the integrity of a game that already has been tarnished. Its reputation has already been fucking destroyed because of Infantino in new and unpredictable ways. Who knows what will happen? But at least in the past, the corruption was about certain countries being able to host FIFA games, right? This level of direct involvement has this level of direct involvement and the open nature of this direct involvement has, I don't think, ever happened before. And it's not a good look. I don't know what else to say. People will say I hate America or whatever, and I should just like suck it up. But I do think that this kind of like American exceptionalism is a big part of the problem, right? It's a big part of the problem. It's annoying. It's annoying for the rest of the world. It's time to talk about Graham Plattner now, because that's the top news story. For those of you who don't know, if you've been living under a rock, Graham Plattner is this Bernie-crat candidate that came out of the gate swinging, anti-war, anti-Israel, pro-Medicare for all, but had a checkered past, right? A lot of red flags in his background, and he was doing phenomenally well against Janet Mills, the current governor of Maine. He defeated Janet Mills thoroughly, handily. Janet Mills dropped out, as a matter of fact, when the primaries took place. And here's the thing: a lot of establishment Democrats hate this guy, right? A lot of people in the pro-Israel side hate this guy. And in the past, he had been the recipient of a lot of attacks. Many of these attacks were somewhat silly. Some of them were unsubstantiated. And the criticisms that he should have received were obviously criticisms about his background, his investment into, his numerous tours and then going back into Blackwater, things like that. Those were red flags for me. The Nazi tattoo was a red flag for me. Those weren't red flags for the average American, and certainly not the average Mainer. But then the New York Times came out with this reporting, right? The New York Times came out with this report, and they had said this is an unbelievable allegation that's about to come out. They highlighted the report as though there was a serious sexual assault allegation. And when the New York Times report came out, it turns out that was not the case, right? There was they looked at his background. They interviewed 7 of Graham Plattner's former partners. Most of them actually had nothing but nice, kind words to say about him. And 2, one of the 2 said that there was one moment that she did not feel great about, and then the other was a Republican operative that said Graham Plattner had done the classic like male manipulator, domestic abuser moment, the risk control, right? This article seemingly is bad. This article seemingly is different. Okay? There's a Politico article out. Now, I don't know how the New York Times missed this. I don't know how the New York Times did not get this information. By no means am I defending Plattner, but American voters' cognitive dissonance about voting for rapists is frustrating, aka Trump's fine, but for Mainers, but Plattner is not. It should always be a disqualifier across the board. Yes. And Politico piece, I assume we'll get into it, but we'll look at it now, right? Plattner also immediately, because of the severity of the allegations, it seems that they were ready for the Plattner camp actually canceled a bunch of events. I think they said the wife was sick or something. I don't know. So let's take a look at the latest Graham Plattner. New York Times knew this, but the conversation was off the record. Okay. Woman who dated Graham Plattner says he sexually assaulted her. The Maine Democrat denied the allegations and said any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. A woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner says he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections, an allegation Plattner denies. The woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicott, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rassicott dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident, and reviewed documents, including emails between Rassicott and her therapist and messages between Rassicott and acquaintance. That is curtains. Okay. Mossad Pater as? No. That is the trifecta. Okay. That is the trifecta of a reliable allegation. That's holy shit. Okay. Personal firsthand testimony to a friend, a close confidant, back from way before Graham Plattner ever fucking ran for Congress. Are you kidding me? And then also direct testimony from a therapist. That is very different. It's very different from a Republican operative coming out and being like, oh yeah, I had a touch and go moment with Graham Plattner. I wouldn't even say he like physically abused me or anything. That's very different. There is not direct testimony from a therapist. No, sorry. Emails between Rassicott and her therapist. Okay. Emails that are dated. That seems a little bit different than previous statements and previous things that were talked, previous discussions around Graham Plattner's misconduct or alleged misconduct. Okay? What I don't understand is why the New York Times didn't report it, but apparently the Politico article gets into that. So we'll take a look at it. So, reviewed documents including emails between Rassicott and her therapist and messages between Rassicott and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Plattner years before he ran for office. Rassicott says she had an on and off relationship with Plattner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night, in late 2021, deeply intoxicated and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. She said she cut off contact with him. So this is one of the two. This is, Rassicott is the other. New York Times, if you recall, interviewed 7 former girlfriends of Graham Plattner. There was one that said she had a bad moment with Graham Plattner. This, I think, expands on what that bad moment was with a very significant allegation. Trigger warning, I will be reading out depictions of sexual assault from this point on. She said she cut off contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me, she said. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. Plattner denied the allegations. These allegations are troubling, serious, and false. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue, he said in a statement. Rassicott previously described reckless and unsettling behavior by Plattner to the New York Times, but she says she didn't go public with the specific assault claim because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim. Rascott said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Plattner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. Contacted by Politico, Fifield stood by the allegations she made to the Times and declined to comment further. My part of the story was just a read-over, Rascott said in an interview, and the story was just Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. Rascott said she was torn over coming forward in part because she agrees with Plattner politically. One of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics but not supporting him as a person, she said. I just want the truth out there. I just want people to have the whole scope of who he is as a person. In a statement, the Plattner campaign reiterated his denial and accuses critics of trying to drive him out of the race. These allegations are very serious and Graham vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. For a year, opponents of this campaign have thrown everything they can at Graham, calling him a Nazi, a war criminal, and a communist. None of it has been true, and this is no different. It is not a coincidence that this story comes a week before the ballot deadline, just as the previous false allegations came a week before the primary. Graham began this campaign to fight for a Maine where everyone is treated with dignity and where Mainers are put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this movement from seeing that vision through. What do you mean audio? What's wrong with the audio? Plattner, an oysterman and political newcomer when he launched his Senate campaign last August, easily won the Democratic primary last month to face GOP Senator Susan Collins in one of the nation's most highly watched Senate races. His remarkable rise has been tainted by controversies including offensive online comments and allegations of past mistreatment of women. He has not previously been accused of sexual assault. So here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. This is a serious accusation of the highest order, and it has all of the hallmarks of a verifiable accusation. Okay? Conversations in the past, far before Graham Plattner came on the scene as a political operative, is a fairly reliable way to verify these accusations. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. Okay? Like, as you guys know, my policy on this is, believe women doesn't mean reflexively assume that all women are incapable of telling a lie or anything. It just means, like, don't reflexively disbelieve women, right? And contemporaneous communications is huge, especially if they are before he was in politics. Exactly. Central Committee is correct on this. It's a huge part of this. Okay. I assume that they will explain as to why the New York Times didn't get into this, but here's the other side of the story. Okay, I believe this accusation. I believe this allegation. Let me just make that very clear, especially because, once again, there are other friends with correspondence from before Graham Plattner became a known entity, right? That's very important because you're not actively seeking to rat fuck a person if that person is not a political operative at all, right? Like, that's a random oyster fisherman. Okay? It's a random oyster fisherman at that point in fucking Maine. The timing of this, on the other hand, is, once again, fucked up. The timing of the drop is in the column of rat fucking, but the accusations are certainly real. Okay? Do with that information what you will, but the accusations, they are as credible as it is going to get. Okay? Unless the correspondence between Rascott and her friend is not from back then, or the other partner that Rascott had, which I have no reason to believe that that's the case, for the record. Okay? it still ultimately lends itself to a verifiable and credible accusation. Both the therapist and the friend refused to comment. This needs receipts. So let's continue. Is this rat fucking if they're giving him time to drop out, I guess? Well, we'll get into that in a second. The Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran has linked some of his behavior to mental health struggles and alcohol abuse, but he says he's changed and has denied previous claims that he was abusive to women. Rascott told Politico she connected with Plattner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when he heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Plattner came up the stairs, Rascott said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her, kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. Rascott said she smelled of alcohol in his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Plattner kept ignoring her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. I'd been telling him these words, no, don't, she recalled. And the look on his face, realizing what was happening, I just realized that, like, I'm in a situation where there's no consent here, she said. Rascott said she tried to separate herself from Plattner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to the bedroom and had sex with her against her will. She said he also ejaculated inside of her despite her telling him not to, as she was not using birth control at the time. Oof. Oh, that's brutal. She went to clean herself up, she said, and when she returned, Plattner had fallen asleep. She contemplated waking him up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state that he was in. The following morning, she said, Plattner tried to put his arm around her, and she pushed him away. She said she asked him whether he remembered what had happened the previous night. According to Rascott, Plattner said he didn't remember. Rascott said she told him to leave and never contact her again. Rascott said she waited several weeks until she got her period to ensure she wasn't pregnant, then sent Plattner a private message on Instagram saying that the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. Rascott had no further contact with him after that, she said. Rascott said she later deleted all of her text and social media correspondence with Plattner as she tried to move on from the assault, and said she has not been able to recover the Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. In the weeks after the alleged assault, Rascott says she considered going to the police but struggled with shock and confusion about what had happened to her and did not file a police report. Even as time passed, she said she felt uncomfortable potentially telling a police officer about such a personal experience and feared retaliation from Plattner. At first, she confided only in her therapist, who she continues to see. Rascott showed Politico recent emails with her therapist in which Rascott explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Plattner and said the sexual assault rape using an abbreviation for sexual assault. In the message, Rascott was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with the reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Rascott shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed, without referencing details of any particular incident. Rascott, the T is silent. Rascott, okay. Yeah, not seeking, not going to the police is perfectly normal in situations like this, for the record, just so you guys understand. So they don't have, the therapist who Politico agreed not to name at her request declined to comment when reached on Monday. So, Rascott also shared details about the alleged assault to the man she dated after Plattner, who she began dating in 2022. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy, told Politico that Rascott had told him in bits and pieces about a bad experience with Plattner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. His account of what Rascott told him about the incident matched what Rascott told Politico. Okay? Rascott shared with Politico a series of private Facebook messages she exchanged with an acquaintance in 2023, about a year and a half after the alleged assault and well before Plattner launched his political career, in which she cautioned the acquaintance against getting involved with Plattner. In the messages, Rascott says she had ended up in a bad situation with him, describing Plattner as a consensually careless and saying he doesn't listen to you when drunk. reached out by Politico. The acquaintance said she received the messages but declined the comment. Politico granted her anonymity at a request to protect her privacy in her main community. What's his deal? Should I not fix him up with my friend, assuming he's single? He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person, but he's not all bad. But I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. When drunk, plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also. Forces himself on people. Wait, what? That's the cutoff? There's more. Click the arrow. Oh. No, this is the earlier. I saw your post about oysters the other day. I feel morally obligated to warn you if you were anything more than just friends with Graham. But if you're not, then I'll just shut up for now and give you the scoop sometime, lol. Just friends. Would love the scoop, though. Is he still engaged? I was working on fixing on a friend. Oh, I have no idea. With who? Oh, a girl. I think her name is Jen from like the Rockland area. I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone. He was as of last summer that I know of, but also my timeline's a little sketch. So maybe it was the summer before, but either way, they've been on and off. But then I was told they got engaged. Yeah, COVID totally messed up my timeline for everything. What's his deal? Should I not fix him up with my friend, assuming he's single? He lies also. Okay, so here is they were out of order. I don't know why the fuck Politico put it out of order like this. God damn it. A bunch of fucking boomers, I guess. Forced himself on people. One thing that grossed me out after him and I had dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid, and that site asked a lot of questions. And one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many. So that super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people. Doesn't listen to you when drunk, ... Yeah. So that's corroboration. That's backing up her, previous assessment. But I don't know what she says. I don't know what the other lady says after this. And then I don't know what her response is afterwards. But Politico also spoke with a friend Resco had told about the alleged assault last summer, shortly after Plattner launched his campaign. The friend to whom Politico granted anonymity due to fear of social and professional backlash recalled Resco telling her about the incident, including that Plattner had been very drunk and wouldn't take no for an answer. Resco said she was contacted by the New York Times in the spring and shared off the record that Plattner had assaulted her. She told the Times that she had some positive memories of her relationship with Plattner, but thought he did not respect women and had cut off contact with him after an incident in 2021 when Plattner had come over drunk. But the Times article stated that Resco declined to elaborate about what had happened, only describing his behavior as reckless and unsettling. A spokesperson for the Times declared declined to comment. After the publication of the Times report, Resco connected with Cheyenne Hunt, a progressive Democratic lawyer who founded the nonprofit Reckoning Action, which launched earlier this year to fight misogyny. Hunt, who had endorsed Plattner last fall but renounced her support for him after the Times article. So I remember this. This is the random lady who was like this is the random lady who came out and was like, I hate Graham Plattner and stuff like that. And I initially thought that it was because of some potential foreign intervention. It turns out it was because of this story. Hunt, who had endorsed Plattner last fall, renounced her support for him after the Times article, previously supported women who came forward with assault allegations against former Representative Eric Swalwell earlier this year, prompting him to drop out of the California gubernatorial primary and resign from Congress. NBC News previously reported that Hunt was working with multiple women who had past relations with Plattner. Hunt connected Politico to Rasico. Reckoning Action exists to confront misogyny in American life in all forms and manifestations, including in bad actors being elected to positions of power, Hunt said. We became aware of the allegations before ever being connected with Jenny and have been in contact with multiple women with really troubling allegations, and it just became clear that this is someone who is not fit to hold public office. After the Times report last month, Plattner had said that allegations of physical misconduct were simply not true, and his allies seized on Fifield's conservative political affiliations to suggest that her allegations against him in the Times were motivated by politics. I still stand by what I said about Fifield, by the way, especially considering that she spent a good deal of time not just like being a Republican operative, but specifically defending Brett Kavanaugh against those very real allegations. Brett Kavanaugh then also turned around and literally denied women bodily autonomy. Like, you know, hundreds of millions of women on U.S. soil were impacted by Brett Kavanaugh's lies. So I will once again stand by my previous statements on that story. This is a different situation, I think. Like, here's the thing. There is, I mean, this is as airtight as it's going to get as far as allegations goes, right? As far as allegations goes, this is fairly airtight, okay? And it's not even because if you remember, I said this about Fifield as well. If you recall in my commentary on the Fifield allegations, I said if there was corroboration at the time from friends of Lindsay Fifield, it wouldn't matter whether or not she was a Republican operative, right? If you recall, that's what I said. This seems to me like there is corroboration. Now, the only thing that would be potentially the only thing that would be in defense of Graham Plattner here, which is it seems the allegations that seem super credible and indefensible, would be if there was like financial, if there was any sort of financial entanglement between a friend, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, it's very, very unlikely. You know what I mean? Just so you guys understand. And the reason why I'm taking this position is to show you that there is a lot of veracity to these claims. Like even in the most heavily scrutinized version of events, in order for this allegation to be untrue, would only happen if this experience is real and she felt uncomfortable by this experience, understandably, because this is, you know, clear-cut date rape under the influence of alcohol, right? But she previously did not, she felt conflicted about it, maybe confided in her friends, maybe confided in her therapist, worked through it, and then after the fact, and breaking and entering as well, which is, you know, not the main point here, obviously. The violation of consent of someone's, you know, bodily autonomy in the process of a date rape is probably, it's a breaking and entering is also another violation of consent, but nowhere near as significant as you know, rape. For this to be untrue, she would have had to been slandering him in 2023 because no. This is much worse than the allegation that Fifield made. That's why I'm saying it's credible 100%, right? No. What I'm saying is, like, I don't think it's disputed that Graham Plattner actually violated this person's consent. There's no dispute there at all. Okay? None. Because it's ridiculous, right? It would be totally fucking ridiculous. Bro, it's just rape, not date rape. I mean, date rape is rape, chatters. There's no distinction. I mean, it's just rape. It's violent sexual assault. So here's the thing. What I was trying to say is this definitely happened, right? For this to be something that she's like reconsidering, regardless of whether or not it happened, because that is not in dispute at all. But for her to like reconsider and then come out right now, the only thing that would tarnish the credibility of this the victim here would be if there was like any additional coaching or something, or if like outside groups came in and were like, hey, this is a serious allegation. You should definitely come out and speak on it. And even then that happens at times. because it takes a lot of courage for victims to come out in instances where they're accusing someone of sexual assault, especially when the person that they're accusing of sexual assault is now running for Senate and is a fairly popular candidate, right? So no matter what, this seems very, very reliable. And it doesn't even matter if there's it doesn't even, like, there would need to literally be like money exchanged, okay? There would need to have been money exchanged literally by like an outside group or something for this to come across as any way, shape, or form, like a potential rat fucking operation, and not someone who is reconsidering the experiences that they went through and the very real allegations of sexual assault. Okay? Once again, I'm trying to give you the most critical lens here as someone who definitely believes Rasico's firsthand account here, especially because, like I said, contemporaneous conversations from back then with other people, especially before Graham Plattner became like a known political figure, it's consistent with true testimony. Okay. Anyway. Wow. Yeah, she even said she still agrees with his politics. Like, it's just, I mean, that doesn't even matter. Let's be real. Like, whether, guys, I need you to understand something, okay? From my perspective, I looked at Lindsay Feefield's testimony, and what did I tell you? Her politics are secondary in this, even though it was directly related to the Brett Kavanaugh situation and doing PR for Brett Kavanaugh, which obviously makes her a less credible accuser. However, the real reason, as I repeatedly told you back then, was that there was no contemporaneous conversations. There were no conversations that Lindsay Feefield had had with her friends about Graham Plattner, beyond being like, oh yeah, he's a bit of a rough shot. He's a bit of a rough guy. There was never something as clear cut as Lindsay Feefield confiding in a friend or confiding in a new partner or going to therapy. Like, there was no secondhand testimony that you could go to. And I said at the time, if there was, that would mean that this is a credible accusation regardless. If there was at the time a credible accusation, regardless of her, background as a political operative, that would be a credible accusation nonetheless. On MS Now last month, after the New York Times report, Plattner denied claims that he had physically mistreated women, anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew my tattoo was. These are statements of someone who's politically motivated. He told MS Now, alluding to unrelated allegations about a tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol. Plattner had the tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol covered up last fall and said he had not known what the symbol meant. Rasico said she was bothered by Plattner's public denial that he had been physical towards women. I know that he's capable of putting his hands on women, she said, so I don't believe that to be the truth. So that's the Politico reporting. Now let's get to great suit. Your suit arc must be permanent, I think. Thank you. Not the point. Graham Plattner came out with a statement after this article came out.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built.
What is this? When did you / what made you change your stance on this after the news broke a few weeks ago, during which you downplayed it? Did you read the Politico article where the victim literally said she did not feel comfortable revealing the full extent of Graham Plattner's actions? You know, this is an entirely new article. This is the same victim with actual allegations. I did not yet. So why did you come in here with this assessment then? Are you okay? This new article came out an hour ago. This new article actually has like verifiable and very credible allegations of sexual assault. The previous article, which featured the same victim, did not have these allegations. And what's interesting about it is that the New York Times did not report on it. It was a choice that she had made. From what I understand, there is going to be a story beyond the choices that the media made. New York Times simply called it unsettling behavior. That was Rasico's statement on the record. Very different. Unsettling behavior can be a wide range of things. Lots of centrists blaming you today for Graham Plattner. Out of all of the crop of left populist candidates, Graham Plattner is the one left populist candidate that I have not done any campaigning with. It's the one left populist candidate that I have shown scrutiny towards at times. Incredible. Pills Mafia till the bitter end. Okay, I'm not going to joke right now. Anyway. Yeah, rape is just a tool for quote-unquote leftists to weaponize against the streamers they hate the most. Fuck these online losers. I know.
The largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics. The hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors and the supporters across the ideological spectrum. We were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So
this might be an unfair question, but I would like to know what you think should be done if Plattner drops out and if there's still a road to go for Maine. I mean, I think it's fucking cooked. I think it's cooked. I think he probably will drop out, and I don't know what else to fucking say about it other than holy shit, Susan Collins. I mean, talk about a person that just, this video is like 95% pablum, by the way, just so you know. Yeah, I mean, he fucking came out of the gate swinging with the denial. If Plattner drops out, his hardcore supporters would be insanely pissed and Collins will absolutely win. Any replacement will be seen as an establishment stooge. Yeah, if Plattner drops out, it has to be a fucking... It has to be a commie. Chris Rabb being skeptical when questioned about Plattner a few weeks ago is just so justified right now. AOC staying away from the Graham Plattner campaign comes across as, fairly... I mean, it just looks very different in hindsight. Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of red flags that I also pointed to. This is beyond red flags, though. This is irredeemable. I said it even back then. I said it even before the New York Times report came out, where I said, like, look, if there's sexual assault, and it's over, it's fucking irredeemable. It's unacceptable. And it's true. It remains to be the case. Yeah, Washington Reporter exclusive. Grant Plattner to drop out of main Senate race, giving Democrats time to replace him is what they're looking for. Susan Collins, a supporter of the rapist POTUS, is going to win because the alternative is a rapist to our society is so incredibly fucked now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a clear cut. This is not like any of the other allegations. This is not on shaky ground. This is as open and shut as it gets. Okay? Apologize to everyone who's been warning you about Grant Plattner from the beginning, you performative coward. Yeah, okay, dude.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people.
I love when, you know what's funny? I love when people go, hey, this ginormous incident with significant accusations of sexual assault took place that's shaking up national news. How can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer? Are you okay? How are you any different than the fucking weirdo Epstein fans who literally saw October 7 and then watched as Israel started bombing Gaza, immediately killing more people than October 7, and went to work to be like, this is our opportunity to make sure that we compile every single thing that Hasan says so we can make this a national story later down the line. If you see, incidents taking place of national consequence and your first thought is, how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer? You're not going to make it. Shut the fuck up. You need help.
That I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power.
We're not making it about our least favorite Twitch streamer. We're asking for some accountability since you absolutely give positive coverage to this guy after knowing what he did in the Middle East. You're supposed to be on our side, but you run cover for people you know are war criminals, even though sexual assault is where you draw the line. I'm gonna move on from this. Okay, please shut the fuck up. Please.
And to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Genuinely, he's saying that Plattner's entire defense of this is just nuh-uh. He's saying that there were a coordinated smear campaign and coaching, but if that was the case, he put that shit on the limelight yesterday, instead nothing. Yeah. Does your community seriously believe that being in the military means automatically you're a war criminal? No. But there are some in my community that does, definitely. There are definitely people on the left who automatically go, oh, you touched a machine gun, you were in the American military. The American military is an imperialist force. You have done war crimes. It's understandable why people arrive at that conclusion, for the record, because many who do active duty combat, who see active duty combat, engage in things like that. My scrutiny of this, of Graham Plattner's background, came from his 4 tours plus Blackwater, but it wasn't enough for me to say, like, this is, I'm pulling out of this. I wanted to and made the effort to try to interview him specifically on that and never got the opportunity to do so. For the record, they were very dodgy about. They were initially interested, but then when I offered my scrutiny very publicly, the campaign was somewhat dodgy about it, and I never got to. I never got to actually ask him personally about some of these questions that I had. But if you recall, one of the things that I had said on a Pod Save America podcast was a comparison between Abdul al-Sayed and Graham Plattner. Let me see if I can find it. This was during the Pod Johns conference that I went to. And I think it's important to bring that up right now. What is it? It was Alex Wagner's podcast.
Hi, everyone. On election night last Tuesday,
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it from the transcript. Wait, how do you fucking look at the transcript? Oh, here.
I got to ask you, because we were talking about Nazis and the left and the right versus the left, but like, do you have thoughts on Graham Plattner and his tattoo?
Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin with that one. So, Graham Plattner is a very unique case, at least from my perspective, because he is a through and through Bernie-crat, right? Like, he is a Bernie hand-selected pick who was running for office, and right out of the gates, he was like, I'm anti-Israel. I don't think we should be giving weapons to Israel. I don't think we should be doing anything with Israel if they're going to continue doing a genocide, right? Like, and that was a unique position. And then on top of that, he was pro-Medicare for all and numerous other Bernie-style positions. And what was interesting to me about that whole saga is that in spite of him being like very obviously a grunt force, machine gunner for the Marines, which are sometimes known as crayon eaters for good reason, he went on. What the fuck is going on? Did I just get botted? What the fuck? Why the fuck is someone botting me right now? Holy shit. We went from 36K to 50K. Shore leaving Croatia and split and got the most obvious Nazi tattoo, the third most common Nazi symbol, a Totenkopf, on his chest. In spite of that, Maynard seemingly didn't care about that situation at all. And I think that's a really interesting moment in American politics for where the liberal base is moving.
Yeah.
Because for far too long, I think the organs that work alongside the Democratic Party that are like liberal adjacent or, left adjacent, whatever you want to call it, have often weaponized a version of identity against the left flank, right? While simultaneously telling their audiences that electability actually revolves around moderates moderate positions are how you win.
Yeah.
And this is actually a real battle that is still currently taking place within the Democratic Party. The Welcome Pack piece that came out, the Welcome Pack report that came out was, again, another version of this exact same thing. And I don't think liberals are responding to that electability argument, or rather, I think they think now, after failure from the moderates, especially the second failure against Donald Trump, again, an incompetent, monstrous fascist, they realize, like, no, maybe the left flank, left populist position is the actual electability argument, and maybe we were deluded.
Well, but like, okay, so
they're giving a lot of grace to Graham Plattner, is what I'm saying.
And I think Graham Plattner has handled it basically as well as you can, which is another model of how the left can understand people's flaws and how you can own the mistakes you made in life and how they made you who you are today and arguably a better person. But like, just like, as you say, one of the top 3 Nazi tattoos, like, is that not fucked up? Like, what?
No, I think it is.
I mean, what? So,
I think
like,
it's
are
not
liberals just becoming more okay with that? And like, is that a problem?
So
I don't know.
There's 2 things that I think about in that regard. I think that we'll see, because we saw it with Zohran Mamdani, right?
Yeah,
like,
and I want to talk to you about
a lot
Mamdani.
of liberals were very forgiving of like the faucet of misinformation and angry lines of attack that were completely, in my opinion, unjustifiable and outright racist at times. Like the notion that he is like a scary anti-Semite is honestly an incredibly permissible form of bigotry, like institutionally permissible form of bigotry. The assumption that like he's gonna be anti-Semitic, he's anti-Israel, he's Muslim, come on. Like, and these are very real fears. Like, we don't treat white supremacy in that same vein. Like if someone were to say, as a white Christian, as many have, right? I think like desegregation is a real problem. I think that I don't want my children to live in a racial jungle. We would be like, okay, that's your problem. Like, you need to deal with that on your own. But in this circumstance, because, you know, Jews are also a marginalized identity in the United States of America, and there is a lot of historic violence towards Jewish people on the virtue of being Jewish, that there is this conversation that takes place where we place a lot of emphasis on whether or not there's this like broad majority of Jewish people that are truly terrified of Zohran Mamdani because he's seemingly or considered to be anti-Semitic. And I think that's genuinely a racist position to apply to someone like Zohran Mamdani. I think it's ridiculous. He's done nothing and said nothing that is even remotely anti-Semitic. And yet
he staked out a position on Gaza that is comports, that is not in favor of what Israel is doing, but that does not mean he is an anti-Semite.
And here, I'll give you an example. Sometimes I like to think about it as like, if Zohran was like a white Christian guy or a Jewish guy, and he was saying that, would these arguments stick?
Yeah.
Would there be this much? I mean, look at Graham Plattner. He's a fucking totem tattoo.
This is what I'm saying.
And even then, people are like not even making that argument, right?
Give him a pass.
So my point is like, that is institutionalized Islamophobia. There's a big part of it. I don't like to talk about it too much because it's like a lot of people tap out when they hear that and they're like, I don't want to hear this. Oh, whatever. Here we go again. But the reason why I'm saying it here is that, like, we shall see if the liberals are more forgiving of guys like Graham Plattner because he's a white dude and they think that is like the primary version of electability for liberals in general.
Yeah.
Or is it because he came out of the gate swinging with very leftist, like left flank policies, and that's the reason why they're forgiving of him. And I think the contest I'm paying close attention to is Abdul El-Sayed, a person who has none of the red flags whatsoever. Another person that basically has an infallible reputation and has actually more experience in politics as well. He's run for the governors. He failed to defeat. I think it was Whitmer that he failed to defeat on a Medicare for All campaign, and he is the real deal, right? And he's also another early Bernie pick. He's also anti-Zionist. We shall see if liberals are just as forgiving of a brown guy that is running on a very similar campaign to Graham Plattner.
Without the tattoo.
Yeah, without the Nazi tattoo, but he's a brown guy. Does that mean that it's like scarier? My point is, is a white dude with a Nazi tattoo.
I think we know the answer, don't we?
Well, I
I think we know the answer.
No, I don't.
As a brown person, I think I know the answer.
No, I think that's defeatist, and that's I don't abide by that. I recognize that there's a hurdle, right? There's a hurdle. There's a higher threshold, but you can climb it, and you can make up for that higher threshold by instilling messaging discipline.
Yeah.
And being and then not stepping on any landmines to the best of your ability, and also just. Are you proud of yourself for supporting an unrepentant mass murdering rapist? Did you just not watch the video? Did you not hear the words that I literally, even back then, focusing on over and over again. This is November 13th, 2025, before many of you knew even who Abdul El Sayed was, or were barely learning about Graham Plattner, where I say, look, this guy has a lot of red flags, okay? But liberals are seemingly very forgiving of his red flags. Is that because of the populist messaging, or is that because he's a grunt force guy who is, thinking like a woke but acting like a chud, walking like a chud, thinking like a woke? Turns out he wasn't just thinking like a woke either. He was also thinking like a chud. Yeah, this was during the height of the Plattner mania. The problem is people will now try to utilize the Graham Plattner allegations to imply that like all Bernie crats are this way. Okay? To imply that all Bernie crats are like this. Stop acting like you weren't falling for him too. I mean, I told you honestly and sincerely, given the information that was readily available at the time, that regardless of my scrutiny, that he was a far better candidate than Janet Mills, who was pro-Israel, and a far better candidate than Susan Collins. Okay? Which is true. What are we talking about? But there's an amount, and there's also verifiable information. Like, for example, if there was verifiable information from his time at Blackwater, where he opened fire on a civilian car or something, or if there was verifiable information from his time in combat, and it wasn't pure conjecture or pure speculation on what he may or may not have done, right? That would be an entirely different conversation that we're having, or would have been having at the time. Okay? The same goes for the previous New York Times reporting on him being from the same victim who, to the New York Times, said that it was unsettling versus verifiable allegations of rape. If new evidence presents itself, then I'm going to change my perspective. It's that simple. Is it possible we see Maine voters shrug it off like before? No. No, I don't think so. Especially because it comes with a faucet of red flags and heightened tensions from before. I don't think all of those previous allegations actually. I don't think those previous allegations actually make this situation less credible. I think it makes it more credible. It lends credence to the previous allegations all of a sudden, because this is not just a random accusation with no additional evidence. This is a clear-cut instance of verifiable sexual assault allegations. It's completely irredeemable. Plattner's source of strength was that people passionately committed to volunteer for him. On his campaign Discord, people are sharing their feelings of betrayal, heartbreak, and resignation. He has lost his base. It no longer seems like a question of whether he will drop out, but when, and whether his campaign, by virtue of an overwhelming primary win, will be able to influence who replaces him. Yeah. Yeah. I would go so far as to say that the timing of this is maybe not even potentially a rat fucking, but instead the timing of this is most likely so that there's an opportunity to swap out the candidate for the Democrats. Like it lends even further credence to the fact that one of the accusers, the victim, Rasico, was someone who clearly is both wronged by Graham Plattner, but was conflicted on revealing this information because there was like this higher priority in her mind that while she wanted to warn people about him, at the same time was worried about both the impact that might have on her well-being, because when this happens, when things like this happen, obviously no one believes you. People attack you. Graham Plattner is a very popular person at this point, like a person that has a lot of followers and a lot of fans. They're all going to come after you. You're worried about that. And then there's an even larger weight on your shoulders where you feel like you are now like in control over the Democratic Senate majority. Like, think about that. That's huge. If this is because when you are talking about the Democratic Senate majority, you're talking about potentially millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. Will the Democrats gain the Senate majority and be able to hold Trump accountable, be able to set up hurdles in front of Donald Trump? Like, that's a huge ordeal. That's why I was so critical of Jake Auchincloss for casting aside the Senate majority because he was worried about Graham Plattner's perspective on Israel. It was fucking ridiculous at the time, right? Because that's huge. There are plenty of people I despise, even in the Democratic Senate, that I would never cast a vote against in order to build a reliable coalition against Donald Trump, to hold Trump accountable, right? Adam Schiff. I voted for Adam Schiff. He's my senator. He's a freak. He loves Israel. Not a great Democrat at all. And I voted for him. Why? Because you have to have some level of accountability against this administration. It's just something that you do. You know? Being part of the military is a red line and war criminal of itself, as soldiers are actively part of the institution. The only way that can be supported is repented, and if they've renounced serving and advocate against it. Same with the IDF. Yeah. Okay, that's your standard. I have a different standard, okay? Like, no, being a part of the military is not a fucking red line, dude. And it's the same for IDF as well. I've already said this. It's entirely dependent on how you maneuver this landscape, okay? Yes, I get it, dude. You think everyone that's a part of the American military murdered children personally, directly. They ate the babies. I got it, okay? If we're having a conversation about the institution in and of itself, about anti-imperialism in and of itself, that's an entirely separate conversation. I hate having this back and forth with like 8 to 11 people that maintain this supposedly quote-unquote principled stance when we're having a conversation about fucking elections, okay? Please. This is a totally separate conversation. Okay? You're brilliant. You're morally righteous. You're pure. The best possible candidate is someone who, The best possible candidate is always and forever going to be an art history PhD that went and worked at Starbucks and has your background. Suspiciously is identical to your lived experience. We got it. Someone who has spent most of their time reading theory. It's no person who has ever been a part of the American military is ever redeemable. You got it. Thank you. IDF is crazy. You can't put purity politics, that shit. Yes, I can. And I have. I've literally interviewed people who have served in the IDF. Now anti-Zionist. And you have too. You just don't know it, okay? If you've ever read, for example, any Israeli new historian, with the exception of Benny Morris, you have read the works of prominent anti-Zionists who served in the fucking Israeli occupying forces. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Please. I've never wavered on this principle that someone's past is only indicative of who they are as a person now if it corresponds to their current behavior. Okay? Norm served in the IDF? No, Norm is an American. He's not an Israeli. He's not a new historian. Anyway. Yes, Avi Shlaim, Ofer Kasif, who then became a conscientious objector. Initially, I believe Ofer Kasif was a paratrooper. Became a conscientious objector who refused service. Avi Shlaim is another Israeli historian who is a prominent anti-Zionist, a part of the new historians who uncovered. Take the 4K ring off your finger next time you read Imperialism, you dog, says monastic servant. Which is the 4K ring? You're hallucinating. Again, if your first inclination is how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer, you're a moron. I guess he's talking about the cock ring. Anyway. But yeah, the comparison here that I made was between Graham Plattner and Abdul al-Sayed all the way back in November 2025, where I, had my skepticism, my scrutiny, and still maintained a position that he was far better than Janet Mills, given the positions that we knew. Okay. But what I said at the time was, were people in love with Graham Plattner because he's a white guy? Or were people in love with Graham Plattner because of the policies? That remains to be seen. Because the very same people that attack Graham Plattner, who are now feeling vindicated, are still attacking Abdul al-Sayed. As a matter of fact, something very strange happened yesterday to one of my prominent haters, Sarah Longwell, who said, does anyone have the Sarah Longwell quote from yesterday? Or was it Sarah Longwell? It was Sarah Longwell, right? I think. Oh, no, it was Shannon Watts. It wasn't Sarah Longwell. I apologize. It was Shannon Watts, who said, I will never support any candidate who proudly campaigns with Hasan Piker, to which Deep responded with, this is an endorsement of Graham Plattner. To which she responded with, yes, Graham Plattner is better than Abdul al-Sayed. Something along those lines. Shannon was not Abdul El Sayed. Probably the worst possible time to come out with an endorsement of Graham Plattner over Abdul El Sayed, a take that will live in infamy. Yeah, another one from the centrist. The difference between El Sayed and Plattner and why Plattner is a better candidate than El Sayed is perceived as a far-left wacko. Plattner is perceived as a military douche with a temper. Voters love douches. They hate socialists. Again, this is what happens when you literally define your worldview off of opposing me on whether or not you think that a candidate, campaigning with someone like myself is indicative of their viability or not. Yeah, look, Shannon Watts endorses Graham Plattner for Maine. He hasn't asked. Persuade me. I appreciate that he hasn't aligned himself with Hasan Piker. It's the one smart thing his campaign has done so far. Seems like you're trying to pivot as you never liked him. Didn't we already know he killed Afghan civilians? Seems like you're trying to pivot as you never liked them. No. I was willing to let my scrutiny of his background aside, given that he was far better than both Janet Mills at the time and also Susan Collins. His policies are what mattered to me. But there is certainly a level of things that you have definitely done that are verifiable and credible that I'm willing to forego my scrutiny over. And obviously a verifiable sexual assault allegation goes past that standard. That's it. That's it. The lesson for the left, you should only ever run Muslims. I mean, this is a joke, but there is an advantage that comes along with running a Muslim candidate or a black candidate or a brown candidate. You have to overcome great fucking trials and tribulations to get to that point. Yes, you have to be an overachiever with an untarnished reputation. So yeah, it's kind of baked in, yes. They are held to a far greater standard, which was ironically the point that I was fucking making on that Pod Save America episode, making the comparison between Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner. What is this? Wow, I love that it has to get to sexual assault for him to not be viable. Yes, of course. What are you talking about? You think that's not a significant accusation? If there was a significant accusation that was verifiable of a fucking direct war crime, then that would also be, again, relevant. That's it. Where's your Mexico shirt gone? I mean, I wore it yesterday. I'll wear it again in the future. CNN interviewed Plattner's accuser as well. Wait, really? In an interview with CNN, Jenny Rasico, 41, said the attack occurred in the main town where she lived in 2021, 2 years after she and Plattner began casually dating. The interview will be broadcast on The Lead with Jake Tapper. Rasico said one night in November and December 2021, Plattner showed up drunk at her house. It's definitely over for the record. It's definitely over I think it's definitely over for Plattner's campaign. I mean, if that wasn't clear. Will he still win the primary? He already won the primary. What is this? You're going to call Hasan Piker the same names y'all called me or so? Rape is a hard line. Not sure why that's controversial. Hasan Piker on political Plattner. This is curtains. That's the trifecta. Okay, that's the trifecta of a reliable allegation. It's holy shit. I believe this. This accusation. I believe this allegation. They now have a new goal since Plattner isn't fighting it. Tar Morris Katz and invalidate left-leaning political operatives. I mean, listen. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Morris Katz and the Fight Agency are a very good ad agency, but they are an ad agency, okay? They are not a political organization. Morris Katz worked with Micah Lasher. Okay, Micah Lasher is a massive supporter of Israel. Morris Katz and the Fight Agency, while I like the ads that they make, their job is to make ads. They will sometimes work with wonderful candidates and boost them. Okay, and they will sometimes work with candidates that I don't agree with and I oppose. Okay. This is entirely separate from the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay, this is entirely separate from a political movement. They could potentially work with political movements that are aligned, even candidates that I like, even candidates that I work with. Okay? At the end of the day, it's just an ad agency. And I have made that very clear from the start. It doesn't mean anything. If anything, the person who is a movement builder that will be harmed from this association will be Bernie Sanders. You understand? I suspect that Graham Plattner betrayed the trust of a lot of people, including probably the Sanders wing, Ro Khanna. Do you think Bernie knew about these before endorsing? Fuck no. Are you crazy? Absolutely not. Wait, so the accusation is true? Rasico's testimony, especially given that there is conversations that she had with partners far before Graham Plattner even ran for office have the telltale signs of a reliable accusation. Okay, a real, verifiable, credible allegation of sexual assault. If there's corroboration, then what, like, that is, if you have corroboration, if you've talked to a therapist about it and you have like any evidence that you can point to, if you've talked to a friend about it at the time, that is the hallmark of a reliable allegation. That even lends credence to other accusations. Because one of the things that we went through the Me Too era, right? Believe women does not mean women are incapable of lying. Believe women means don't reflexively disbelieve women. And there are certain things that you can look at in an accusation that lends credence to it. Okay? One of the things that you can look at in an accusation that lends credence to it would be, are there other victims? Do they have similar experiences? Have any of the victims talked to someone else? Did they write in their diary at the time? Did they tell another person at the time? Right? Did they tell a therapist? Do they have a therapist? Do they tell a therapist? Rasico's testimony has the hallmarks of a credible rape allegation. It's impossible to overlook. Okay? The messages of him, like him being a dog or whatever, like him fucking around, talking to other women, all of that stuff is, it shows that someone is of not the highest moral character, but that's things that, that you can add on and people can make a decision on whether or not that means that this person has the best mindset or not. But this is something beyond that. Okay? And this is something that I made clear in the last batch during the New York Times reporting. In the New York Times reporting, I told you if there was like verifiable sexual assault, that would be irredeemable. This is verifiable sexual assault. It's irredeemable. They quote you in this new Politico article. Plattner says he's taken on the time to reflect his candidacy. What did they quote me as? I didn't even give a quote to Politico, but I guess it's from the stream. This is Curtin's progressive commentator. Hasan Piker said of Plattner's candidacy while reading the article of to his Twitch audience, I believe this allegation. Fellow progressive commentator Emma Vigeland called the allegation immensely damaging while arguing that Plattner had not been fully truthful during his past scandals. The Plattner campaign insisted that nothing new was coming, and that was obviously not the truth. Just devastating, she said on X. I never trust the media completely, so why would I trust them when they have a story with no credible, verifiable evidence? This Politico story, even though the outlet Politico is obviously run by a person who is maybe a little bit biased, the article itself features actual reliable evidence. What is this? If you're going to start listening to women in the party, then stop listening to this vile misogynist who insists that we all blindly support an unvetted, unqualified, untrustworthy man. Okay, I'm going to quote retweet it and say, Shannon yesterday was saying she could support Plattner over Abdul because Plattner had not campaigned with me while Abdul had. Don't try to rewrite history, Shannon. You should be focusing on your energy to get Troy Jackson as a replacement. Anyway, Troy Jackson, Paige Louder, Shenna Bellows, Troy's DSA. What Kami says. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. So this means tomorrow all the pedophiles and rapists will be expelled from the Republican Party, right? No, of course not. That this would be a stupid metric. Susan Collins, 2028, new home. The Hasanabi Twitch chat. I mean, no, this is not. You know what? I'm not even going to fucking... Heard you sponsor this amazing video. Austin Ox is always right. What is this? Oh, AOC says of Grand Prix. I haven't waded into that primary. She absolutely needs to stay 10,000 feet away from that race. Yeah, he was correct. It's so easy to see who Hasan supports. He goes to New York City. He goes to Denver. He phone banks for them. He fundraises for them. He did none of this with Graham Plattner, but some of you only care about the words you hear from your computer screen. Yeah, I know. I also wanted to interview Graham Plattner. I wanted to hear his own perspective in his own words early on, given the questions that I had about his background, about his perspective. And their campaign shied away from it. Their campaign shied away from it when they saw some of the things that I had said. And I was very open about it. I told you guys at the time. That doesn't mean I'm going to fucking lie to you and say that Graham Plattner is not a better candidate than Janet Mills or a better candidate than Susan Collins before all of this new information came out. Suck my dick. You know what I mean? It's funny to think they considered you to be too controversial. I think part of it was because they thought that I would, hound them on certain things that they consider to be a weakness on the left flank. They didn't want any scrutiny from the left. According to your Redditors, you're not a part of the left. Guys, who cares? Okay. Yeah, Desiree Townsend also has some information. Journalist who broke the story on Mitch McConnell's cardiac arrest says he's brain dead, per her sources. We will continue with the story, obviously. Let me hold on. Let me go to fucking Fox News to see what they're doing. They're probably running a victory lap here for Susan Collins. And CNN as well. Jake Tapper, the lead, is probably going to be a big one because they're directly interviewing the person.
Stairlifts has the most rigorous quality.
Oh, God. All right. Laura Loomer is also saying that Mitch McConnell's brain dead. I have to pee. Watch this ad for now. I'm sorry. Bro, I had to pee so bad. I had to pee so fucking bad. Maine DSA supported Troy Jackson's campaign for governor. If Plattner drops out, we have an opportunity to elect the new DSA senator out of nowhere. You piss loud as fuck. As people have said, the saving grace here is that there is a lot of Maine Dems waiting in line in the wings here who are very credible. Troy Jackson is the obvious one, but the governor candidate, Hanny Pingree, has 10 plus faves and has been leading her race by double digits. It could also be a full circle moment because her mother, Representative Shelley Pingree, lost the cons in 2002. She's a very different kind of politician, to say the least, but also one who ranked choice majority of the vote in the 72% Plattner primary electorate. Was pissing the door. Wait, what are you talking about? You guys can't hear my pissing. What the fuck are you talking about? Governor is a side grade to senator. She's not going to float a Senate. Yeah, there was a Troy Jackson, Maine U.S. Senate poll. Troy Jackson against Susan Collins at 48 to 43. But that's, I don't know how reliable that poll is. You frying chicken in there. Okay. Yeah, Plattner's volunteer Discord wants Troy Jackson to be the new Democratic Senate nominee. I'm surprised that they're not covering this story yet. They're just like not, it hasn't hit the airwaves. Like they're instead talking about fucking Chuck Todd whining about Trump ruining 4th of July for him. Mitch McConnell brain dead. Everyone test your coke, please God. You're so stupid. What gifts? What's happening with Plattner? We have no idea. Only one person can replace Graham Plattner? Okay. Sources tell me Mitch McConnell's brain is stable. Please, God. Okay. Swapping out Graham Plattner is obviously the right move. It should probably be Troy Jackson. He's from the same wing of the party. He got the Sanders endorsement. He's a favorite of local unions. He also held down a Collins plus 35 and Trump plus 15 state Senate district. It preserves the intent of the primary electorate as much as possible, in my opinion. You can say the wind. You can see the way the wind is blowing. You kind of look like Mitch McConnell. Thank you, chatter. Yeah, it should be Austin show. I think one of the problems with one of the problems with this the Bernie endorsement is that they're going to use this as an opportunity to fuck Bernie up, dude. They are going to beat the shit out of Bernie for this, which I don't think is appropriate. I don't think is acceptable. I think it's unacceptable. But I think the establishment Democrats are going to use this as an opportunity. I mean, they're already fucking attacking me. And my level of involvement with Plattner is non-existent. And they're fucking making it seem like I was the one who found him out of nowhere. So they will absolutely, both the right wing of the party and the far right, the Republicans, and certainly the wait, hold on. The far right, the Republicans, the fucking right wing of the Democratic Party are all going to use this as an opportunity to shit on Bernie Sanders and like left populists amongst their ranks. They're going to try to fucking hit this with like, they're going to try to be like, oh, this is just like Abdul or something when there's no comparison whatsoever, right? And they're nasty little perverts. The political opportunism of establishment Democrats is so expected and gross. Yes. They're gonna try and fucking swing this on DSA candidates and stuff like that when Graham Plattner is not endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. All this stuff. There's gonna be a lot of like rat fucking, a lot of opportunities to just like the establishment Democrats are going to use this as an opportunity to just like do whatever the fuck they can. You know. But yeah, he's not DSA.
final $400 million gift from a foreign government, which he will likely keep for himself at the end of his term, and about which no Republicans in Congress have any questions, apparently. Anyway, he'll board it and make his way to the NATO summit in Turkey. The agenda is clear. Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine desperately needs more missiles to defend itself for its Patriot systems after Russia evaded Ukraine's air defenses last night and pounded the Ukrainian capital with ballistic missiles, killing at least 21 people, including an entire family found dead, buried under rubble. CNN's Kristen Holmes is in Turkey's capital for us. And Kristen, Trump and Russian leader Vladimir
Turkey's the
Putin
table again. Turkey's the
4th of
motherfucking
July.
table again. Turkey is the table again. It's at the table. It is the table. Pakistan's in the bottom, but also remember that. Remember that. Turkey is the table.
What exactly President Trump would
Turkey
or
defeated
could
America in
commit
the World
to
Cup.
in
Never
this
forget.
bilateral meeting that he's having with Zelensky. Now, here's how President Trump described at least part of the call.
I think we're getting much closer than people realize, and President Putin wants it to end. I will tell you that very strongly. What a good call. And President Zelensky actually wants it to end now. And we're going to be going to NATO, and we're going to be talking about it. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it ended.
Now, this is something President Trump has been saying for some time. We talked to White House officials who said he understands the urgency. He wants to get this done. But again, I can't get any understanding as to what, if anything, President Trump would actually agree to in terms of aiding Ukraine. We know that's what these European countries are going to be pushing for during the summit.
Yeah, and we should note that President Trump said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one of his presidency, which is 532 days ago. So everything is on schedule except 532 days late. This summit has the potential to be rather explosive, though. Kristen, tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, President Trump said he doesn't even want to go. The only reason he's actually coming is because it's being hosted by Turkish President Erdogan, and he considers him a friend. I was told that it was implied to his team by many different officials that it would be considered rude or inappropriate for him not to come. It would be kind of a shun to President Erdogan at a time when many believe that there is a good relationship between Turkey and the United States. But it's not just that. There are so many other reasons. President Trump has continued in private to angrily blast NATO, and publicly we've seen it spill out, saying they weren't there to help the United States during the war with Iran, which of course is still ongoing, but there is a ceasefire. The European leaders have pushed back, saying they weren't given any heads up that there was a war even happening. And then, of course, there is the Giorgia Meloni of it all. The
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu asked President Trump not to approve the sale of advanced weapon systems to Turkey that would upgrade the Turkish Air Force, according to Axios.
She denied that, and then he doubled down over the weekend, saying maybe he needed a restraining order against her. Obviously, another recipe for some.
This is a very important summit.
All right.
Jokes aside, like not because Turkey's at the table, but it's a very important summit because, like, right now, Ukraine is fucking pummeling Russian oil refineries, pummeling Crimea, and Russia has obviously made gains, but their territorial gains have basically stopped at this point. Okay, and this is an opportunity for leverage for Ukraine, where this NATO summit. I just have no confidence in Trump. I was about to say this NATO summit, if there is like any opportunity for diplomacy, this NATO summit, given the leverage that Ukraine has currently, could be a unique moment to do that. The issue is fucking Donald Trump is the worst mediator. Like, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but he's even worse than fucking Biden somehow. So I have no confidence in the Trump administration, and it would be a genuine shock if he is the guy that could now take advantage of, if he's the guy who could now take advantage of the fact that, like, Ukraine does have leverage, so you can bring Russia to the table to come to a manageable conclusion here, one that is devoid of some of the ridiculous red lines that were on the Russian front, on the Russian side, like demands for territory that they had yet to acquire militarily, no standing military for Ukraine. Like, these are all ridiculous demands that Russia was making, and it felt as though it always felt as though like Russia was just simply playing along with the notion of a ceasefire, a long-standing ceasefire, in an effort to continue making additional territorial acquisitions. So who knows? Obviously, the process of Ukraine hitting oil refineries in Russia has been aggressively pummeling and punishing the civilian population of Ukraine, hitting numerous civilian areas in Ukraine, Israel style, let's be real, directly engaging in war crimes.
Did threaten multiple times just this calendar year, earlier in the year, to invade Greenland, a NATO ally. Greenland's the territory of the Kingdom of Denmark, and President Trump has also repeatedly questioned whether Canada should be a sovereign country. So you can imagine what this has done to the bonds of trust. And Jake, that's what
there's
NATO's
also
really
this
all
too,
about.
obviously.
I was there on 9/11.
The U.S. shot its Patriot PAC-3 wad for Israel. That stockpile won't be replenished anytime soon. Ukraine knew that, but they're betting that their long-range strike campaign will hurt Russia more than Russia's unimpeded missile strikes will hurt Ukraine. That's what's going on right now. Because, like, the Ukrainian Air Force confirms that not a single Iskander-M ballistic missile or Zircon hypersonic cruise missile was shot down during last night's attack. This is likely due to the depleted Patriot interceptor stockpiles. Is cooked. America fucking at the behest of Israel, which is something that I've talked about already, right? Remember when I said their defensive capabilities have withered away because they blew it for Israel? And the same with even their offensive standoff munitions, right? America's offensive standoff munitions, Tomahawk missiles and the like, were depleted. Those munitions were created. Those munitions were stockpiled specifically for peer and near-peer adversaries like Russia and China. Okay? Hitting energy infrastructure is literally a war crime. Strange, not when it's Russia. I mean, fuck Putin, but no, I didn't say that it's not. What are you talking about? Yes. One side is trying to gain leverage over the invading party by attacking critical infrastructure. Yes. And it's succeeding. As far as gaining leverage, Ukraine has succeeded. It's like if both parties are engaging in war crimes, you have to look at who the offending party is. The offending party is not Ukraine. I'm sorry. That's fucking ridiculous. The offending party here is Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. Why did you keep saying rat fuck? Did you learn that word from Jennifer and now you just love using it? Now you just love it or what? You think I learned? Most likely. It's so aggravating. Not everything is a rat fuck. Jesus Fitzgerald Christ. You think I learned as a political commentator a term that has been utilized in politics since the Nixon era from someone else? Is that what you... Also, I didn't even say that this Graham Plattner story was a rat fucking operation. I just never heard you say it, and I've been watching for 2 years until she said it. Perhaps in the last 2 years that you started watching me, do you feel like maybe there is actually an active political campaign taking place because it's the midterms? And usually you engage in rat fucking when there's an active contest? Perhaps that's the reason why, as someone who's been watching for the past 2 years now, you're hearing it for the first time ever, considering that I would not deploy this terminology when there is not a political contest taking place. Do you think maybe that's the reason why? Because that's where the term comes from? Stupidest discourse on your stream to date? Yes. Yes, of course I've used the term rat fuck when I discussed Bernie Sanders in 2020, which was 6 years ago. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to test something very new. Okay? I'm going to test something very new on the broadcast, I have a guest. His name is Nick Pollum. He hasn't been on the broadcast in quite a while, but he's back. He's in Los Angeles. All right, get in here. And we are going to try something new for the first time ever.
Okay.
All right, get over there. Yeah, get over there, dude.
Okay. All right.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Look at that. I didn't even do that. Single shot.
Is this what you say?
Single shot.
Right here?
Yeah, get in the middle. Get in the middle of that. Yeah.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Back a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
Do you see that? This is a professional. You go even further. There you go. There it is. There it is. We've angled it. Look at that.
I'm in the corner of the chair, you know.
Yeah. And you're
Wait, is the mic
listen,
on?
your microphone is on.
Low. I think it's low.
Oh shit. What the fuck? Why is this so low?
Test. Oh, his mic is off. Is it muted?
No. I don't know why your microphone is unbelievably low and it's got no fucking wait, hold on.
Give it some boost there.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the noise gate and then wait, where's the noise gate? Hold on, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna turn on the noise gate, and then I'm also going to. No, hold on. Don't worry, I got it. Okay, and then I'm gonna crank up the gain.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
I think we're good.
Yeah, it's good now. It should be good.
Oh my goodness. This is it? Am I the first one to sit in this chair?
Yeah.
Wow, I have a good view of the whole room.
Yeah. No, it's scuffed. It still sounds echoey. Wait, why? That's the wrong mic. Oh, wait.
Were you doing this one?
That's too. Oh, we've swapped the microphones, bro.
David, cook me.
Oh my God. Here, speak now.
I might be loud as heck now. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're fine. I'm gonna lower it now.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, no, that's what it was. Jesus
Good.
Christ.
God bless us. This is great. How we feeling? A little bit of tech. Oh, a little tech got you stressed.
It's classic. Okay,
Oh my
it's
goodness.
classic. It's a classic job
Yeah.
from. I got a team.
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay, I got a team, and they're, sometimes they God bless them, as Joe Biden would say.
Yeah.
Anyway, how professional is this? Look at this. This is like a
This is-
professional conversation that we're having.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah.
You got the nice colored
This is
mics
like
here.
so. What I'm trying to do, and you're the consummate professional when it comes to, obviously, he's still too quiet. Wait, really? I lowered his audio. Maybe that's why. Wait,
Maybe better now. Test.
Okay,
Usually I use the word anal, but maybe not
this
here.
should be fine now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So he sounds muffled. Wait, really?
Oh.
He sounds muffled. Gain too high.
Oh, yeah, maybe because you cranked the gain. Maybe put it back at 65.
No, that's not. That's no.
Sure.
Hold on. Let's see.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
They're trolling.
No. Your gain is high.
As long as we shouldn't be peaking red. Test.
Yeah, but I peak red too.
Really?
I crank it.
Can you hear me, Chad?
Yeah, you should be fine now, but you should be a little bit lower.
Wow, use the old school activity feed pop
Yeah.
up. That's crazy.
Wait, what do you use?
I mean, there's a Independent Stream Elements has its own special app, but it is what it is. Could use.
Oh, I don't have Stream Elements. See, Streamlabs.
They have an app too.
Oh, do they? I don't
Yeah.
use any of the apps. I raw dog it. OBS.
You do. This is old school. It's
Yeah.
good now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm back home.
Yeah.
This is
Noise
where I
gate
was
is
born.
weird now. Crank it up, turn it up. Noise gate is too crazy. What? How? It looks the same as.
I actually hate that mixer, by the way. It's so tricky. Yep. Not a big fan.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Is this working? No.
Chat, you should spam as hard as you can because it will fix the problem with your energy.
Yeah. Of course. I don't know how to fix the threshold from here. Maybe I do need the fucking. I don't know. I mean, it should be fine.
Is it good now?
They keep saying audio is good, but I never know. Cut corner Paulum.
Yeah.
Anyway, last time you were here,
yes,
you got into a lot of trouble. I always get into trouble, but
Yeah.
you were also a participant in the trouble.
Yeah.
An unwitting participant, because I told you about my opinions, and there were plenty of opportunities for people to like clip super short bouts out of
People love doing that, by the way.
Yeah, they do. They do love doing that. You have a clip here that I'm going to be looking at real quick.
Oh, God. Is it of me?
Wait. Yes, it is of you. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
So this was
literally
this is earlier today.
The problem is the haters seem to be the ones that watch them the most. So you'll watch an 8-hour Hasan stream, hate him, clip him 1,000 times to Twitter, but you're helping him by watching him. And I keep telling people, if you really want people to kind of vanish, just don't talk about them anymore. And it's happened to some people. You know, some people you don't talk about anymore. That, you know, they're gone. They're off in their own little world. You know, spinning slots. No one's watching. You know, you can do that. But people like with Hasan, especially and Asman, they don't. It's like you have to.
Why are you giving them advice on lowering my relevance?
Well, I wouldn't know if it's lowering your relevance.
Uh-huh.
Well, kind of would. Because think of this, do you want them to be so negative and mean about you all the time?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
And
I
I'm telling
actually
you,
want them to stop.
The people who
doing
support
that.
you, okay, are enough for you to be as relevant as you want to be. Can I tell you what my mom said?
What did your mom say?
So my mother messaged me today.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And she wants some words. And my mom is a Hasan supporter.
Yeah.
And she has shown me that she has been in the comments defending you. My
Wow.
own mother.
That's crazy. Wait, can you go full screen on this?
My own mother.
No. Wait,
this,
how do we do the? Oh, I just do like this.
Okay, now let me read this and keep in mind. My mom literally thinks that you're a better son to her than I am.
Okay, I
True
mean
story.
she's right.
Yeah, she is. So this is what she said. I said, I'll be heading to Hasan's today. Any messages for him? And she goes, yes, tell him that I know he's busy saving the world, but can he please help my son? He has lost his moral compass in search of fame and the almighty dollar. Also tell him that the next time he's in Michigan, holler.
Okay. I am. Oh, is she voting for Abdul Al Sayed? Is the first question I have.
We'll get there.
Okay.
And she says, tell him I'll pay him to help you. I don't have much, but I'll give what I can. And then she goes on to say, ask him to offer you a job to help him save the world. So she wants me to work for you to help save the world. And then she says, are you going to be on the YouTubes?
That's crazy.
And then
she's right.
The final thing that she said, oh, text me when I'm there. I'm here. Okay. And then she says,
you're a bad son. You're a bad son for not letting her know immediately because she's missing this.
So she'll watch it on the YouTube, I'm sure.
Okay.
And keep in mind, this is going to be clipped everywhere, and it's know what's going to happen.
It's probably Fox News.
Yeah. And then she says, you better tell him too, which I did, mother. Sorry. She goes, tell him I'm definitely voting for Abdul Al
Sayed.
Yes.
Let's go.
And then she says, tell him the suits are perfect. It goes like this.
Wow. This is why I've been wearing the suits. So this is part of the reason why.
So like I said, yes, I was giving the haters some way to, but you have so much love and support that you don't even need them to keep yourself relevant. So as far as I'm concerned,
True.
they can just go and do their own thing.
W moms. I got the W mom community. And of course, moms are suit enjoyers. I knew that already. That's like I realized I was getting clipped and then getting posted.
Mm-hmm.
The Abdul Al Sayed campaign is really interesting because he's awesome. He's a stud. He was head of the Detroit Public Health.
Okay.
And so he's been at this for a long time. He's like, he wants everyone to have health care, stuff like that.
That's good.
Things that you would agree with.
Yeah, of course. The only person I remember is Kwame Brown.
Okay.
Not Kwame Brown. Kwame Kilpatrick. Kwame Brown's the basketball player.
Okay.
Remember him? Kilpatrick. He was a long time ago. He was the governor. Kwame Kilpatrick, and then he was throwing a party in the mansion. He did a whole bunch of drugs. Yeah,
the Michigan State representative, former Michigan State representative, Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah, this is the last guy I knew.
He was. I believe he might have been pardoned by Donald Trump.
What?
Yeah, he got a criminal conviction, scandal cover up, 2003 civil lawsuit filed against Kilpatrick by ex-bodyguard Harold Nelthrop, former deputy police chief Gary Brown. State of the city address. Recall efforts against Kilpatrick. Criminal charges were brought. 12-count criminal indictment against Kilpatrick and Beatty. Charging Kilpatrick with 8 felonies and Beatty with 7. Charges for both included perjury, misconduct in office, obstruction of justice. Worthy suggested that others in the Kilpatrick administration could also be charged. He resigns from the mayoralty in 2008.
This is the last guy I knew that was anything
Yeah,
political.
he had his commutation of sentencing in January 20th, 2021.
Wow. Why did he get pardoned?
He commuted Kilpatrick's sentence with less than 12 hours remaining before the end of his first non-consecutive term. The White House statement on the commutation of Kilpatrick reads, Mr. Kilpatrick has served approximately 7 years in prison for his role in a racketeering and bribery scheme where he held public office. During his incarceration, Mr. Kilpatrick has taught public speaking classes and has held Bible study groups with his fellow inmates. And Mr. Trump's commutation allowed Kilpatrick to gain release 20 years early.
Oh my God.
Though it did not vacate his conviction. The commutation left in place the almost $4.8 million in restitution and 3-year probation. Kilpatrick will not be able to run for office in Michigan until 2033 as a felon is excluded from politics for 20 years after conviction under Michigan law.
Yeah,
I feel like Donald Trump sometimes is just doing it for the love of the game. Like I do think sometimes, like, because he has pardoned a lot of Democrats. Right? Like Henry Cuellar is another one. He got money from Azerbaijan. He was like not so in the United States of America, you have to like if you're lobbying for a foreign government, if you're doing stuff at the behest of a foreign government, you have to like register as a foreign agent.
Okay.
Except for Israel, of course.
Okay.
Obviously. Donald Trump pardoned him.
But how did Donald Trump even know who this was? Did someone just tell him?
Yeah, of course. There's people telling him who.
He probably had no idea who this guy was.
Yeah, and the thing is, well, he might have known because Henry Cuellar is like the most conservative Democrat. Like he's like super, super right wing. He's in Texas. And I think Donald Trump did it for a quid pro quo to be like, I got you, now you got to get me. Oh my God. But Henry Cuellar has at times also has also been like critical of Trump, and sometimes he'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? We pardoned you. Like, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. So,
the
thing is, Hasan, I'm going to be honest here. Can I be honest?
Mm-hmm.
I really only get my politics from you and from Asman. So I really, I'm being honest, brother. I'm keeping it plain.
Dude, your brain has to be fucking melted if that's the case.
Well, keep in mind, my brain doesn't really work that well, so it doesn't absorb much.
How is that even possible? Like, how is that even? We are on the diametrical opposite sides of virtually every issue.
I don't know what to do. I can't. I watch you. I watch him. That's it. You can check my Twitch history.
The fucking median voter, dude. The median voter. So like, you hear. So basically, I'll cover a story.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll flip back and forth.
And then Asman will cover the same story.
Yeah.
And his coverage on the story is literally the opposite. So what do you think in that moment where you're like, I guess both sides are true? Like,
well, I try to come up with my own opinions based on what you guys have shown me.
This is why your mom wants me to save you.
Yeah, it is.
Because she's an adult and understands that you are not one. So that's why she's like, you have to stop.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the thing is, I'm not a man of much conviction.
Yeah.
I'm always kind of in the middle, I'm always like kind of in the middle.
Okay.
But I do be watching all the time.
So like,
yeah. But the thing is, you want to know why I come over here though?
What?
So you can give me an update.
Yeah.
It's like the last time I came over, you literally, first off, you know my friends, Soda Poppin'?
Yes.
He didn't know what Israel was or Palestine was.
I know. He gave me. Yeah, that was quite the controversy.
What do you mean?
It was when he rated a lot of people F. I think even including Asmongold, or Asmongold was C tier or something. Asmongold was really mad.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, he's doing that because I defeated him in World of Warcraft or something."
I remember, and I asked Chance about it. He didn't remember that.
And he complained about it. Asmongold complained about it. It was interesting. None of it made to LSF. It feels like because if you recall, many years ago when I said, "Oh, XQC sucks for rating me low," everyone was like, "Oh, Hasan is going to kill himself."
Okay.
There's a lot of maneuvering on Reddit, on subreddits.
LSF has gone to the wind. It is completely astroturfed and brigaded, and it's not even to the point where it's even worth looking at anymore. They've just lost it. They've lost it in the sauce.
Swap the frames. It'll make the conversation appear normal. It looks like y'all are sitting away from each other.
So in the duo one, I think they're talking about.
Yeah, let me see. Let me fix it real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, nice. So
It doesn't. It looks like we're facing
Well,
away from.
you have to invert your camera now there.
Yeah. Okay. That's true.
Wait, no, that's not true because you look at me. Because you talk, you look at me, right?
Yeah, but
you look fine. See?
wait. Will it? No, it won't.
Look at
Oh,
me.
yeah.
It does.
It
It's good.
does. It does work. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's do it.
Hello.
Yeah.
It
Is that
works.
better? Did this work, chat?
The problem is these angles aren't symmetrical. Like
Yeah.
I'm sitting perpendicular to you, so no
Yeah.
matter what happens, it's gonna look kind of weird.
I know, but well, this is the problem with like trying to do a. We're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have a like we're gonna do a revamp of the studio.
Yeah.
So that I can have like a like a real news broadcast, basically go from like doing straight to camera, single cam to like having guests on, and then it's
Oh my God.
gonna be.
So how do you feel that you've kind of like evolved past Twitch now, and you're kind of like a real person?
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, but I liked it. I liked being in both spaces. I like being in both spaces where I could do like, fun shit, go to like a phase party or something, you know what I
Can't
mean?
do that anymore?
I mean, I still could, but I have definitely collabed less in the last year or so, in the last couple of years, because like I think when people, I mean, every streamer is a brand.
Correct.
Right? Every streamer is a fucking brand. And with that comes a lot of responsibility, or like a lot of financial interests in not rocking the boat. So like from the perspective of the average Twitch streamer who doesn't know a single fucking thing about politics or credibility or credentials, they literally look at someone like myself and go, oh, this is a guy who rocks the boat. This is a guy who's not brand friendly.
Yeah.
They don't think like, oh, do I agree with his worldview? Do I...
it's all about the dollar, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they go, oh, this is a guy who, criticizes a lot of big corporations. Some corporations have also personally decided to, oh, the Twitch banner is fucking busted. Wait, why is there a Twitch banner? Oh, because it's on a scene. Wait, hold on.
When it's layered, it gets complicated.
Yeah. Well, how the fuck do I find the scene? No, that's your single cam, but this is like this is the guest single. Did he hide them? No. Why is there a fucking? How did he do this? Oh wait, it's right here. All right, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Boom, banner's gone.
All right, hey, you did it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, working in.
By the way,
what?
So my mom is watching, and she's
Okay.
talking about me working for you. And she
Okay.
says, tell him you can start off at the bottom, maybe security or housekeeping.
You are not good at either of those things. How would you be able to do either of those things? You would be terrible at both security and housekeeping.
That's what my mom wants, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, obviously, it's not my strength.
Yeah, yeah. That would be dangerous for me. Like I feel like I would.
I'd be on LSF.
I'd be
and something would happen. It's looking.
I'd be compromising myself.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, take Nick on the campaign trail. Yeah, no, that's not.
Why? Why not?
There's no
Is it
shot.
dangerous?
Well, you are great with tech.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I can fix.
You
any
could
tech.
do it. You want to be my camera guy?
I mean, honestly, I could if you really need me. I already was at the last DreamCon.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. You want to be? I can
Yeah.
bring you around.
Listen,
Well,
I'm
I
down.
am going to go to Michigan if you want to come with me.
Yeah, that would make my mom so happy. She only really wants a few things from me in life. She wanted me to go to prom with a black woman, which I did, and she wants me to help you save the world.
Okay.
So those are the two things.
All right.
So I might as well.
All right.
I might as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll think about it.
Is
We'll
there a lot of
consider it.
walking?
I'll send you. Yes, there's gonna be a lot of walking. You did it. You did it at DreamCon. You could do it again.
I'm in so much pain.
You did it at
I'm in
DreamCon.
so
You could
much
do it
pain.
again. I believe in you.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me flip the fucking screen back. Boom. Okay. This is better for now.
So I'm here, and I like to come here once in a while to
Uh-huh.
get an update on the politics world.
Mm-hmm.
What have I essentially missed? Because you're talking about midterms. That stuff is way above my pay grade. You mentioned
Yeah.
people I don't even know exist. So,
So
what have
so
I
the midterms
missed?
are happening.
Yeah.
Right. Which
are what for the uninitiated?
Every 2 years you have congressional representatives in the House of Representatives and some people in the Senate come to the end of their term. Okay? Because they have, in the Senate, they have a certain timeline, certain years, a certain amount of years that they have, that they're in office. And in the House of Representatives, every 2 years.
Hasn't people like Mitch McConnell been there for like 85 years?
Yes.
So how's that a thing?
So so Senate term's 6 years. So he's done it for consecutive terms. Jake Tapper mentioned you just now. Oh no. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Speaking of which, by the way, Mitch McConnell might be brain dead.
What?
Yeah.
Is that news?
Yeah, that's new information.
I thought he was already kind of getting by.
Yeah. He was barely holding it together. He's no longer holding it together. He had a cardiac arrest where they had to try and resuscitate him, and they shipped him to the hospital, but we don't actually know what his conditions are currently, but the speculation is that he is brain dead, at least.
How old is he?
If not dead. How old is he? I think he's 85.
So I got a question.
Yeah.
So doing what you do specifically, you're a young man, and doing what these other guys do, like the political stuff, it is serious stuff. It takes a lot of effort and brain power, and it's kind of stressful. Why would you want to do that at 85? Why not just go hang out on the beach
Mitch McConnell's job is not as stressful as mine.
Is not?
No, fuck no. Being a senator is very different than...
Really? Don't they have to know what's going on?
Senators have a much easier job than most human beings.
Really?
Yes.
What do they do
bro.
then?
Yes, because okay. So this is part of the here's part of the problem. Like, this actually is at the heart of a lot of controversy right now. A lot of the political battles that we're fighting is that when you actually get into Senate, you hire a team of people, you hire staffers around you.
Right.
But even more importantly than that, you sit there and you basically have lobbyists come to your office and say, "Hey, we are, we're with the oil and gas lobby, right? We want a new bill that will allow us ease of access. Like, we want a new oil pipeline to open up, Exxon Valdez, whatever, something like that. And we'll write the bill for you. We'll write the legislation for you. All you need to do is introduce it. And you can put your name on it, and you can introduce it. And if you do that, next time you run, we'll give you, we'll open up our coffers for you. We'll give you like tens of millions of dollars in super PAC money."
Confused. Why would a company write a bill?
What do you mean? That's all they do. Companies hire lobbyists to write bills that lobbyists will then take to senators, who will then introduce the bill as though it's their own, as though they wrote it themselves.
Okay, I don't want to sound like
and everyone knows that this is the case.
That doesn't sound like that's legit. That seems like that shouldn't happen. Am I an idiot?
I wouldn't say you're an idiot, but I think like most people have the exact same approach that you do when they hear about it. And they're like, that sounds unbelievable. That shouldn't happen.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say I had $1 trillion, okay? Like old Muskie, okay? And I'm like, you know what? I think every Thursday, women shouldn't be allowed to wear socks. And I introduced that bill. And then I pay them.
Yeah. That would be tough to get across.
But doesn't that seem like kind of like a bribe?
That is a bribe. That's what it is. It's legalized bribery. Yeah.
What the hell?
So Citizens United was a Supreme Court decision that decided that corporations have the same like speech powers as people, as human beings. And therefore, they should be able to exercise their First Amendment rights by being able to, and money is speech. They can exercise their First Amendment rights by giving money to super PACs that can then give money, or that can buy ads for different campaigns. Now, there were some restrictions in the past on this. There was this like red line that a super PAC that can get unlimited unlimited donations, and also hide who they're getting their donations from, could then set up and say, we are the Friends of the Oil Industry PAC, right? And we love Mitch McConnell. And they could turn around and spend $10 million, $20 million on a race and basically eviscerate the competition. Got it. Right? They could just, because if you're in like 96% of races, the side that has more money, the side that spends more money on ads, wins.
Okay.
Because you're
pay to win.
blasting. You're blasting. Oh, show them the Austinox video. Actually, you know what? This could be a good introduction. Here, Austinox made this video 2 years ago.
To bribe a U.S. politician. Sorry, that's against the rules. So let's break the rules. And if we're gonna break the rules, you need to know them. Bribery of a politician is illegal, or at least our legal system thinks it should be. There's 3 major court decisions that built up to the loophole we're going to use. Because a mistake was made along the way that legalized the bribery of any U.S. politician. Now, in a perfect crime-ridden world, we could just give money directly to politicians in exchange for something. Quid pro quo. But our first court decision in 1976 prevents that. Buckley versus Vallejo. The Supreme Court rules that it is constitutional to limit donations to political campaigns. Because if you can't give $100,000 to a candidate, and you're limited to something like $3,000, that makes it very unlikely the candidate will do something for you. We've got senators accepting gold bars out here. Good luck bribing someone for $3,000. The limit also applies to political action committees, PACs, which take donations, then give the money to candidates. You, as of right now, can only donate $5,000 to a PAC per election cycle. But you're a millionaire, and you're looking to bribe someone. So 5K is just not going to cut it. 2010, Citizens United versus the FEC. The Supreme Court rules that as long as a corporation doesn't coordinate with candidates, there's no possibility of them corrupting candidates. That limiting the spending of a corporation to advocate for or against any political candidate is an infringement on free speech. The free speech of the corporation, of course. This overruled the 1990 Supreme Court decision that said it was constitutional to limit corporations' spending on elections, because if corporations could spend as much as they want to promote candidates, it would distort the political process. That's what the old one said. Thank God we fixed that, right? So now, corporations can spend as much as they like to help out a politician's campaign, as long as they're not coordinating.
Okay.
Would you be shocked if I were to tell you that now the Supreme Court in this last cycle, only a week ago, decided that corporations, by way of their super PACs, can directly coordinate with campaigns as well? Because it turns out that was also a significant violation of their First Amendment rights. Corporations are not only people, but people with a lot of money, unlimited money, but they're also people that can now directly coordinate with the campaigns as well.
So they took two Band-Aids off.
This limitation was already marginal, right? There's a concept called red boxing. So campaigns would basically put a red box around what their priority targets were for ad campaigns. Like if they wanted to, highlight the weaknesses of a certain opponent, for example, it was a loophole. They would just write on their, they would basically put on their campaign website a sequence of demands that they were just simply putting out there about their opposition or out there about on their media page. They were basically putting out what they wanted to highlight about their candidacy. This would be a loophole that overcame this direct contact rule anyway.
Yep.
But now the Supreme Court has decided you don't even need to do that. You could just directly coordinate with campaigns. All right, let's get back to the video.
This sounds like the biggest form of brigading.
Yes, but this time it's something more powerful than brigading and botting. It's money. And money is the most powerful motivator for everyone.
But you want to bribe a politician, and you still can't donate any more than $5,000 to a PAC. Those limits are still there. So we need our third court case, speechnow.org versus the FEC, also in 2010. Almost immediately after Citizens United, with Citizens United ruling that independent expenditures by corporations have no risk of corrupting an election. Then neither do donations to those corporations.
Okay, so
that's the logic.
Unlimited part then.
This is where the mistake was made. And if your donation has no risk of corruption, no risk of quid pro quo, then Buckley doesn't apply anymore. It's unconstitutional to stop you from donating as much money as you want to a corporation, and it's unconstitutional to stop a corporation from spending that money on their own. Important note, this wasn't a Supreme Court ruling. It never reached the Supreme Court because the Attorney General didn't think it would be important. So, if you set up a political action committee, but it doesn't coordinate with any campaign, any candidate, people can donate as much as they want. Those PACs are called super PACs. Try to pause here and figure out how you'd bribe a politician with these tools.
How would you bribe a politician? You wanted them to have Sockless Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Or Thursdays. I apologize.
We do Fridays.
Sockless Fridays.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you would do to bribe a politician.
Well, if that's what I wanted.
Okay.
Let's say like I had a nail polish company. That's how I made my billions.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone wanted, they want to have their feet out. So they want to make it look good.
Yeah.
Pay for nail polish.
Okay. I thought you were going somewhere pervy with that. It turns out you had a financial acumen behind this
You said
decision.
it's all about the money. That's where I've been.
Okay.
I'm down a lot of money after the divorce.
Maybe it's a twofer where like they're also, Dogs Out Friday, you get to see the dogs and you get to make money on
I'm
the
a little
side.
bit different. I only see Catchy's feet now. There's no other
Okay.
I am like this.
Okay, that's good
You know
to know.
Catchy, right? You seen her?
Yes. Yes, I have.
All right.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Yep.
Because now it's easy. All you need to do is promise that politician you'll donate $100,000, maybe
There's
a
no
million. Just not to them. You'll donate it to the super PAC that's running ads to advocate for them. All they have to do in exchange is give you a favor once they're elected.
So you as an individual can only donate $3,500 now.
Right.
And you can do that for the primary, you can do that for general. So the technical max out is $7,000.
Okay.
I have done so for many candidates around the country. But that's the limit.
But you can go to the super PACs.
But if I were to go to a super PAC, for example, I could give unlimited amounts of money to a campaign. And not only that, but also I could personally even like hide that I was doing this. And many people do. It's much more difficult to figure out who is giving money to certain super PACs. Some super PACs don't, like dark money. Super PACs refuse to disclose and don't have the duty to disclose who's giving them money. You can be an anonymous donor.
So my question is, okay, let's say you give the money to the super PACs, right? And you expect a favor later. How do you guarantee you even get that favor?
Because once again, money talks. There has been really funny moments, though. There are some Democratic politicians that have actually received money from AIPAC and AIPAC shell corporations. AIPAC is the American Israel PAC. That is the Israel, like the famous Israel lobby.
Yeah.
And they have actually received a lot of money from their shell corporations like UDP, United Democracy. What is it? UDP is the United Democracy Project.
Okay.
Sounds great, right? United Democracy Project. Who doesn't like democracy that is united? Well, it turns out, wrong. That's actually an Israel shell corporation. It's a way to funnel funds from pro-Israel donors to candidates without having it be known as an Israeli foreign lobby organization.
What does it do it on his day-to-day? It's a money funnel? Do they do stuff?
Yeah, it's a way to connect big donors without any impediment with candidates.
And you said
candidates that will then deny the wishes of the majority. If the majority of the public is saying like Israel has done a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, we should stop giving them weapons. They're using those weapons. We should stop spending tax dollars and arms shipments to this country that's like murdering children with it. We should spend that money here on U.S. soil fixing the fucking potholes, right? Like that's what you would think.
Right.
Well, politicians are less responsive to those demands when they know that their reelection chances are coming from money that is pro-Israel money.
Man, dude, this sounds like an absolute clusterfuck.
Yeah, this is at the heart of
you
why
you cover this stuff every day.
I do. Yeah.
It doesn't wear you down. You don't get like tired, like damn, this is a big ass hole.
No. I mean, someone's got to do it.
That's right.
Yeah, someone's got to fucking do it. Noise Gate's clipping Nick again. Fuck me.
Oh, maybe I'm too far away.
Yeah.
Better
suck
now?
on that Noise Gate, dude.
I forgot that we got to be right in here. Did you hear what I asked yet? I asked him if he ever gets tired of going after all this stuff. You know, like
Wait, hold on. I think I might have been able to fix your noise gate, actually.
Hello. Hey, Austin.
Hold on.
How you doing, big boy?
Noise gate. Even, I think it might be even better now. Hold on.
Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. LA's good this time around. Actually, I had a great time so far. Sounds good.
Okay, it should be better now.
Perfect.
Yeah, I changed the threshold on your noise gate. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's finish this video. I forgot.
Something for something.
Something
And
for
because the
something.
courts have declared that this could never, ever possibly cause corruption, you're in the clear. That is how our elections function, and have been since 2010. Now, to any normal person, that's a clear mistake. Because that's corruption. What we've
Sounds
been
like it.
doing is corruption. It's bribery.
Guys, yes, and if you could just give him a little light, that'd be perfect. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. These are Lumix cameras. Okay, these are Lumix cameras. They're fixed, and we have one fixed lighting sequence for multiple different camera angles. This makes it unbelievably difficult. This makes it unbelievably difficult to make sure that we have the exact same lighting all the fucking time.
I got it.
Okay.
This is good. I'm here to learn.
You know how this fucking works.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not like this is not a. Like, there's nothing I can do about it.
Is that a fan email?
Okay.
What is that?
No, it's Morgan. It's Frogan.
Frogan's name is Morgan?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Nick solo cam shakes like crazy when you touch the desk. Like, bro, it's an earthquake. Okay, well, we'll fix that as well in the future. But for the time being, you just got to ignore these issues. Your guest needs a little bit more makeup. Come on, man.
Bro, this is what I look like. Like, I don't know what to... Wait, what do you mean more makeup? I don't have any on. Wait, are they saying that I'm cute? What are they saying?
I don't know. I don't know what they're saying.
Oh my goodness.
But I love having fucking 33,000 people giving production notes.
That's
in
really...
real time.
Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time as well.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
brutal.
It's the best. It's the best. I love it. They know so much better than I ever could. And it's crazy that they just don't. I'm just so fortunate that they're constantly giving me this sage advice that I have not been able to figure out on my own over the fucking 10 years that I've been doing this.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Did the mic peak? If not, that was actually some text that...
No, it definitely peaked. I peaked it on purpose.
Oh, shit. Wait, do you still swear?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I
That's
try not
crazy.
to. I try not to swear, but I do.
Oh my goodness. So give me a quick rundown. Like what is the political climate looking like? Like what's like I saw this thing about Trump talking about soccer and he like messaged FIFA about the
Balogun is a striker for the American team. He got a red card in the game, in the previous game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because he stepped on a dude's ankle.
Yeah.
And then in the VAR in slow motion, they looked at it and they were like, that's definitely a red card. That's like red card worthy. And obviously everyone was like, fuck that. That's bullshit. And then Donald Trump called the FIFA president Infantino, who's a very corrupt guy, famously a very corrupt guy.
Okay.
And he said, you know, what's going on there? Because when you get a red card, you don't just get ejected from the game. You get suspended from the next game.
Huh.
So basically, they didn't suspend. They didn't like take away the suspension. They pushed it back 1 year. So they didn't even go back on the decision to say like, oh, this decision was wrong. They found a loophole. They found a loophole to basically. They found a loophole to basically say, yeah, we'll just suspend him a year from now.
And is that because Trump called him? Because I saw him talking about this conversation, and I don't know if it was AI or not, but he actually did call them.
He did, yeah.
Wow.
No, he openly admitted to it.
I thought they weren't supposed to talk to the countries and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's Trump. He does whatever the fuck he wants. He's corruption maxing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that's
just how it is.
That's absolutely
anyway.
crazy.
Let's finish this Buckley v. Vallejo.
It's
Let's
what
finish
the
this
law
and then
intends to prevent.
you'll
There's
be
no
woke.
functional difference if the money you donate is going to a PAC or to the campaign. As long as it helps the candidate, you can use that to influence them. quid pro quo. It's a clear oversight. This is why most of the spending on modern campaigns doesn't come from the campaigns anymore. It comes from super PACs. Super PACs funded by the rich to buy politicians. The solution is putting those donation limits back, and they can be, once the Supreme Court overrules the court that declared these limits unconstitutional. But until that mistake is fixed, this is your up-to-date guide on how to bribe a politician.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what it is. It's just pure corruption. If you're ever wondering, like, why won't politicians like advocate? Why won't politicians advocate for good things, like things that would be beneficial for a lot of people, things that like seemingly there's a lot of appetite for? Well, that's because the corporation is out there making money, and they're giving some of the money that they make back to the politicians to make sure that they put the interest of the corporation over the interest of the people.
That's why we don't have really good public transport here, because of the car lobbies.
That's a big part of it. Yeah. Speaking of corporations, 5 super PACs have spent a combined $32 million to back Haley Stevens, who is now the opposition to Abdullah Syed, your mom's and my preferred candidate.
Michigan?
This is in Michigan. This is for the Senate run. There's
$32 million to back someone else.
$32 million have been deployed in Haley Stevens' direction, including 2 of the groups that are tied to AIPAC. And this is in a primary. This is like historic amounts of money being spent. Like to juxtapose that with the UK Conservative Party, in the entire year of 2024 in the general election, the UK Conservative Party spent $31 million. So this is just one primary out of 50 likely seats. Okay, one fucking primary.
So this $32 million goes
Or
in
100
goes in
likely
like ads,
What?
like ad campaigns and stuff, like the ones you see on TV. Is that where that money goes?
Yeah. They will buy ads. One of them was actually attacking Abdul, calling him a sexist. They're AIPAC. The Israel lobby obviously doesn't want to run ads being like, we're the Israel lobby. This candidate really loves Israel. This candidate doesn't. You should vote for the candidate that loves Israel. Because everybody is like, why the fuck would I care about this?
Wait, what does Israel have to do with Michigan?
Great question. Great question.
I'm not going to lie. I grew up in Michigan. Oh, you got a whole bunch of gifted subs. Oh my God.
Yeah. What Kami says, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. There's a golden Capitrain that just initiated. That's why.
Oh, because like, I grew up in Michigan, and I'm gonna be honest. I went to a school called Oakland University. I had a 3.0 GPA. I didn't even know Israel was even related to America. Like I didn't know we even had a relationship until like maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. No, a lot of people are like you.
No clue.
A lot of people are just like you. They don't know. They don't know that America has given Israel $380 billion in the last 80 years. Did you know that? $380 billion, Nick.
For what?
Weapons, defense.
Wait, is that my tax money?
Yes. Yeah. Where do you think it's coming from? We go to work.
Can I have it back?
We pay our taxes.
Oh no, dude.
Okay, we go to work, we pay our taxes. The government goes, you know where I could use these taxes?
Where?
On Israel's defense, so that it can
go
and
like the Iron Dome.
Like the Iron Dome. Yeah. Yeah, that's so the Iron Dome is a dual contract too. So it's both American research and Israeli research that went into it. And we make all the missiles, the Tamir interceptors for the Iron Dome, and we still send them that. Barack Obama on the way out gave Israel a memorandum of understanding that allowed Israel to take, on top of all the money that we had given to Israel thus far, $10 billion. Or no, more than that, actually. I believe it's like $3 billion a year for 10 years. So now it's not even $10 billion. It's like 30.
Yeah.
And that was just straight cash that we were giving to Israel so that Israel could take that money and then purchase the Tamir interceptor missiles that we were making for Israel.
Okay,
so we were also giving $3.8 billion a year. Sorry,
so we give them money. What do they give us back besides buying our weapons?
Nothing.
That can't be true.
No, literally. They are a reliable ally in a resource-rich region. So they're an unsinkable aircraft carrier.
Do we give money to other people? Yeah,
we give money to a lot of people, but nothing like Israel.
Not that much.
And no one. The only other country that gets as much money or has gotten as much money is Israel's neighbor, Egypt. So that we can keep
We give
Egypt,
money to Egypt?
Yes, so that Egypt stays stable. There's different ways that we give money, by the way. There's like USAID and stuff like that as well. But like we keep Egypt stable. It's currently under basically a military rule by this guy named Sisi. And we keep giving them money so that we can make sure that this the other side of this important logistical choke point is controlled by an ally, a country that is at least aligned and relatively stable.
Okay.
Stable doesn't mean that they're actually sovereign, though. We can't let Egypt be a sovereign nation because if they were, and if they were to abide by the wishes of their population, they could potentially decide Israel is no longer a good country to be in the neighborhood with, and they could maybe even take military action against Israel, and that would shake things up quite a bit. And that is precisely the reason why we fund a lot of these other countries in the neighborhood to stop them from blocking this Suez Canal, for example.
And why is that canal? Again, treat me like I'm 3.
Why is that canal important?
Yes. Like
a lot of commerce flows through it.
Like what? Like is it just like the
just
oil stuff?
everything. Oil, gas.
We can't get that from somewhere else?
I mean, no, that's like a easy route.
Okay.
Oil. Otherwise, you would have to go through the Horn of Africa, which would make travel a lot more costly. It would be a lot longer of a
We
trip.
can't just get it from Canada?
Are you talking about just we as in America?
Yeah.
Oh, this is not. I mean, some of that comes to the United States of America, but this is for international commerce. So it's for Europe, for example. It's very important.
Keep in mind, chat, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like this politics stuff, like I said earlier, I only get my politics from this guy and Asman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you think Asman knows any of this stuff?
Well,
be honest. Do you think Asman knows a single thing that I just explained to you?
Maybe. But the thing about Asman, he does have a memory that like if he sees something, he'll remember it. Like he has like a photographic memory. So I don't know.
There is fucking 0% chance that he knows a single damn thing that I just mentioned to you.
I mean, he's talking about it all day. So what's he talking about then? He must
He's
know.
just fucking rehashing whatever he's seen on Twitter and then grokking it.
I don't know. I think he might know. One of these days, you and him have to have a conversation.
I would love that. I
don't want to be there, but I think
balls in his court. Balls in his court.
You know, I really do.
Also, people can talk. They can just talk out of their ass. He knows.
I mean, he's good. You and him both. And that's why I put you guys in S tier. You guys have the ability to talk about things and keep people interested more than most people. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't deny that. You keep people interested.
I guess I'm not denying that I can do that. I just think that, being able to entertain people is one thing, and then being able to educate them is an entirely different thing. And I don't think Asmongold's doing a whole lot of education. He's doing a lot of maybe entertainment by leaning into people's perceived biases, like perceived notions of the world, by telling them, things are bad because trans people exist. Video game titties are smaller. You need to vote for Donald Trump. He's great. Israel is a wonderful country. Things like that.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I listen to you. I listen to him. And when it comes to like absorbing information, there's a reason why I was a 3.0 student, not a 4.0 student.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I really absorb it, but you guys do keep me company, especially when I'm bored.
Okay. That's good.
So I don't know if I'm like a bad viewer in your eyes.
Yeah. No, I don't necessarily. There's no such thing. I would ask you the question, like, why do you think Asmongold won't have a conversation with you? Because I'm on board with it. I'd be down to do it. And we have had conversations in the past. So why do you think he refused to have a conversation? Because it's not on my end.
I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. He's not much of a confrontational guy. Like he really isn't. Like face to face. Again, me and him were in the same org, okay? For a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And he was always the one who was trying to like kind of squash all the issues we had.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, we had a lot of issues in OTK. You know this.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
You did.
So, he wasn't really, I don't know. Maybe it's just not him to go head to head. But maybe one day. You can always just keep asking. The worst he can say is no.
Yeah, I mean, I have. Yeah. He's just not doing it because he keeps saying he would rather farm me. to his
Okay,
audience.
Well, maybe he'd rather farm you. I don't know. Maybe it's more beneficial.
That's because it's because he knows that if we had a normal conversation like the one that you and I are having right now, his audience would realize that Asmongold doesn't really know anything. And that he's just kind of been talking out of his ass.
Maybe.
And that's what it is. He's very confrontational behind a keyboard. He's very confrontational
I think
behind
most
his
people
screen.
Like, again, I think most people are that way. You know?
I agree.
Yeah, I am, at least with my little battles that I have that aren't political at all, I'm quite confrontational, like, to people. But I don't know anything about what you guys are talking about, so I could never really have a strong opinion on it. You know, now I know about tech.
I wish you would learn a little bit more from listening to what I have to say.
That's
but
what my mother told me to come see you.
Yeah, that
you know,
would
and
be nice.
I do listen. You know, this makes sense. This APAC stuff, sewer pack stuff. Like, I'm trying my best to absorb it.
Yeah.
You know, and then I will try my best to regurgitate it to Soda Poppin'. Again, he just learned about Israel Palestine. He thought it was Palestine versus Iran. That's what he thought the war was.
That's crazy.
That is, you can check my podcast. There's a clip. That's what he thought was going on. So you are just on a different level of this stuff. Okay, we don't know. And honestly, I'm gonna say it. I think I might be the average American, man.
No, you are a lot closer. I do. Well, you're definitely a lot closer to the average streamer or like the normie that I talk to all the time.
Yeah, but I do come over to ask questions to learn. Like that's why.
Charitability is all I ask for.
Like
so
that's why I
good.
wanted to come learn. You know, and
that's
you know,
good.
Even last time, like I remember Caroline came over and she was teaching me a whole bunch of stuff and the things that you told me. You know, I try my best to listen to it.
Yeah.
And then every time I come over here, there's like 1,000 threads of like why I'm an idiot. You know, but fuck
there
it.
probably will be. There probably will be, and there'll be like Hasan is brainwashing Nick.
But like, it doesn't seem like to me anything you're saying about like the APAC stuff. It doesn't seem like that's not correct. That sounds like that's
kind of the point. That's why people aggressively try to smear what I'm doing.
I'm getting smeared at the moment.
I like to say they can't tackle the message, so they try to shoot the messenger.
That's what's happening to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. That's what I think. That's probably what's happening.
Did you hear about all my divorce stuff, Hasan?
No, I have no.
Did you know I was married?
I did not even know that you were married.
Wait, is this news to you right today?
I mean, I just assume
you're not keeping up with me. I keep up with you.
No, and also I don't want to know. To be fair, and it's probably a good thing that I didn't know anything about what was going on in your life. But also, I don't know anything because I've been too busy working on.
You want a quick rundown?
Shit. No, I feel like it's no. I don't want a quick rundown.
Okay.
No, definitely not.
If you see any post on LSF, it's out of context.
I don't go on LSF.
Okay, good.
I've never gone on LSF.
Really?
I haven't gone on LSF in years.
Oh my God. I was on there yesterday.
What?
I have an alt account named Eastern Waltz. I post bad about my friends.
Nick. Oh,
I'm kidding.
my
That's
God.
a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Jesus Christ.
It's not a joke. It's absolutely real.
You're being rude as fuck, Hasan? No, I'm not. I'm not being Trust me.
I'll give you just a quick rundown.
No.
It
Let's
takes 2
not.
seconds.
Let's not get into it. Let's not get into it. Please, Nick. Let's not get into it.
I went to court, Hasan. I was in court. I was there. The judge was talking to me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You should go on.
So I made a YouTube video, by the way. I got over 1 million views. And the summary is, I went to court because me and Melania got divorced. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. The judge ruled in my favor. So that's the summary.
Okay.
And I'm no longer a millionaire.
So the judge ruled in your favor, but you're still not a millionaire? How does that work?
Because when you only have $1 million and you split it in half.
Oh, so the judge ruled in your favor, but you still you still gave half of
That's what I wanted.
The channel's revenue.
Not channel's revenue, just money we made. Yeah, which is what I wanted.
Okay, I mean it's fair.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
to give.
Yeah, no problem.
Milena that money.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's all. That's what I've been doing.
So what was the smear? Like what were?
So people nowadays are taking out of context clips, like because you can download any court case you want.
Mm-hmm.
So they're taking these out of context, like snippets that have already been ruled upon to try and paint me as like a bad guy. Oh, because I told Melina to kill herself like 10 years ago, but she told me to kill myself like 3 years ago, or 2 years ago actually, like 4 times. So they're like, oh, look how mean this guy is. But you know that I'm a jackass, right? This isn't new.
I do.
This is how we talked.
God.
Yeah.
I hate fucking legal YouTubers. I'm gonna be honest.
It's bad.
I think legal YouTubers are a blight. I mean, there was a court case that took place. There was numerous court cases from my former podcast co-host who's been on a fucking mission to try to punish as many people as possible.
I was in that video.
Oh yeah, you were in that.
Wait, am I gonna be another one?
In the context nuke. I mean, I don't know if he's still, except for Legal. I love Legal, but that's pretty much like there are not that many lawyer YouTubers that are actually good. They just have like a lot of biases, or they have like content creators that they despise, and they will use and Emily D. Baker is great too. But anyway, there are a lot of YouTubers that claim that they have law credentials, and then they'll just use that as an opportunity to be like, I'm a serious person, I'm making serious commentary, but in fact they're not actually looking at the outcome of a court case. And in most instances, they're just like pummeling their own personal biases and basically lying to people.
Doesn't it also apply to like just viewers who watch certain streams? Like, let's say someone will either choose you or has been based on kind of personal biases. No, like, isn't that kind of how everyone just kind of does their thing?
Well,
how they feel in a certain way. Like,
that's definitely part of it. But here's the thing. My perspective is, I think, not exactly a commonly held perspective, especially in America, because most people either are like you and they don't know anything.
Yeah.
Or they've been positioned into assuming that my worldview is scary and dangerous, because they'll be like, oh, he's a communist, he's a socialist, all this stuff, right? And therefore, I have to actually convince people. I'm not like leaning into one pre-existing political movement. Like, for example, when Asmongold does, like, he could just be like, I love Trump. And if you love Trump, you're like, oh, I have a home here.
Yeah.
But for me, I have to actually advocate for my worldview in spite of the barrage of misinformation and barrage of like negative sentiment associated with that worldview.
Got it.
Because no one wants to hear about how like maybe America is not the most moral country on the planet. When they hear that, they go, what the fuck do you mean? That's unacceptable.
I mean, there's no way they think that after all the wars we've been in.
No, they still, are you kidding me? A lot of Americans, of course, no one wants to think that their country is doing wrong things. They want to think that their country is doing all the best things.
But when has it ever been for any country ever?
That's never existed. Yes, you're right.
I'm so confused. How could you just jump to that conclusion?
Okay, but like most people don't want to think that. Most people have never even had that thought in their minds.
Really?
The argument I make always is I care about Americans, and that America, the entity, if it's not serving the interests of Americans, well, then we have to change it.
Yeah.
But people will then lean into old tropes. They'll lean into old understandings. They'll be like, oh, this guy doesn't like what America's doing. He hates America. That means he hates Americans, because America and Americans are inseparable, which is bullshit.
Yeah, it seems two different things. Because it seems like even America doesn't really have Americans' best interests at heart a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people in the MAGA movement don't put a lot of thought or effort into
You know what
this
I was
stuff.
thinking?
What?
How about we just do it your way for like 5 years, and
Dude,
we'll see if it's better for everybody.
That would be fucking great.
Like, why not? Let's just do a quick test. It's 5 years. We all can spare it. Maybe not the older people. 5 years, we do it your way.
It'd be better for them overall. It'd be better for everybody, which, for the record, we're working on it right now. There's a bunch of, I've gotten a bunch of, helped get a bunch of candidates elected.
Yes.
All around the country. These Democratic socialists, people are freaking out about it right now. There's a lot of people even on the Democratic Party that are freaking out about it.
Wait, why?
Because remember the video that I just showed you with corporate PACs and lobbying?
Oh,
My candidates don't do that. My candidates are like, no, fuck that. I am with the people. I don't give a shit about corporate interests. I am going to back the interests of the American public. That's a big problem for a lot of people who have been in power for multiple decades at this point, who have basically almost exclusively relied on corporate PACs and fundraising.
Hasan, dude, did it just hit me? Are you just going against the machine?
Yes. Which is really funny, because all of these other right-wingers will claim, oh, I'm doing the red pill. Like, I'm actually fighting the machine. They're not. They are the machine. They're literally leaning into at least one aspect of the machine.
And now they know who I am. Oh, no.
Well, no, not.
By the way, if anyone wants to know, my name is John. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Nick, by the way. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
But that's why my mom said you're doing God's work. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. But man, dude, this is This is crazy. Do you ever think that this is where you'd end up? You know, like when you started this, when I was over your house a couple years ago, like this is Mr. Suit and Tie, and
I mean, the suit
March
and
in the
tie is
streets.
new, but
Yeah.
I mean, the policies are still the same. The things that I say are still the same. You know what I mean?
So you wake up every day and put on a suit and a tie and come down here and talk to chat.
Yeah, I work out in the morning, take a shower, put on a suit and tie, and get ready to go to work.
You're even wearing shoes that are nice.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a full fit, dude.
God, this is crazy. So what's the next 5 years? Are you gonna be in like some like mega studio or some office? Like what's up with that?
I mean, I'm probably going to still keep doing this in the same exact way that I'm doing it. I'll just
God.
like maybe improve the studio that I already have, but
Yeah.
I have been traveling a lot more.
I saw you. I always see you in different like hotels or whatever.
Yeah.
with that
I've been
mobile
traveling a lot
setup.
more because there's a lot of candidates and a lot of campaigns all around the country, and they need help.
Mhm.
So I go out there. I do rallies for them.
My mom said you went to Michigan at one point.
I
Some
did,
Stuff.
yeah.
Was
I've
it
done-
what was that place? Hamtramck maybe or Dearborn or somewhere you went?
I went to both. I went to Hamtramck, Dearborn, but I also did a rally with Abdul, which was the whole. Here's a really funny story. So I did this rally with Abdul, right?
Can I see a
And-
picture of this person? Because I don't know who we're talking about.
Yeah, sure. He's jacked.
Like
Here.
physically? Really?
Yeah, here, I'll show you. Let me see if I can find us like working out at the gym. Chat, do you guys have the? Oh, here, this is one of the rallies that we did together. Yeah.
What the heck? They're cheering for you.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that.
What the is this?
If you were exclusively getting your information from LSF, you would think like I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm the biggest villain of the planet. There's a whole world out there of real people, real human beings.
Okay, so you didn't pay these guys to cheer for you, did you?
No, I did not.
Did they know you were coming?
Yes, they
Okay.
came because I was coming.
Oh,
there you go.
Here is me and Abdul working out at the gym. He's a doctor, by the way. Yeah.
I got it. Good job.
I tried doing 225 this morning and I was fucking weak, dude. It's kind of sad, actually.
I mean, I can do the bar plus 5. So is that him? Can I see his face?
Yeah, hold on. That's him.
So what's he doing?
There are more people that have $10 million in net worth.
That's good right.
That's him.
And so what's he running for?
Senate.
For Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan senator.
As
yeah.
a Democrat?
Yeah. But
Okay.
but a different kind of Democrat. Because like right now there's a primary, right? So what that means is in the primary, he's actually up against another Democrat. So that right now we're trying to figure out which is the best Democrat to represent the party, to represent Michiganders, the Democratic Michiganders. And that's my guy. He was running against two candidates. One's name is Haley Stevens, who I will show you a video
got the
of right
money?
now. She's the one. Yep, you're getting it.
So okay, I don't want to sound like an idiot. How can one candidate get money and the other one not? That, you know what I'm saying? Is it just because these APACs?
Yeah.
And these APACs can give money to whoever they want to.
Yeah, and they're giving money to Haley Stevens because she's super pro-Israel. Hold on, we got to get the what gives.
What the?
Hold on, I got to show you her. She's great. I mean, I think she's very, very funny, but
She's funny?
yeah, unintentionally. Chat, give me a link. Oh, here. This is Haley Stevens.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I
Wait,
will
what?
continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
I'll be honest. If you said that about America, that'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, she's
America comes to me in my dreams.
Yeah. Yeah, she loves Israel. So now you know why she's getting, tens of millions of dollars. I have to go pee real quick while this video plays. Okay.
Okay, so this isn't going to be another one that gets me on the
No,
Fox
this
News?
is just Haley Stevens.
Okay,
This is just Haley Stevens talking.
All right, let's
tax
listen.
returns, and they're delaying the release of their personal financial.
She kind of has those the Kirk wife eyes.
Look, do you own stock? I'd love to ask them. If so, how much? Did you give paid political
Yeah.
speeches last year? If so, how much did you make? Why did you file a request for an extension of your personal financial disclosure?
This lady's kind of scary, Chad, huh?
Michiganders deserve transparency from their candidates for elected office, particularly for the U.S. Senate.
Oh,
What are
no.
these guys hiding?
So is it going to play the next
Two
video?
of my opponents are not releasing their tax returns, and they're delaying.
So, yeah. So, Chad, quick rundown while Hasan's gone. My name is Nick. I'm a Twitch streamer, and that's it. Not even a particularly good one. So I've known Hasan for a while now, and he's always been super, super nice to me. He lets me come over and stay here sometimes when I come in LA. So he's a good friend of mine, and my mom loves him more than she loves me. So I always like to come over, and he gives me a rundown on politics and stuff. Because I'll be honest, it's not that I don't care. I'm just kind of I think I'm just a normal guy who kind of cares more about himself. You know, I'm just trying to get through myself. You know, I've been going through some shit myself. So I don't know if I have the bandwidth to care about all this stuff as much as he does. But I do like to learn about what's going on. I never even knew this lady existed, by the way, until right now. This is the first, I'm from Michigan, and this is the first time I've ever seen her. And she got them Erica Kirk, is that her name? She got them Erica Kirk eyes. So I don't even like her just off that.
Okay, well, regardless, she's this is my favorite thing. Hold on.
Release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives?
I love what gives?
How old is she, by the way?
I don't know. But I don't know how old she is. But yeah, so she's like the establishment Democratic candidate. But the interesting part about
I wonder if I went to high school with her. Is she from Michigan?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I think.
Oh my God, did I go to high school with her? I'm 40.
Do the bridge video? No, we're not going to do the bridge video. So listen. So basically, this was the one candidate that Abdul's running against that's like getting a lot of AIPAC money. But then there was another candidate. The other candidate's name is Mallory McMorrow. So Mallory McMorrow is somewhat progressive, right? She's kind, she's nice, she's like seen as like a kind of progressive person. But here's what happened. Mallory McMorrow, out of nowhere, who was like supposed to be critical, she's 43 and from Rochester Hills.
Stop. That's where I'm from. Stop. What high school did she go to?
Are you guys fucking around?
Did she go to Rochester? Look her up on Wikipedia. It will say. I might have went to high school with this lady.
She's 43, bro.
I'm 40.
You're 40? Shut the fuck up, you old ass bitch. Are you serious?
Yes, I'm 40.
I think they're fucking with you. I think they're fucking with you. Democratic, born in Rochester Hills, Michigan. Oh my God. Wait.
Oh my God. She's from my hometown, bro.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. So
what high school did she go to?
I don't know, man.
It has to be on Wikipedia.
Seaholm High School in Birmingham.
Okay. Birmingham. She's from, no. So I went to Rochester. So she was born, Birmingham is the rich part. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So she went to the rich place.
Okay. No, you're not fucking 40, bro. How old are you actually?
I'm 36.
You son of a bitch. Why the fuck did you lie like that?
I'm sorry, because I was feeling
You got
myself.
me so excited. Anyway.
Why? Because I'm old.
No, because that means like you might have literally gone to high school with Haley Stevens.
But I'm telling you, I probably might have crossed paths with her if she was around that area because I used to play hockey there in Birmingham.
Okay. But in any case, so this is Haley Stevens, this is one of the candidates. The other one's Mallory McMorrow. I'm going to show you Mallory McMorrow as well. So like Mallory McMorrow is supposed to be like a relatively progressive candidate, right? So she comes out of nowhere and starts, and she's also critical of Israel a little bit, but not as much as Abdul is. She comes out of nowhere and says in an interview with the Jewish Insider, which is like, remember AIPAC?
Yeah, we talked about this.
So Jewish Insider is a newspaper that basically runs like propaganda for AIPAC.
Okay.
Right? So she does a sit-down exclusive interview with Jewish Insider where she says, I'm like Nick Fuentes. She says I'm anti-Semitic. She says I'm similar to Nick Fuentes, who is a rabid neo-Nazi white nationalist.
Wait, this lady said this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why
Out
would
of
she
nowhere.
Why would she
and
say
she
this?
starts criticizing Abdul for doing this rally that you just watched, right? The rally that I did with Abdul, where you were surprised that there were people that were, excited to see me.
Well, no, I'm not surprised. Remember we went to that burger shop and all those women lined up to take pictures with you?
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that moment as long as I live.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
So basically she comes out of the gate swinging like this. Says Abdul shouldn't have done this, all this stuff. And there's like all this news coverage that comes out.
Hey, that's you.
The New York Times reported and said, this was the Jewish Insider. Hold on. This was the Jewish Insider article that came out. Royal Oak, Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, who's running in a tight three-way Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, slammed one of her opponents, Abdul El-Sayed, for his decision to campaign with far-left political streamer Hasan Piker. Piker, who has a history of anti-Semitic and pro-Hamas remarks, is slated to appear at 2 campaign rallies with El-Sayed and Representative Summer Lee in April. It is somebody who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes, McMorrow told Jewish Insider in an interview Thursday, referring to the neo-Nazi podcaster. Piker is a provocateur, to put it lightly, who says things that are misogynistic and anti-Semitic and said that the United States deserved 9/11. She says this, and then everyone starts yelling about Abdul doing this rally with me. They're like, what do you have to say for yourself? Why do you have this guy on? And Abdul goes, look, I don't agree with everything that he said. Do you agree with everything that I've said? That's not the point. Like, what are we doing? What is this like cancel culture nonsense? Like, there's certain things I agree with him, and he doesn't back down, and he just doubles down, right? And that backfired so much that the New York Times reported on it. Said, New York Times, long adept at cable news interviews and creating viral moments online, Ms. McMorrow began to bleed support in public polling after she condemned Dr. El-Sayed for campaigning in March with Hasan Piker, the left-wing streamer who has defended Hamas and called Israel an apartheid state. The move backfired quickly. Her remarks helped burnish Dr. El-Sayed's claim that he was the lone progressive candidate in the race and the one most willing to criticize the American funding of the Israeli military. And she won little support from moderate voters as millions of dollars of pro-Stevens advertising poured into the state from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and other groups.
So this
literally cooked their campaign. At the time, she was in first place.
Okay. Where's she now?
Abdul was in third place.
Okay.
She just dropped out yesterday.
Shut up.
Yeah. So her campaign cratered. Her support collapsed.
Because of you.
Not because of me, but because it made her look unserious. It made her look not like a real fighter.
So why did she say this stuff? Did she watch your stream?
No. It's because, going back to the same thing that I was telling you, some big donors probably told her that this would be a line of attack. This was a viable line of attack.
And it backfired.
Yeah.
So why not?
And then she did this.
What is that? Is that KSI?
No. It's just Mallory McMorrow at the... It came across as cringe and insincere, but it wasn't because of that, obviously.
Dude, this is... You are... Speaking of KSI, you are in the thick of it, man. You are in the thick of it.
That's crazy.
This is real.
Yeah,
This is no longer jokes.
Do you know who Zohran Mamdani is?
The New York guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Zohran Mamdani was running for mayor, we hung out, we dabbed it up.
How do you even talk to these people? Do you just send them a tweet or something?
No, they reach out to me. They're like, oh, Zohran, it was in the primary, so he was not like a well-known figure at all. So I had a lot of friends that were working on his campaign, and they were like, and I have a lot of Hasanabi heads that worked on his campaign regardless, but they reached out to be like, hey, there's this guy, upstart, it's a crowded field, but he's got the juice. Like he is. No, they were talking about Zohran. He was like, he's really charismatic. And I was like, sure, I'll look into it. And
is he doing great things in New York? I heard like
he's killing it.
I saw this tweet, and maybe you can tell me it's true.
I know.
They're like,
he's fucking killing it.
They're like, have all politicians in the past been scamming us because this guy has done all this in this short period of time or something? It has like 100,000 likes.
Yeah.
Is that really what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much. But that's like all the people that I'm trying to get elected, and that's the reason why the Democrats are mad, because they don't want someone who's a doer. They don't want someone who's like actually gonna do a good job, because then they look bad in comparison, where people go, what the fuck? What are you doing? What have I been doing this whole time? Why am I voting for you when there are people like that out there? He's the threat of a good example. But yeah, with Zoran, we did that. We did that link up, right? Andrew Cuomo did the exact same thing. Andrew Cuomo was running against Zoran. Andrew Cuomo was a former governor who had to resign in disgrace because he had a lot of sexual harassment allegations when he was the governor. But then he came back.
Will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11.
Is that him?
The assemblyman just said in his response.
Yeah, that's Zoran.
Can you pause it? He mentioned your name on some debate.
Not some debate. This is the fucking major debate for running for the mayoral campaign. Like the entire, he mentioned me 1,000,000 times. Yes.
Bro, are you famous now? You left me behind,
dog. That's crazy that you guys.
I still get
it's
10,000 viewers, Hasan.
It's kind of funny because like I'm doing all this on Twitch, and I might as well be doing it in. I might as well be doing it on fucking Rumble. I might as well be on an entirely different planet, because all of this has happened on Twitch.
What? This debate?
No, that debate was on TV, but I'm saying, like, you know, I was covering it in real time on Twitch. It's just crazy because, like, there are so many fucking people. Dude, I got banned from the country of England. Are you aware of this?
That's real?
The United Kingdom banned me, yes.
For what?
For criticizing Israel.
What? What is it? What is that? What does the United Kingdom have to do with Israel, Hasan?
They're also, just like the United States of America, a major provider of resources and weapons to Israel.
The United Kingdom's economy is so bad it's worse than Missouri now. Is that true?
Yes and no. It is. It is. The UK overall is very poor.
Don't they got their own problems to worry about? Why are they banning you? How about?
I mean, I agree. I
barely beat Brazil, whoever it was.
Yeah. Look at this. Look, this motherfucker took out billboards on 9/11. Posted photos of me, photos of me and Zoran hanging out. The former governor Peter agreed that Zoran Mamdani would cheer another 9/11, but insisted that that's not what he meant.
That can't be real. Is this real?
Yes, bro. Of course it's real. This has been happening for the past 2 years, for the past 3 years. What the fuck do you think is going on? What do you think I've been doing out here?
I'm not gonna lie. I'd be clicking your stream. I guess I'm not paying attention.
That's why it's fucking insane when people make a comparison between me and Asmongold. I'm like, the fuck do you mean, dude? Like, that's not even a.
I feel like an idiot right now.
Yeah, there you go. Here's the board.
What is that?
Yeah. This is
what are they doing with
right
these?
outside of the former Twin Towers. They posted this. They brought a bunch of first responders on to be like, this is so disrespectful. Like, fuck Hasan. He loves 9/11. Zoran loves 9/11. They did that. And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. They spent $3 million on this ad.
Before we introduce.
Okay. They spent $3 million in the last week of this ad that played numerous times during Knicks games.
Use our next guest. We need to play this video.
America deserved 9/11.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hasan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
America.
We are back.
That ad ran multiple times during Knicks games leading up to the election, the mayoral election.
You know what? I actually needed to come here today because I am never going to complain about my clips anymore.
Dog, did you see this? In the House of Representatives, a Democrat by the name of Josh Gottheimer and a Republican by the name of Mike Lawler put together a resolution condemning the anti-Semitic hate-filled rhetoric and content disseminated by prominent online personalities, me and Candace Owens.
I know Candace Owens. She's black.
Yeah. She's also actually anti-Semitic, whereas I am not. But yeah, it's in the congressional record. This is also the type of shit that Asmongold loves, by the way. He'll do a million YouTube videos on this and be like, Hasan is finally going to prison. He's finally going to prison.
For what?
I don't even know. He just makes shit up. There's a whole world out there of right-wingers who constantly say I'm going to fucking prison. Well, part of it is because I did a humanitarian aid mission to Cuba.
I saw that.
And then the government said that I violated the Treasury's rules, which I did not. And they wanted to, they claimed, Fox News claimed that I got a subpoena from the government, from the Treasury. I never did.
Subpoenaed before, yeah.
I did not get subpoenaed by the Treasury. I don't know why Fox News claimed it, but that was part of the reason why they were saying, Asmongold and all these other right-wingers were saying that I was going to go to jail. Jail for humanitarian aid to a country that we're starving, by the way, which is, you know, insane.
Are people not allowed to go to Cuba?
No, people are allowed to go to Cuba.
Okay. So why would you get in trouble for that?
What is this? 4 days ago, lol?
People do. And also, this is some, I don't know, good or bad news, depending on how you want to look at it.
This is good or bad.
We are now one step closer to Hasan going to jail.
Oh my goodness.
No, brother. Oh, I didn't see it.
A Cuban national accused of being part of a sprawling influence network that brought U.S. political streamer Hasan Piker to Havana, that's in Cuba, has been detained.
Wow, he's so knowledgeable. That's in Cuba.
Along with his family and will be deported.
Wait, who's being deported?
Cuban national. A Cuban national that runs like another organization was recently deported by the State Department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
If you want to really give Nick an idea where you're at, here's a clip of you surrounded by cameras at Zoran's victory party. Oh, yeah, this was Aura. Why the fuck is nothing?
Do I regret things that I said? I regret things that I say, and I regret things that I will say in the future as well. I'm a human being, and I'm a Twitch streamer.
True.
I'm not a serious political operative by any metric. If Andrew Cuomo decides to present me as some sort of kingmaker, well, he's wrong. I'm just a regular ass dude. But that's probably the reason why I have 70,000 people watching right now.
Oh, you're a
people
stats
want to
fucker
hear from
too.
regular.
Yeah, I fucking flexed on him.
Dude, I'm a stats fucker.
I flexed on him. Got to show Nick the edit of your Fox News mentions.
Far-left influencers
Oh yeah. Where's the OG one? Give me the Hasanabi Productions one. This will be a good edit to show Nick.
Let me see if my mom's texting me.
Don't make Nick an accessory. He won't survive prison. I can be your lawyer and fight extradition if you flee to Canada.
Before. To visit.
To
family.
visit?
Dude, my mom just texted me. Should I read what it said?
Is it a good or bad thing?
She said to me, "You need to stop listening to Asmon Nicholas."
I mean, yeah, she's right.
But my dad loves Asmon.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
Your mom is right. Yeah, this is a website dedicated to the fucking articles that
Can I ask you a question?
Pieces. What?
You ever think you and Asmon will be friends?
No.
Never? Not even you guys talk it out and, you know, maybe you guys get some common ground here and maybe you save the world together?
No.
No.
There's no common ground. He's a charlatan. If he fucking decides to no longer be a right winger and you know goes back on all of his like unbelievable amounts of racist commentary that he's done over the years, then maybe.
Okay,
you
so
know,
there's a chance.
everyone can be rehabilitated.
All
Everyone can
I like to hear
choose
that.
not to be a bad person, but as long as he continues. He's like called for my death. He's called for my imprisonment over and over again, which I don't give a shit about. Like that Mallory McMorrow thing that I showed you, right?
That was wild.
So she also last week tied me to a synagogue attack. There was a guy who drove into a synagogue. I, of course, immediately condemned it. I said, this is heinous. This is completely unacceptable. And yet, because I'm Muslim and the dude was Muslim and Abdul is Muslim, she shamelessly tried to say, oh, well, Abdul brought Hasan to Michigan so close to the synagogue attack. It's like, well, what the fuck do I have to do with that? Right? It's just racist. It's just straight up purely racist. Now, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if she endorses Abdul al-Sayed because like I'm down to be an adult about it. because unfortunately, this kind of stuff people say all the time, and people get away with all the time because most people are just like oblivious to the idea that like Muslims are anything but hateful terrorists and barbarians.
Man,
but yeah,
this is something, man.
Yeah, this was when Fox News covered me for 25 days straight.
Hasan Piker.
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 Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Hasan Piker.
Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, remember.
Hasan, you have come so far, bro. This is crazy.
Dude, this was happening months ago. This has never stopped.
I've been playing WoW for 10 months, man.
Bro, that's so crazy. There's like I'm beefing with like governments.
What?
Yes, bro. The Israeli government, the American government, the British government. I just told you. And then also literal fucking senators constantly are demanding I get deported. Randy Fine, there's this one guy. You'd love him. He's really fat. Anyway, he constantly talks about how I need to be denaturalized and deported.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Do you have any like support, or is it just you by yourself? Are you against these governments?
So
Is it just your Twitch chat?
I have my community, and I have
Do you have
support.
like allies out there?
Yeah, I mean, there's people that definitely this is what happens when you're building a political movement. You're gonna have a lot of friction, especially if you're going up against the fucking machine. I have a lot of haters on the entire Republican Party. Despises me. It wants me dead.
Sounds like
wants
half the
me in
Democratic
prison.
Party hates you too.
And unfortunately, yes, a lot of the Democrats also are not big fans of mine.
These are not good numbers, Hasan.
But
it's like 1v3.
But the people are on my side. And those who don't realize that they're on my side yet will inevitably be on my side, which is why I don't mind it, which is why I feel fine when I'm out in public, when I'm when I'm around.
No, I can attest to this because I've been in public with you a lot, and I have should I tell a story about we went to the burger spot?
Yeah, we went to, what was it, Jew Boy Burgers?
We went to Jew Boy Burgers on
Yeah, it
my
was
stream
fucking
to get
delicious.
some burgers.
It's delicious.
And we're in this place, chat, and there's about 6 different women in there. And one of them notices Hasan. And sure enough, every single one of them line up to take pictures with him. And I cannot believe it. They didn't even know each other. There was 6 complete strangers. And I'm just like, God damn. What about me? I had 20,000 viewers at the time. They didn't give a shit, Hasan.
Yeah.
They didn't care. God. I guess that's when my mom would probably line up, man.
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
but
older
that's
women?
like,
I'm just kidding.
But there's the downsides. But my point, the reason why I brought this up is because the shit that we see on the internet is so perfectly fucking filtered.
Yeah.
Where people like, dude, I went to the Zoran victory party. This was a huge like LSF story, right? I went to the Zoran victory party.
Wait, why was it a story?
Because LSF decided, Epstein and his fucking brigaders decided to like turn this into a negative story. Because this is like a moment of fucking, we put a tremendous amount of effort into this. Like it's finally coming to fruition. Zoran Mamdani upsets, with an upset victory, decides, Zoran Mamdani becomes the next mayor, right? It's a huge deal. He's a 34-year-old Muslim socialist, democratic socialist
He's
of
younger
America.
than me?
Yeah, he's my age.
I'm older than you?
Yeah. I'm 34.
Shut the front door.
So basically, this happens, right? Like, so I'm exiting the party.
Let's see what this looks like.
No way.
Thank you guys. Nice to meet you.
So,
wait, what's the negative
You know what
thing?
they did? They clipped something and edited it to make it seem like I was denied entry into this event that I'm leaving after the
So
entire
you
night
did
is over.
experience this event?
Yeah, of course, dude. I was there. You just saw me in front of the fucking cameras. What are you talking about? Like, yes.
So wait, so they clipped it just you leaving?
They
saying
clipped.
that you got kicked
no,
out?
not leaving.
Oh,
they clipped it. They, yeah, I'm on the White House website too. They call me left-wing lunacy. I'm on a list on the White House,
wait,
but
so
on the
what
White
they
House
clip
website.
exactly?
Where was it? Someone must have the clip. They posted it on LSF.
Yeah.
Okay. They posted on LSF a completely edited video. And
I don't like that they can do that.
yeah,
now,
there
by
was
the way.
a there was a yeah, I think they changed that rule specifically for so that they can make fucking more harassment videos on me. But yeah, I was there was a VIP area upstairs, but I had a camera, so I was live streaming the entire time. So they were like, "Oh, you can't come up to the area
that makes
where
sense.
you know because you're live streaming." They clipped it to make it seem like I was denied entry
Got it.
into the entire event,
Got it.
and then they fucking brigaded it. They mass brigaded it. So. You know, here's the video. Yeah, Hasan Piker denied access. Even it went to even TMZ. You know what's crazy?
What?
There's a time code here.
Oh.
There's a time code here, and you see it skip.
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Can I see your ticket tape?
Oh, I'm staff.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you're
So we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
I do not. But do you have this wristband? I can also just check.
I got denied once for not having the right wristband. I remember this.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure
Upstairs,
on my
just
end.
more seating area.
So yeah, here's the original LSO pose.
Okay.
Unedited. Hasan gets denied VIP seating at Zohran Mamdani election party. The unedited version obviously got 0 upvotes, but the edited version, which is now deleted, had 38,000 upvotes. Hasan gets denied
Wait,
VIP
there's a
seating.
mirror. You can click the mirror.
Yeah. So they fucking made an edited clip to make it seem like I was complaining about not being allowed into this fucking party. But again, this is an incredible night, right? This is a massive victory. So much fucking, you know, so much time and effort was spent on this. And it's like I'm surrounded by all these people that are, you know, friends and people who've poured their fucking hearts and souls in this goddamn campaign. It's a major upset. And that's the only thing the LSF community saw. Fuck Hasan. He got denied entry into this fucking event.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
I did see this headline.
Yeah. And most people don't look beyond the headline.
I do, because they do the same thing to me. Not
No,
this
but
big,
most people don't. Most people don't know that. So, like the reason why I'm showing you this is because that's the reason why you have no fucking idea.
Wow.
That's the reason why you have no idea what I've been up to for the past, 2 years, 3 years now.
Wow.
Because the only thing you hear from is LSF. If you only go to LSF, if you only go on, if you only see the same people that we all know, like Yeet and, Asmongold and all those other accounts, they show you an entirely separate reality. An entirely separate reality where it's just fucking drama. All I'm getting into is drama where Asmongold is just like, oh, you fucking suck. He's going to prison. All this shit.
This is crazy because again,
it's like a simulation.
It does. I'm not obviously not as near as popular as you, but I experienced the same thing on a lot smaller of a scale.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is it because me and you are buddies? Or am I just that big of a jackass?
What do you mean?
Like all the clips and like me getting this kind of the same little treatment,
I think
I am a jackass. I cannot deny this.
I think you probably get yelled at a lot, partially because you are sympathetic to me. So that's probably because my haters are not fucking normal. Yeah, this was huge. This was a massive rally that we did.
Man.
The pro-Palestine rally.
Great speech, man.
Thank you. I want you to welcome to the stage next Hasan Piker.
Wait, what the hell? You're about to go talk to people? You ever get nervous to go in front of a crowd?
No. There's like 10,000 people. Look, it goes all the way back down there.
What the?
That's gonna be.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, you're out here actually doing it, bro.
Yeah.
God, this is why oh my God.
That's why I get fucking annoyed when dumb fucks would be like, "Oh, you're just like Asmongold." No offense to you making that comparison, but that's kind of why I get annoyed with that.
Well,
shit.
I did say I watch you both. I didn't say you were like him because I know Zach doesn't leave his house.
Well, a lot of motherfuckers do make that classic like, "Oh, these guys are the exact same." You know, that's like a dumb guy's way of trying to sound smart. I'm above this stuff.
That's crazy. Man, so you do ever do those college the debate things that I saw your old buddy doing? What's this?
The college debates?
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, here's Randy Fine. Here, you'll love this guy. I gotta get a drink.
I'm with PMZ DC. How
Is
are
that
you?
Randy Fine there with the hat on?
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Pretty hot today, huh?
It's not so bad. It could be hotter. That's why we're walking outside.
That's true.
But it's warming up, that's for sure.
Hey, I was interested to
Watch out, don't run into that.
Thank you. I was interested to get your take on Hasan Piker not being allowed into England.
Well, I don't think you should be allowed into America, so I think that's a good start.
I'm a motherfucking American citizen.
What about freedom of speech?
Well, people have freedom of speech, but I think when you're a terrorist, you should be held responsible for that. And I think that he's clearly a supporter of terror. He's a walking billboard for the problem with birth tourism. You know, he was brought here by his Turkish family. They had him, then they took him home, made him hate America, and then sent him in to torment us. The guy's a horrible human being.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't let him into my country if it was up to me, so I don't blame them.
Look, I mean,
have you ever talked to this guy?
Maybe your opinion,
No.
but like he's not a terrorist. He says
He
some
would
stuff
never
that
do
you
it.
disagree with.
These
And I
motherfuckers
think,
love.
like, banning
They're
it-
like Asmongold. They love chirping behind. They love chirping behind the camera. Like the Josh Gottheimer. There's like so many politicians that have like called me a terrorist. I'm like, hey, look, you can come on the show. You can come on the show.
I really want to see you talk to some of these people.
I would love to. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
What a life, man. What a life that you live. This is honestly to me just I couldn't do it. You know, I really couldn't do it.
Is that well-known plagiarist and neo-Nazi Brian Griffin? Is it? Is that him? There's a guy who I don't know.
From Family Guy?
No, this has the same name. There's a guy who lies about being Jewish, but he's like a neo-Nazi.
What?
Yeah. Max Nordhell. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe there in the future there might be a time for you and Asmon to debate, man. Or how about you guys just have like a cooking stream where you guys cook some food?
I'm
Make some of his $2 steaks.
I am willing to talk to Asmongold. He is the one who is ducking me. I've been asking for almost. The last time we talked was when he said the thing about Palestinians. Okay.
Wasn't it like 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like talked face to face?
Well, not face to face. No, on the internet. Yeah.
'Cause I've seen clips like,
and he agreed with like everything. He agreed with everything that I brought up because he's just not going to be able to like deny certain realities, right?
Maybe you guys are closer than you think.
No, because he's not sincere.
Oh, so he agreed just to.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Man, dude, what a crazy world that we live in.
I like that I just like caught you up to at least a fraction of the shit that I've done this year so far. Yeah, that's and in the process we got a bunch of Democratic Socialist Congress persons elected, and the movement is growing, and it obviously pisses off a lot of Democrats. It pisses off a lot of Republicans. They're fucking terrified by it because of what I just described to you, that they would much rather continue sitting on their asses, collecting checks, easy ass checks from these corporations, corporate lobby groups, and not place the interests of the population over the interests of corporate profits. Man. So yeah, that's where we're at.
This is crazy. But I am glad that I stopped by.
Yeah.
Truly. Like, before I leave, before my flight. But this is crazy. This has been going on the whole time.
Yeah, this is what's been going on this whole time. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. What does that say?
You never told Nick why people don't like you going to Cuba? Oh, yeah. I mean, the American government implemented a blockade so that other countries that want to trade with the Cuban government, that want to give them oil, that want to sell them oil, are not allowed to because the American Navy will intercept them and will stop them, which is fucking crazy, right? It's a whole ass different country. Anyway, we got proper clearance from the American government to go deliver humanitarian aid because it's illegal for it's illegal under international law to deny humanitarian aid to a country, even if America wants to starve the country. So we went and we did that. When I did that, it was a wonderful experience. It was a harrowing experience. It was definitely very sad. I interviewed a bunch of people. I interviewed the foreign minister, the vice minister of foreign affairs.
Like a live
Not
stream?
live. Edited interview. I did a whole documentary on it. You can go watch it if you want. It's on my YouTube page. My friend Boy also went, but he went by way of a boat. This is my video. I went to Cuba.
As we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in the Caribbean.
Wait, how do I fucking here full screen?
For an industry.
Is this Cuba?
Right now,
Yeah.
as we speak,
Those
there are
are old
11
cars.
million people.
Yeah, they don't
living
have any
90
new
miles
cars.
off
They
the
have
coastline
very
of
few new cars.
the United States of America and a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as a part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
Is Delta United?
No, it's a special plane.
Oh.
What?
It's just Terminal G is where they said we have to go to.
Oh.
So yeah, they hated that. The American government is like looking for any reason that they can.
Just quickly summarize. Why are we blocking all this stuff to them? What they do to us?
Oh, great question. They in the past, before the Cuban Revolution happened, they were basically like a colonial outpost. We had a bunch of mobsters that owned huge assets on the island, hotels, sugar plantations, things like that.
Okay.
So then there was a Cuban Revolution that happened where the people fought back against this oppressive government that was aligned with the United States of America. His name is Batista. And
Not the wrestler.
No, not the wrestler. So they overthrew the government, and the people were now in charge. The Cuban people were now in charge, and they put forward a lot of reforms. They took back all this land and they gave it to the peasants. They gave it to the farmers. It was initially an agrarian revolution. It was a national revolution, but then it became a socialist revolution afterwards. Sure. And America obviously hates socialism, right? America's waging war at this point during the Cold War against communism and socialism with the USSR. So they were like, that's unacceptable because Cuba is 90 miles off of our coastline. If they actually have a successful revolution 90 miles off of our coastline, Americans are going to get the wrong idea.
Wait, 90 miles isn't very far.
No.
Can you see Cuba from Florida?
I don't think you can, but people do literally take like dinghies back and forth sometimes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then we've been just kind of just starving them out this whole time?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
Wasn't there someone called Castro that's from there?
Yeah, Fidel Castro, the goat.
And then he had like a son who ended up working for Canada's government?
Justin Trudeau? No, I mean that's the speculation because they look alike
on the internet.
Because they look alike, yeah.
I don't know. They look a lot alike.
Yeah, they do.
A little bit
but
too
it's
much.
Not. It's yeah. I mean that's speculation. But yeah, Anyway, all right. Well,
my
Nick,
God.
I feel like I've sufficiently informed you.
Yes, this is the perfect time, Hasan. I do have to jet to the airport. Thank you so much for giving me the rundown, brother. I always appreciate it. I want you to know that I'm proud of you. I think you're doing awesome.
Thank you.
You've just evolved past the rest of us. You're doing this big thing. I'm cheering for you. My mom is a little bit too much cheering for you.
There's no such thing. I need it.
Yeah,
I desperately need it.
She literally, if you remember, we did that show with Ludwig and that one a long time ago. I took a picture of you in a suit and I sent it to her. Remember what her response was?
I don't remember.
My mom responded to me, I bet you his mother's proud of him. So she is more proud of you, Hasan, than she is of me. So
you too can do things that are worthy of praise from your mom if you know.
Can't. I'm too big of a jackass.
If you just like read a little bit more and learn a little bit more. See, you're open-minded. That's what matters. That's the first step.
You know, if I ever have, I'll just keep asking you questions and I'll relay the message. How about that? But either way, thank you so much. And chat, it was fun. Hopefully we don't get too many hate threads from this.
No, you're out of your mind. You're gonna get a lot of hate threads. They're gonna be like, Hasan shows Nick propaganda of himself or something. I don't fucking know.
All right, GG's.
All
Hasan,
right.
we'll see ya.
Bye,
Peace,
brother.
brother. See you around. I will take this and throw this away.
Okay,
See you
cool.
guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to get back to the news. Obviously, there's the Graham Platter interview that took place. Ested is on with K-File. Hasan Piker turns on Plattner, says he believes sexual assault accuser and predicts curtains for campaign. This kind of stuff makes me feel like this is a little bit of a rat fuck, but it's not. It's not. It's a real accusation. Like, it's not, but it's just like, it's a real accusation, but they are really using it. You know what I mean? Which is fair because it's a real fucking accusation. But like, holy shit, why are they like, what is this? Like, this is new. You know what I mean? This level of like immediate coverage. Like this level of immediate coverage to be like, see, everyone's doing it. He needs to leave immediately, which I agree with, but also at the same time, it's like kind of strange. Like, why the fuck would you focus on me on this issue? Like, look, Fox News is our enemy, right? So we have to ask ourselves, why is our enemy writing this? Do you know what I mean? Like, why do they care about the internal machinations of a Senate run? What is this? If you've lost Hasan Piker, oh my God. What? These people have such a fucking unbelievably stupid opinion of someone like myself. They just, like, they live in a totally separate planet, I think. The way Fox covers you, you'd expect a headline about you turning on a candidate to be a puff piece? Anyway, there's Plattner's accuser was on CNN. We'll take a look at the clips.
Coming for. We're gonna.
Let's take a look.
You're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward and still struggled. Like, that was a huge moral conflict to feel like.
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah. I like the things that he speaks about. They're important. They're important to people. I'm one of those people.
But at the end of the day, you feel he's not being honest.
That's crazy that they unironically I cannot believe that the RNC sincerely posted this, by the way. It goes to show they have no interest in the truth in any way, shape, or form. Democratic spokesman, which I'm not, what the fuck? Hasan Piker has endorsed Janet Mills in the Maine Senate race. Like, what part of this is even real? Except for the fact that I'm Pills Mafia till the bitter end. Oh, Pills Mills, baby. Pills Mafia till I die, till the bitter end. What gives? The DSCC will not invest in the Maine Senate race if Platinum remains on the ballot. Yeah. It's kind of strange because it's like on the one hand it's valid, but also on the other hand, it's like they were so excited at the prospect of this happening. You know what I mean? So Plattner drops out and we get a shit senator. I mean, Plattner stays in and we get a shit senator too. I dream of gaming every night. Every single night I fight for a gaming Gamba Souls-like stream. The Hutch curse remains undefeated. That's crazy. I mean, like, I just don't know. I don't know what to do here. You know what I mean? Like, my conscience is obviously saying, like, it's over, right? But also at the same time, it's like the fucking Republican Party is going to get away with this? Like, how is this possible? How is this fucking possible? Grant Plattner can be replaced on the ballot if he withdraws in the next week. If he does, Maine Democrats would face an uncertain 2-week race to choose a replacement. God, we have to push for the Troy Jackson guy, former president of the Maine Senate. Ms. Mills is seen as less likely to be selected. She did not respond to messages. Troy Jackson is DSA, Bernie endorsed. It's got to be him, right? Yeah, why would Plattner seek public office knowing reporters are going to be everywhere and this crazy stuff's going to come out? Your buddies from high school, dudes you were with in the war, your exes, reporters are going to be hitting them up, or they're going to be hitting reporters up. You really thought they wouldn't find out that you're a drunk? They can't keep your hands to yourself? Arrogant, stupid fool? Yeah. Lamau, no. Mills is going to get it. Come on. No good outcomes here. Yinzer? I hope not. I got another plan besides Troy Jackson. Miss Rachel? Okay, guys, let's be fucking serious, please. Like, cool, you seriously wounded one of your best chances to unseat a GOP senator, humiliated your wife and family, and made yourself a pariah, and for what? Just totally impossible for me to understand that kind of mentality. I mean, I don't know if it's narcissism. Like, I don't know what the fuck it is. Trump has multiple sexual assault allegations and a rapist. The RNC doesn't give a fuck. One party is okay with rape. Yes. And I think that's definitely something that we should be consistently talking about. We should consistently hammer that point over and over again. It's not even about like moral consistency, intellectual honesty. Nobody gives a shit about that. Obviously, it's politics, baby. No one cares about it, right? So from my perspective, I think like we should always reassert, regardless of where this goes, we should always remind people that like Trump has fucking multiple credible rape accusations. He's gotten destroyed in the court. He's dropping out. Yeah, this is Washington Reporter. I don't know how valid this is, but I suspect he will drop out. Are the main voters under the comment section? The establishment is threatened. Good, we're on the right path. It's a bit weird, the timing of this. AIPAC sounds like she just got hired. Sounds like a coordinated smear campaign. Oh my God. This is the real truth. It feels, I mean, it's too, here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's impossible. It doesn't matter. Even if the main voter, even if a fuck ton of main voters were like, nah, I'm still riding with him, it wouldn't matter. Because it's over. There's no way out of that. Bro, they're cooking you on left Twitter. Brother, I need you to understand something seriously. Okay? 11 hammer and sickle accounts that are not even in the United States of America have no understanding. I'm on your side. It doesn't matter. Just stop even mentioning it. Stop looking at it. Stop mentioning it. These are bad empanada acolytes, okay? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what they have to say? Who cares? Who cares? And now, I suspect they are already joining forces with Epstein as well. I don't like when you yell at Chad. You could have said that nicer. I'm going to try really hard not to be mean at you. So I'm just going to give you a minute off instead, and we're going to move on.
A disturbing new report published in the last hour about Graham Plattner is shaking up the crucial U.S. Senate race in Maine. Politico has new bombshell reporting from a woman who dated Graham Plattner, who says Plattner forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections. From that reporting, the woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named...
We can't go MAGA and just brush aside rape. What the fuck? No, I'm not saying we're brushing it aside. I'm not. What I'm saying is whether enough Mainers decide to brush it aside or not doesn't matter. It's over, right? Because it'll be a far too close of a race regardless. It would be far too close of a race with no guarantees of victory. As a matter of fact, a guarantee of defeat. Even if they were to fucking go beast mode and be like, I don't care, I don't support it. Like this could be potentially like a pivot point, a turning point for the way that maybe we misunderstand like exactly how much appetite people have for change, that they don't even give a shit, right? So the full CNN interview's out. Okay, we'll just watch that. So it doesn't like, even if this is a turning point in the same way that like Candace Owens dropped a fucking bomb on Discourse when she came out and was like, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And then everyone was like, oh my God, that's true. Like, even if this was a similar situation, where it turns out Mainers don't give a fuck, it still doesn't matter because there's no shot he would win. Plattner is an example of both the failure of the Dem establishment to field a competent candidate and the consequences of progressive populism untethered from an organization like DSA that can responsibly vet and develop cadre candidates over years to run for office. Yeah, it's the truth of all time. It's the truth nuke. The Plattner situation is more the result of the Democratic Party trying to clear the field for Mills than anything else. There was such a demand for a progressive anti-Israel campaign that people look past the obvious flaws. Yeah. After one allegation, if that's true, then we can never win. Come on, man. It's not just one fucking baby allegation. It's not like he was... First of all, he had 1 million allegations, and there wasn't anything that reached the standard of rape until now, and that's one rape allegation, a credible rape allegation. That's, that's beyond the pale. It's totally beyond the pale. I've been saying this since the Nazi tattoo this is all the fault of those who plucked the jarhead out of thin air and slapped him onto a left populist platform conveyor belt. You want to know the real fucking crazy situation here? I think he's still like that's his real opinions. You have to remember, just because someone is in agreement with you and sees the world in the same way that you do doesn't mean that they're a good person. Like I don't think his opinions are fake and he's just like playing the role of a left populist. I think that was genuinely him. I think if he didn't have the Blackwater, the Totenkopf, the fucking numerous PTSD related / drunk rape accusations, like he would be a wonderful fucking candidate. Sorry, but insisting Plattner is just a normal guy who accidentally joined Blackwater and does locker room talk or whatever means you have quite a few Hitler particles and you should probably go get that checked out. Fucking Stephen King defending Plattner. Yeah, anyway, here, let's look at the Bulwark comment section. Jesus Christ. 50,000 more allegations and scandals that make it the president to be a cult. I guess he should have just gone for Secretary of War. By those standards, Trump should have been in jail 30 years already. I mean, Pete Hegseth is the fucking Secretary of War. Did you by any chance listen to what FD Signifier said about Plattner? He said he didn't understand why people like you were giving him so much spotlight and making him the face of the DSA is supposed to be. I never made him the face of the DSA. That's not true. And at most, I've made the faces of the DSA the actual faces of the DSA. What are you? That's not true. And I'm sure that that's not what FD Signifier said anyway. Anyway, it's a real knife fight for everyone to have a gotcha moment and a I told you so moment. For the fucking ultras, it's like, oh, well, you guys didn't see the real problems here. He was a war criminal baby eater. For the centrist Democrats, they obviously have their own personal opinions about his his sloppyism, as they would like to call it. It's a sequence of some of the worst people that are going to be gloating.
Describe your relationship with Graham Plattner as a very good example.
Dude, why is this? How come the Forbes videos always have this audio?
Of what modern dating is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time. whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common practice is what I viewed it as.
And kind of casual.
Yeah, very casual.
And when did you meet him and how did you meet him?
Met him on Bumble actually in 2019. And I had known who he was. He grew up in the next town over. We had like a mutual family friend, so I always knew of.
I don't understand what's happening. I thought Plattner was demolishing the polls. How does this change the calculation of the point of you saying it's over? Because he's running as a Democrat. If Graham Plattner was running as a Republican, it wouldn't matter. No one would give a shit. But he's running as a Democrat, and he's running against a woman too. And there's plenty of older Mainers that are going to hear a credible rape accusation and go, oh, I'm not voting for this fucking guy. Okay? And that's what matters. If he's in the margins, it's over. And that's just from the perspective of cold analysis, not even making a moral judgment about someone who has a credible rape allegation running for office as a Democratic Party defender, as a Bernie crowd, as a left populist, as a progressive. Okay? The reality of the matter is Democrats don't like rapists, whereas Republicans love rapists. It's that simple, simply put. And even if there are plenty of Democratic voters who would say, well, he's my guy because he cares about the things that I care about. He's, I'm still going to vote for him. It's not going to be enough to carry him across the finish line. It feels very fitting that whenever Left FC goes all the way with the macho white man strat, it actually works out for a while. 2022 Fetterman doing great. Plattner actually crushing it pre-allegations until it completely explodes and everyone dies forever. You can't be like, oh, damn, we were so close, we just got unlucky, because this is just the kind of stuff that happens when you run these kinds of outsiders. Maine voters will weigh the Trump Epstein against Plattner. I'm sure they will stick with Plattner. You're wrong. I don't think so. I think enough people in this coalition will drop out. And also the DS, and here's why it'll never work, because the Democratic Party has already dropped its support. I noticed that the DSCC was already not showing Graham Plattner even before this allegation. Okay? Do you understand? And without the DSCC, without like the institutional support, you have nothing. If you're going to rely on your progressive activist base, they're not going to fucking want a door knock for you, because now they're door knocking for a rapist. If the DSCC doesn't actually fucking defend him, who does he have? He has no one. Do you understand? If you're an anti-establishment candidate and the forces within the party are not defending you as an anti-establishment candidate, you need to have your populist support. Brother, would love you are centering Plattner a lot in this convo. I wonder why I'm doing that. Because we're talking about his fucking Senate run. Who am I supposed to center? I know it's a cool woke 1.0 for you to turn around and be like, well, why don't you center the victim in this conversation? Which I have for like the last 3 hours. But at some point, we're going to have to conduct analysis about the fucking race. What do you mean? Go rewind and watch the conversation that took place about the victim if you want to hear that perspective. But at some point I have to cover a different angle. It's insane. The DSCC will not invest in the Maine Senate race if Plattner remains on the ballot. It's a fucking wrap. The DSCC was already looking for any reason to pull the ripcord out, and this is more than enough reason. It's such such a valid reason that I'm in agreement with it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's fucking over. They are pressuring him to drop out so that they can replace it. Hopefully. What? Okay, but you're not offering an immediate substitute solution with progressive policies. Even if you condemn Plattner, you're unironically giving permission to his opponents whose opponents know plenty of Dems in the Epstein files, by the way. Wait, what? I don't even know what point you were trying to make, man. I don't get it.
His existence, but that was when we actually met.
And what'd you think of him?
At first, I thought he was great. You know, he's very well spoken. He's intelligent. He's charming. You know, I thought a lot of good things. We had a great first date. It went and flowed really well.
He has described himself as self-medicating with alcohol.
Yeah.
He has described himself that way.
Yeah.
So I would think maybe that would have reared its head.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's something that I think a lot of people are desensitized to. In general, heavy drinking, and especially out of the relationship that I had just come out of. So it wasn't anything abnormal to me. I remember we were out one night and he was drinking, and that's when he told me that he has PTSD.
When the New York Times story came out, you were in it, but you didn't go as far in that story as you are today.
Yeah.
Why not?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to violate this huge level of privacy to my own life to be able to infer that this person is not honest and trustworthy. I felt really protective of my own privacy throughout this whole process. And it got to a point where my privacy was no longer going to happen. And that was when I kind of just made the decision that, like, I'm going to say my piece and get it out there. I had tried to give the impression that something, you know, worse happened. And that's when it was like, I refused to comment further.
You definitely alluded to a bad night.
Yeah.
So bad that you never saw him again afterwards.
Yeah.
But just to underline the point, you're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward and still struggled. Like, that was a huge moral conflict to feel like...
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah. I like the things that he speaks about. They're important. They're important to people. I'm one of those people.
But at the end of the day, you feel he's not being honest.
He's not being honest, no.
And we should note, this is 2021 we're talking about. It's only 5 years ago. Tell me about that. When was it?
It was at the end of 2021. I remember it being shortly after I moved back into my winter home, because that is where it happened. And it was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation. And that's not how I meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over. And I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot. And so like half an hour later, I heard a noise outside my door. And then he came in. He just came into my house. It was unlocked. I live in an area where you don't usually have to lock your doors. I do now. So he came in and I realized, okay, he didn't listen. He's in my home. And
yeah, that's actually a crazy take. Things are so bad in the U.S. that she was going to vote for her rapist. That's how fucking insane American politics is right now, because that's the other side. That she literally was like, I probably shouldn't come out about my credible rape accusation and maybe even might vote for my rapist because at least he's not a child rapist like the fucking president allegedly could be. American politics is now a sequence of insane decisions where on the one hand, you're like, well, do I want my rapist in office? Well, maybe he's going to be in support of Medicare for all. And he's anti-Israel, whereas the other side is also rapists, some of them defenders of child rape. So I guess we got to weigh the options, like which rape is the lesser evil. The lesser evil rape trolley problem. Which, by the way, ironically enough, if he was a fucking centrist establishment Democrat, the very same people that are doing victory laps right now would literally be sincerely telling you to vote for the lesser evil rapist. Just understand, that's the distinction between the left and people like fucking Neera Tanden who work for the Clintons, okay? That's the difference. They did this with Andrew Cuomo. They unironically looked at Zoran Mamdani and said, you got to vote for Andrew Cuomo, the cop rapist. What do you mean? Fast and free buses? Fuck no. He's Muslim. You got to vote for the cop rapist. Liberals will look at you dead in the eye and tell you this is a lesser evil rapist voter, and then turn around and act all high and fucking mighty. A certain flavor of Dem moderate couldn't wait even a day before turning this woman's harrowing story of being assaulted by a partner into a cudgel against anyone left of Chris Coons. What does any of this have to do with Michigan? Yeah. They're nasty little perverted freaks, by the way. They're cynical monsters. Just remember that.
I was laying on the couch. It was probably pretty late at night, and I was already ready for bed. I just wasn't in bed. And so he had kind of like jumped on top of me and indicated that he had intentions that were sexual in nature. And I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not in the mood. Like, don't, whatever. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, I feel like I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol and I was like, this is different. He is heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night. And his... that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home. Like, he was heavily intoxicated, had intentions with me, and wasn't listening when I said no. And
you were saying, no, don't, over and over.
I remember, obviously I've had to recall a lot of this. This is something that I tried for many years to forget. And so small details, might get past me, but yes, I remember very specifically saying, I'm not into this. In my message previously, I had told him I had had an old back injury, and I remember saying, like,
yeah, Neera has officially won. She's the world historic goat of shamelessness, absolutely untoppable, the Michael Jordan of her craft. Say what you will, but the establishment of Vets Canada is you worked for Bill Clinton. What is this? Cushbomb came out with a hot take. We interrupt your smugness orgy to remind that Janet Mills' stable, reliable, conventional, impeccable pedigree, college educated, got fucking stomped 72% in the primaries. The unstable, unvetted, that's your brand. It fucking sucks dick. It's true. God, people fucking hate the Democratic establishment. These guys only running victory laps like this is probably going to draw more enmity. It's just crazy that they're like, they think they have any leg to fucking stand on. I mean, yeah, Jake Tapper, this is his moment too. Fetterman calls Bernie to apologize. Oh, fuck you, John Fetterman, you fucking animal.
Like, I'm not in this. I've had a long day. My back hurts. Like I was in that kind of mood, like the leave me alone mood. And there was a little bit of like scuffle, like altercation. The house that I live in has like this antique sewing kit that I kept beside the couch, and that got knocked over. He like backed into it, or something was maybe pushed into it by me, or something happened in that moment, and that thing got spilled. And
do you remember pushing him away?
I remember potentially pushing away with my legs, like, and then as he backed into it, it spilt, and all of the sewing needles and tape and yarn and everything went everywhere. Everything had fallen onto the floor, and in that moment, I evaluated my safety. Like, a drunk person who's blackout drunk is in my home, has these intentions with me, you know, has already caused this amount of destruction and not listening to me. And so I basically felt safe as just complying.
You normally use protection.
Yeah.
And this time he didn't.
No.
And you didn't want that.
No.
And he didn't care.
No, I don't think my words were falling on deaf ears or drunk ears.
And you were still saying, don't do this, or I'm not into this?
I remember specifically him like grabbing at my chest, and I like hit his hand and I said, don't touch me. And I remember that during the altercation
And
specifically.
then he kept going.
Yeah, and it was this weird mix of like coming in and out of, I don't think consciousness is the word, but like coming to and kind of falling back into that drunken, I don't know what I'm doing state. And yeah, and he would apologize in those moments and then go back to doing what he was doing.
So he was aware that he was doing something wrong
Yeah.
and saying sorry.
I feel like he was in moments.
Is there any way that he thought this was consensual, or no? Just because...
I don't believe that you can think that that scenario was consensual. You have to understand that that wasn't, when somebody is repeatedly, I mean, when somebody in the middle of it says, don't touch me, like, that's obviously not consensual.
Especially if he's apologizing on occasion.
Yeah, yeah. And that next
Where do the Ultras come in on this? Are they supporting Plattner now that you aren't? No, the Ultras are fucking running victory laps because they don't give a shit about anything. They're just like excited. Well, to be fair, they're correct at the end of the day. They were correct about his fucking Graham Plattner red flags. Obviously, this was an unbelievable... whether their analysis was based on, you know... no, I'm good, thank you. Whether their analysis was based on, you know, mischaracterizations or exaggerations, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Graham Plattner is credibly accused of rape. And these guys fucking hated him. Even if they landed on it because they hate every single veteran or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. They were right about Graham Plattner. Their overemphasis on his red flags, or their hyper focus on, or their channeling of like Israeli propaganda at times doesn't mean anything, because it's the same as like Jake Tapper and all these other fucking dipshits. Now, their focus is directed at myself instead of like, you know, people who actually campaigned or interviewed Plattner or offered a lot more coverage to Plattner, because that's more so just like the fuck us on tip, which is fine. I'll take it. I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, do I have any issues saying the truth about my assessment? I gave you what my skepticism was, and I will continue doing the same exact commentary as I have done so far. I'll tell you when there's certain things that I find to be red flags. And at the end of the day, I will leave it up to you to make the assessment on whether or not he's worthy of voting for if you live in Maine. If you ask me, is Graham Plattner a better option than Susan Collins or than Janet Mills? Yeah, with the information that I had at the time, I would say that absolutely. Will you still interview Plattner? Buddy, it was Plattner that did not want the interview. Do I miss the Denver torta? I do. I do miss that torta. It was delicious.
morning.
Much respect to Chris Rob, FD Signifier, and Sean the Black.
So after everything ended, I ran to the bathroom, which is just beside my bedroom. And I was in there for a while and just trying to like comprehend things. Like,
were you crying? Were you?
I honestly I don't think I was crying. I was like more in shock and yeah, just trying to understand like what had just happened. Especially like this is a person I have known and have trusted and have had very consensual relationships with, like, you know, all along until it wasn't. And so that was a really hard thing to understand, that this was a person I trusted. And so I spent a little bit of time in the bathroom, and when I came back out, he was asleep in my bed. And at that point, I didn't know what my options were. Like, obviously, I don't want this person in my house. And when I, you know, earlier had realized how drunk he was, I knew that he had driven over that way. Like, I'm surprised he made it to my house. And if I woke him up and sent him home, like, I'm now making the decision to put somebody that drunk on the road. And
The echoes from their end, not mine.
I didn't want to live with the fact that, like, if he got into an accident or hurt somebody else. And I remember thinking that I could tell him to leave, and I could call the police immediately, and I could at least get him caught for drunk driving. So I was like, I'm going to let him sleep, and the second he wakes up, I'm going to tell him to leave. And so he slept. I lay there in like a state of panic all night, and I remember turning on, I have like one of those noise machines that you sleep with, and I turn it on ocean waves, and I'm like, I'll just try to meditate. It didn't work. So in the morning, he woke up and he went to go put his arm around me. And I was like, whoa. And realizing this person doesn't know that what happened wasn't okay. And so I remember taking his arm and throwing it back at him. And I said, are you fucking serious, Graham? And he's like, what? And I'm like, do you not remember what happened last night? He's like, no. And I'm like, okay. I need you to get dressed and leave and never talk to me again. Like, nothing that happened was okay. And he did. He just got up and got dressed and left and didn't seem concerned.
He didn't ask
you. He didn't ask me a single question. And I mean, in the moment, I was like not wanting to talk about it anyway, so maybe I felt fine about that in the moment. But like, I was still like, how can somebody that you've been in a, you know, some type of a relationship with for this long tells you to never speak to you again about something that you did, and you didn't even ask what you did. So he left. He didn't talk to me, and I waited a couple weeks because I knew that with what had happened, I could have gotten pregnant, and I wanted to wait and to make sure that that wasn't the case. And so I waited until that happened, and I sent him kind of like a final send-off message. And
what did it say?
I remember a few pieces of it, and I remember saying that like nothing that happened that night was okay or consensual. And I waited on Instagram. You see when it says seen, and so I gave it a couple days. It said that it was seen, and I still didn't hear back out. And at that point, I blocked him on everything. I deleted his number. I blocked and deleted his like text phone number as well, because text and Instagram are, I think, the two ways that we had communication. And I've never heard from him since.
He posted a comment on Reddit about a video promoting underwear designed to prevent rape. And he wrote, quote, "Rape is a real thing. If you're so worried about it to buy Kevlar underwear, you'd think you might not get blacked out, fucked up around people you aren't comfortable with."
Right.
What did you think when you saw that?
I thought, here's a man who was drunk and who, by dictionary definition, raped me, and he's blaming drunk women. So I just felt like that was a very odd take to have on that. And I also feel like with all of the comments that he made about women, sexual assault, rape, even, you know, the comments that he had made that was in the New York Times article about, threatening people with rape. Like, why does this person have this issue like scattered throughout their life, throughout their commentary, like it's on their mind?
Come on, man.
And why do they have such a strong opinion about women coming forward with allegations? Like, I just feel like this isn't the first time.
I know that you have been very reluctant to tell this story.
Yeah.
Very reluctant. Why did you ultimately decide to do it? Why come forward?
A few reasons. One of the biggest ones is that I think that there are a lot of men in this world relying on the silence of women and to be where they are. And I don't want to contribute to that. I also want to just get my life back.
There are going to be people, maybe even his campaign, certainly his supporters, who say this is politically motivated. What would you say to that?
I couldn't disagree more. That was actually one of the reasons that I didn't come out.
Because you agree with his politics.
I do. I really agree with his politics. I think we need somebody with those political stances and who are willing to do the work. And, I see his political videos. They get me fired up as well. I understand why people want someone like him in office. And I felt like me coming forward.
That's fucking insane. Like, think about it. Think about it. That's her rapist. And because his political perspective is such a breath of fresh air in comparison to what is normally fielded, that she's literally saying, like, my rapist, I seriously contemplated voting for him. This is what I was saying earlier. It's like lesser evil rapist is the choice people are being forced to make now.
Would essentially potentially take that away. And I felt really uncomfortable with the responsibility of and the weight of my story and what that might do.
When people hear this from you, are you saying you should not vote for him because of what happened?
I'm not going to go as far as to say that. I'm just here to tell my story, to give a clearer picture of who he is and the type of past that he has. And I just think it's fair to the democratic process to let people know who they're voting for.
This has obviously been very difficult for you to talk about for 5 years. And even when you're telling the story, you don't use the word.
Yeah.
So let me just be, and I apologize, let me be as direct as I can. Did Graham Plattner rape you?
By definition, yes. Absolutely.
Because he had non-consensual sex with you.
Yeah.
Forced himself on you. Even after you had told him no and fought him off.
Yeah. He violated multiple layers of consent that night by coming into my home when I asked him not to, and by advancing on me when I told him not to, and furthermore, another incident that I had told him not to do. And
with protection.
Yeah. So, yeah. By the way that my nervous system reacted to this experience, absolutely.
There are going to be Democrats who say, I believe you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him anyway. Because we need a progressive voice.
Jake. Oh my God. Brother, a little bit of fucking care and consideration for a rape victim. Holy shit. God damn. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. Like this is your moment to be like, fuck this anti-Zionist guy, fuck this guy who's critical of Israel. But Jesus Christ. No tact, dude. No care or consideration to be like, hey, a lot of people are gonna fucking yell at you, by the way, just so you know. I've seen the way you ask sensitive questions to people. It's wild to me that people like Jake are considered journalists while you're not. I mean, it's fucking nuts, dude. Jesus Christ.
The United States Senate. Are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be able to handle that? I'm not saying it's the right answer or the right response, but
No.
That's crazy.
Oh, I have friends who feel that way, and that's been a hard pill to swallow. And I guess I need to not ask, potentially. Maybe I need to not ask in order to not care what they do. I understand. I understand that the state of our political environment is so much so that we need a lot of change. And he's offering that change. And, you know, I'm not mad at anyone who has voted for him all along. If he wasn't who he was, I would be voting for him as well. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen.
there's something you said that I just want to find out more about. You said he was forcing himself on you. It was getting violent. You were pushing him off. You were kicking him off. Needles and sewing equipment was falling all over. And walk us through the process where you decided that the safest thing you could do was just
Am I being crazy, or is this not very sensitive at all? Like the way he's dealing with this very delicate and very traumatic situation. Am I like they should have got? I mean, not to be the super woke here, but they probably should have gotten a woman to maybe handle this line of questioning. Even Dana Bash would do a better job than Jake, and she's just as pro-Israel as Jake is. It's kind of it's like unbelievably insensitive the way he's like walking through these questions is not delicate at all. He's like, yeah, a lot of people are still going to vote for this guy. How does that make you feel? Huh? Here are all of the visual graphic details of your worst night ever that took place. I'm going to walk you through it again. Plattner might not drop because of internal polls. Graham Plattner has not made a decision on whether to drop out according to a person. Yeah, those internal polls are going to look like fucking dog water after this media cycle ends.
let him rape you.
Yeah, I had never been in that situation before, and I remember it being an instant where I had recognized that he wasn't listening to me. It wasn't just that he wasn't hearing me or whatnot. And then I recognized his level of intoxication, and I knew in that moment I wasn't safe. And I don't think I was safe to physically fight back. He's big, he's strong. And I just had to evaluate my safety and come up with the least worst outcome to this situation. And so I felt like complying for my safety was the least worst option.
But that's not consenting.
No, complying is not consenting.
Complying is letting him rape you.
Is getting it over with.
Oh my God! Oh my God, Jake Tapper! Oh my God! I have never seen a rape victim be interviewed in such a gross manner. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. This is like this is shit that should be taught in journalism school of what not to do ever. I can't tell if he's like trying to actively get tears out of her or something. Like, I don't. Yeah, with an interview like this, you'd think Jake was a Plattner surrogate. Like, the way he's fucking. Like, I know his perspective, right? I know his perspective, so I know that he's not trying to attack her. But the way that he is questioning her literally almost comes across like he is a Plattner surrogate trying to attack her. And I assume the reason why he's doing it is because he's clickbaiting so fucking hard. He wants a clip so bad that he's getting immensely more invasive than he should be. And he's framing these questions in the grossest way I've ever heard a male journalist handle the topic of straightforward sexual assault, just straightforward rape.
So that he didn't hurt you even more?
I don't know what this person is capable of. I don't think anybody does. And even people you know for years and trust, you don't know the depths of what they're capable of. And
you were afraid for your safety?
Yeah, I was afraid for my safety.
Beyond. Not that rape isn't a horrific thing, but beyond.
Right.
Rape.
I didn't want to find out how.
Yes, he's a combat veteran, man. A drunk combat veteran who broke into her fucking house. Like, what the fuck? I guess he's just trying to get her to say, like, yes, I was scared for my life. But it is actually incredible. It is actually incredible that the words "you let him rape you" came out of his fucking mouth. Like, am I too woke? I don't know, man. Am I being too woke here? I feel like this is unacceptable. Like, he dropped it twice, not once. This is going to sound crazy, but I think he's trying to make Plattner sound worse. Yeah, I mean, he's already maximum bad. But it's just crazy that, like, there's a center called DART that teaches trauma-informed journalism. This is going against everything they stand for. Yeah. Anyway, this is not going to go anywhere, obviously. No one is ever going to fucking criticize Jake Tapper's horrifying interview, the way that he's, like, so unbelievably invasive. His career is set, especially after the Ellison purchase, but well, like, if you're a rape victim and you see this interview, you're probably gonna be like, I don't want to fucking come out. That's nuts. I mean, even if you don't care about the individual that you're doing this, like, invasive line of questioning on and potentially re-traumatizing, this is literally like a warning sign to virtually every potential rape victim to never say anything, because she's handling it with a lot more grace and a lot better than most people would. Certainly I would. But a lot of other people that see this are most likely not going to see the same takeaway. They're going to think, what the fuck? Horrible.
Unsafe I could get that night, or how harmed I could be that night.
I know this is probably one of the toughest things you've had to do in your life, so I just want to thank you for trusting us and sitting down with us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys being here to do this and to help share these stories very kindly and delicately.
Okay, if you say so. Definitely not very delicately and kindly. Very different assessment I got out of that. All right, let's see what the rest of the CNN is.
Gain of 4 seats to go from the minority party to the majority party in the United States Senate. And
Yeah, this is, so someone in the chat said, I'm a sexual assault survivor, just how police question you about it. And I don't mean that as a compliment. Yeah.
Collins, the Republican incumbent, is the only Republican running for re-election in a state that Kamala Harris won in 2024. So this is supposed to be one of the top-tier targets to have Democrats start making their build towards the potential 4 flips that they would need as a net gain to win the majority. Without Maine, if Susan Collins is to win re-election here, this becomes a much, much tougher climb for Democrats to win the majority.
David Jellian, thanks very much. Just ahead, what our political team.
Your political strategy is either a failure or purposely misleading. It's sad that you will never, ever feel the consequences of that failure. Are you talking to me? You're fed, bro. Americans getting treats, nobody else getting anything. Do you ever think that people just don't care about sound argument anymore? You're going to get more people on your side? Does YouTube notify you of threats people post? 53-month subscriber first starts noticing people saying hateful things about me, then becomes the hateful person. Classic story. Went from seeing negative videos about me to believing the things that they saw in the negative videos and becoming the person. Incredible. So bizarre. Because you're mean as fuck, the chatter's law? Sure. I would love for you to hear people out a little more. Out of context chats. Okay, you said your political strategy is either a failure or purposely misleading. It's sad that you will never feel the consequences of that failure. What is the out of context over there? Ukraine style like person DM'd on Discord seems to have not been around the past few days, willing to give the benefit of the doubt. They're caught arguing with this shit again. Easy perma. I'm cool as fuck to my chatters. It's true. From 2024 to 2025, they used to be normal. Ukraine is cooked either way. I don't think there's any recovery for us anytime soon. I don't see much light at the end of the tunnel for Ukraine, unfortunately. Between family and friends, I only notice 2 categories of people. Those who want to leave the country and reactionary right-wingers who want to draft everyone possible and fight till the last person. 53-month subscriber. How did this happen? Yeah, Democratic Party entryism. Why don't you support third parties? Oh my God, dude, stop. Okay, for your sake, we're not going to cover this right now. Please.
When you call with your credit card, we will send you this.
If Plattner drops out, a well-placed source inside the main Democratic Party is considering running a second state convention, nominating delegates, and having the delegates elect the new Democratic Senate candidate. Got hit with a BE beam. Yeah, it's like such a crazy moment to say this, by the way, especially considering that it's like, this is like, I mean, not even the bad empanada shit, but like the DSA is cooking right now. Like Graham Plattner is not a DSA affiliated candidate at all. I didn't go out and personally endorse Graham Plattner. I didn't go out to like campaign with him. There are candidates that I do campaign with, right? And you know them. You know the candidates I campaign with. You see them on the broadcast. I never fundraised for him. They wouldn't even grant me an interview, to be fair, which I wanted to early on. After they saw some of my scrutiny, they shied away from it. I talked about it. They're still going to say he's a DSA candidate regardless. Yeah, Plattner's not endorsed or affiliated with the DSA. The main chapter of DSA independently recommended him as a part of their June 9th voter guide, but that is after Mills suspended her campaign and it notably held him at decent arm's length. If you were to say, oh, you have defended the principle of saying that not all vets are fucking baby killers or we should be treating them in the same way, then yeah, I still defend those principles. If you were to say, I don't like that you said that Graham Plattner is a better candidate than Janet Mills or Susan Collins, then yeah, no, I disagree with that assessment as well. Given the information that we had at the time, and clearly for the perspective of the Mainers, he was that candidate. So what the fuck do you want me to do? Lie to you? I'm not going to do that. I don't know what Bernie's going to do. I don't know if he's going to rescind his endorsement. I assume he will, but who knows?
And the detail she has and the way that she has and is making it up. I mean, her statements are completely credible, and it is incumbent on everyone to believe what she is saying, and it is incumbent on Graham Plattner to get out of this race immediately, and then I hope he is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the Maine law.
And Alyssa, based on what you've seen, do you think the response so far to this is markedly different than previous?
It is markedly different. You know, a number of prominent Democrats have asked for him to step aside, but I want to know why. I knew the first accuser, who did not accuse him of sexual assault, but of domestic violence that came forward in the New York Times. She was a longtime GOP operative. She's somebody I've worked with, but that does not make her allegations any less credible. I don't know why that wasn't the line. I don't know why the Nazi tattoo wasn't. I don't know why demeaning Purple Heart recipients, homophobic slurs, racist and bigoted slurs on his Reddit posts weren't enough. When politics becomes winning at all costs, we end up with the worst people in office. And I think this is what we are running into. Democrats did not do their due diligence in vetting this man. And now their path to the Senate looks significantly bleaker because they went all in on this man.
Which people had raised that concern about the vetting. The flip side of it is, you know, if you want candidates who are quote unquote authentic,
He went to an elite prep school, but kind of masquerades as a working man. Like, this isn't even that authentic of a guy. This is what I think, and I've seen it happen on the right to some degree. This is what happens when the base of a party sometimes takes over the establishment and they want to burn it to the ground. This is a man who's dabbled in anti-Semitic tropes. He has gone. I struggle to find things to defend him at this point, yet most of the establishment stood beside him. And Democrats, one of their strongest arguments they want to make going into the midterms is it's about character, it's anti-corruption, it's about getting the Epstein files out. When you're standing by a man who's been accused of these things, you can't make that case as credibly.
Scott, if Plattner does decide to step aside, do you think the main Democratic Party will be able to nominate someone new without alienating former Plattner supporters? How do you see it?
Well, that's a great question, because it's something that Alyssa said. I agree, by the way, with everything Alyssa said. She raised all the correct issues and said this is what they had signed on to. The only thing I disagree with is when she said that he hadn't been vetted. No, he had been vetted. All of the things that have been stated, it was all out in the public. And people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tim Walz, the Bulwark, Pod Save America, all these people came together to overlook it all, to explain it all, to rationalize it all. He was vetted. People knew all these things. And a whole bunch of Democrats in Maine showed up and voted for him anyway. And a bunch of donors from around the country sent him money anyway. I agree with Alyssa's question. What changed? Why are you bailing on Graham Plattner now? You already signed off on Nazi tattoo, a self-described communist, somebody who's had rape fantasies, somebody who has been on a social media platform known as a playground for predators, and on and on and on and on and on. And the difference between this accuser and the previous one is simply this. She's a liberal. It's okay, I guess, for Democrats that their candidates assault conservatives. But he broke into someone's house and apparently, according to her, raped her. And because her politics are correct, they can now believe it. All of this whole thing is disgusting. But to say that they hadn't vetted him or that they didn't know about all this is totally false. They knew it and they signed up for it. And I don't know why they're backing away from this scumbag today when they had already signed off on all that other crazy behavior.
Christine, what do you say to that?
I mean, look, there's not a lot to defend in this scenario in Maine right now. You know, I'd like to think that they didn't do a good vetting, right? I'd like to think that folks didn't know all of this in the way that Scott said, that things came out as revelations as it moved forward. You know, the kind of looking back on this very, very soon, I hope will give us the answers to that question
I
about
hate this piece
whether
of shit.
there was vetting and how deep
Scott
it was.
Jennings.
But, you know,
You're a Trump supporter, man. You're a Trump supporter. You're a fucking Trump supporter. What are you talking about? Oh my God, I can't believe he did a rape. Like, what do you, oh, really? I can't believe you support Trump. What the fuck do you mean? You're an Epstein affiliate defender. The fuck is this bullshit? Yeah, calls for Plattner to drop from Schumer, Gillibrand, Warren, Slotkin, Kelly, Booker, Schiff, Ro Khanna, Gallego, Markey, DSCC, Vote Vets, and Citizens United, Senate Majority PAC. Everyone's calling for him to drop out. Plattner aid list items, list terms for dropping out. If he was to step down, it would only be a guarantee of being replaced by a candidate who he believes is the true values and vision and policy agenda the campaign Maine voted for. Oh no, people are going to say he's in no position to make these, oh God, I hope the fucking, I mean, I know what he's trying to do and I don't disagree with this. I think it's the right thing to do. It's the Democratic thing to do. But it's just the DNC is going to fucking use this as an opportunity to be like, fuck you. You don't get to have a say on here. You're a rapist. Oh, no. Dems are going to do everything in their fucking power to make sure that there isn't a fucking anti-Zionist in that position, a pro-Medicare for all guy in that position. There's no shot. Some context regarding this. The ambitious corner-cutting Bernie crap political strategists cracking up when asked how they vetted Plattner have a history of unprincipled, reckless rush recruitment and campaigning, the dangers of left sloppyism. Yeah, I don't care about left sloppyism, okay? I don't know how these guys found Graham Plattner. Like, I think that there were plenty of fucking red flags, including the chest tattoo, that should have been enough for them to see, because it was on his Instagram page. What is this? I've been telling you to stop putting all of our eggs in one basket. Whose eggs? What basket? Who are you guys talking to? You're making it seem like Graham Plattner was the fucking president of the Democratic Socialists of America or something. What is this? Where are the eggs and what is the fucking basket, dude? Who is this? Is this bait? Oh my God, he was literally baiting. He literally was baiting. Hasan, I've been telling you for weeks that it was a bad idea to put all of our eggs in the basket of someone like Platter. Chatters don't even know that even though there are no ads at the top of the hour, they can still subscribe for $5 or for free. God damn it. There are so many blue-collar progressives out there. There was really no need to settle on this guy. Okay, guys, I need you to understand something. You get a fucking combat vet with that background. This is, you know, there's a likelihood that this could happen, okay? Not to say all combat vets are like this, right? But yeah, you get a guy who's not, who hasn't like spent every waking moment at the age of 7 running for president. And yes, of course, I just didn't think it would be this fucking bad. It sucks because, yes, Plattner's progressivism should not be usurped by establishment Dems handpicking the nominee, but I also think it's a real stain for him to handpick as a replacement. Whoever replaces him should stay away from any association with Plattner with a 1,000-foot pole, which is going to be hard while retaining the progressivism. There's something really funny about this, by the way. There's people going like, has Hasan endorsed a communist yet? And it's like, dog, brother, do you think this is now officially going to make the American Communist Party the most viable alternative? At a time when a non-DSA affiliated candidate who's a left populist has been outed as a rapist that has nothing to do with the DSA at all. Like, what does that have to do with what we have been doing? What does that have to do with what we've been doing? Republicans are just going to lie. I know. Kevin McCarthy on Plattner allegations. That one thing I know about Republicans is when we had a very bad candidate, we didn't vote for that person. We walked away. Doors open. He was a host on the network you're currently speaking at. Like, what planet are these fucking guys on, dude? Anyone with anything to lose and no incentive to be honest will just quit. That's why the truth matters takes forever, apparently. Yeah. Dennis Hastert is the longest running Speaker of the House, and he was a out and about pedophile. Prolific pedophile. Like, we can't, the pedo games is not, it only goes in one way. It only goes in one direction, and it's the Republican grand old pedophile party. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Troy Jackson is someone who has spent his life standing up for these progressive values. The movement is about standing for Medicare for all, opposing foreign wars, and getting money out of politics. Wokeism on CNN.
This idea that it's far left for us to have some form.
Hold on. I'm not in the mood for that right now. Yeah, it's all pedo rapist admin. It's fucking nuts that they're doing this.
Currency, as you probably have heard, President Trump raked in 630.
Yeah, and the fucking administration. The administration is so corrupt, so unbelievably fucking corrupt, dude. I hate this shit so much. Ay, ay, ay. DSA posted about it. DSA did not post about it. Socialist News Media did, and I don't know who this campaign or this account belongs to, but you know, the main DSA supported Troy Jackson's campaign for governor. If Plattner drops out, we have the opportunity to elect the new DSA senator out of nowhere. I mean, he's not wrong. Abdul also weighed in. Yes, he said, credible allegations of sexual assault cannot be ignored. Voters in Maine deserve a choice for U.S. Senate that doesn't force them to make a moral compromise between sexual violence and corporate servitude. Anyway, yeah, calls mom for Plattner to end campaign after rape accusation. Graham Plattner, a Democratic nominee for Senate for Maine, said he was taking time to reflect on his political path forward as his support was swiftly eroded after a woman accused him of rape. In a video posted on social media, Plattner called the account false, even as he acknowledged the threat it posed to his candidacy in a tight race that could determine the control of the Senate in November. Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward. It was not immediately clear whether Mr. Plattner intended to continue his campaign against Senator Susan Collins, a Maine Republican. He has until July 13th to withdraw from the race, and if he does, the state Democratic Party has until July 27th to replace him on the ticket, according to Maine state law. The leadership of the state party urged him to where is it? The leadership of the state party urged him to withdraw. Both parties see Maine as a key to battle control of the Senate. The prominent Democrats withdrew their endorsements after the allegations surfaced. Senate Democratic campaign arm, which had opposed Plattner in the primary, called for him to quit the race. Graham Plattner needs to immediately withdraw. The fact that the source here is even throwing out if he were to step down hypothetical is proof that it is already over and it's just a matter of posturing for the Troy Jackson handoff. Yeah. Any chance it's all fake? No. Dude. In order for this to be a fake allegation, this random lady would have had to have hooked up with a random guy in 2021 and would have literally backpocketed a false accusation of rape from 2021 against a fucking random oyster fisherman, PTSD having combat veteran. Okay. With the hopes of maybe one day, and told her friends at the time, told her therapist, with the hopes that one day that oyster fisherman could fucking run for office, become a nationally prominent campaign that would hold the entire Senate majority in his candidacy. And that she would be like, finally, my time is now. I'm going to reveal this information right before the fucking deadline, right before the deadline to swap out a candidate. That is fucking insane. Like, that's not real. That just doesn't happen. Okay. That's insane. That's an insane world to exist in. Of course, that's not what happened. Oh, I hate to be the proof guy, but damn, you're popping off on allegations with no proof. What do you mean proof? I just gave you the proof. In order for an allegation to be credible, you have to look at conversations that that person has potentially had with others in that same time frame. This is a random guy at this point in 2021. Yes, and her therapist. The fuck are you talking about? I like Troy Jackson and would prefer he be the candidate, but there are at least 3 distinct possible weaknesses for him. 1, he's not an outsider who's been in state politics since 2002. Over a decade ago, he was anti-gay marriage and anti-choice when Susan Collins was pro both. He campaigned closely with Plattner. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Republicans hate Grant Plattner for assaulting an adult. Okay, that's kind of dark, but it's true. It's kind of dark, but it's also true. That's probably the reason why they're so mad. You severely underestimate the pedophilic elite that run your country? No, dude, that's not real. That's not like that's impossible. In order for these accusations to be not credible, okay, she would have had to concoct a private correspondence, like whip up a private correspondence with a second person, okay, that she has no evidence for, which, as far as I understand, she does, okay, or that Politico specifically clip-chipped the conversation where she literally says, she literally straight up says he's consensually ambiguous or whatever, right? And there would have been no conversation with her therapist at all back at that point, but only recently did she reveal to her therapist that like this was a real incident or something. It's just like all of the information, consensually careless is what she said. Didn't the therapist not comment? There are like 4 people who aren't coming forward to back up her story. Why are they not backing up her publicly? The therapist is probably not trying to fucking come out on a nationally significant story, especially because it's a violation of like the therapist might not be comfortable. The therapist might not be comfortable speaking on her on the things that she revealed to him. Yeah, you're forgetting that she told a third person that she dated after Plattner, and that third person also corroborated that aspect of Politico. Exactly. They would have to literally, they would have to have concocted, like they would have had to like coach her and find a third party to say yes to it. Like it's an impossible scenario. It's an unbelievably sophisticated psyop that is virtually impossible. The much more likely outcome is that this is a credible accusation of rape. No, it's not. Yes, it is. There are contemporaneous documents from a therapist and text message conversations with third parties. What are you talking about? It's getting to the point where this is like a Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel style situation for some people. You know, not the... how come this only works one way? Why can't the Dems be like Republicans and say the goal is to get rid of the Republicans, just plow through this? Great question. They have done that. And they will continue doing that, just not for Graham Plattner, because Graham Plattner was someone that they wanted to get rid of regardless. So he doesn't even have the DSCC backing. They have done that. I mean, Bill Clinton, right? They've done that with the Biden accusations. Now, credible or not, doesn't matter. They were just they plowed through it. It didn't matter for them. It's not like they made a significant assessment on whether or not Tara Reade was valid or credible. They just were like, no, shut the fuck up. They did that for Cuomo. Cuomo plowed through it. So that only works in one direction. It doesn't work in the opposite direction. And to be honest, I don't think it should work in the opposite direction. Okay? Yeah, at bare minimum, contemporaneous conversations about alleged rape is enough to establish probable cause to charge someone for rape. Maine, I believe, has a 20-year statute for it too. So Graham Plattner has a lot bigger issues to worry about than just just dropping out of this fucking race. He could literally be charged with rape, criminally charged with rape. Okay, which should happen for the record. That's fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, anyone who's subject to that should be instantly disqualified from political office, full stop, is you know. Like the Occam's razor, you know, what's the likely scenario here that like a random woman and a random man, an oyster farmer, oyster fisherman, fucking, you know, BlackRock mercenary or Blackwater mercenary got together and had a night of consensual sex, and then the woman decided, ooh, one day he might fucking run for office, and I'll just like lie about it in 2021, years prior to any sort of investment whatsoever into Graham Plattner running for office. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. For this to be a false accusation, she would have had to have a slander campaign 3 years ago, which was not a public figure, which is insane. Yeah. Or, like I said, there would need to be like literally fake information. Like, it's a real consensual relationship, but then like there are faked contemporaneous conversations and second and third party accounts. Like, that's an unbelievable level of investment. It's just like it's criminal in and of itself. Like, that would be the most sophisticated smear campaign that has ever existed. It's like easier to fucking probably, you know, incapacitate someone in other ways than to do that. It's not likely at all. I don't understand why the New York Times screwed up their story. They obviously weren't trying to catch and kill lawyers' incompetence, even if she didn't tell the New York Times. I think, and there will definitely be more coverage on that element as well. Like, how did the New York Times fuck this up? Will absolutely be part of the coverage. But I think the reason why she didn't want to come out was twofold. One, she didn't want to say that she was raped. And two, she did not want to be, she did not want to say that she was raped, and she also did not want, what do you call it? She probably didn't want to fuck up his chances, as damning as that seems, as like devastating of a reality as that is. I believe it when she says, like, I agreed with his politics, and I genuinely, it like weighed on me because the fate of the Democratic majority in the Senate hangs on my shoulders. That, like, you know, she says she prepared to vote for him.
Graham Plattner had told a story about himself that some folks were willing to believe, about a story of growth, a story that comes even, I think, and they were willing to believe it over the troubling signs that Andrew reported, that women had come out and said before. Yep. This is a new, I think, new piece of information that is serious, that's corroborated, and I think has had the justified reaction to it. I don't expect Graham Plattner to last through the week, and I think that him saying, they're kind of like, we built this grassroots base of volunteers, those are the very same people who feel quite lied to right now. Like, those are people he said that there wouldn't be more stuff coming out to. So I think that that's actually a critical, that's actually a critical piece of this, is that not just that the DSCC's changed their mind, or maybe some people who didn't want him to win the race originally don't like him anymore. That volunteer base that was driving that interest is turning on him. And I think that's really going to be the most damning part of this. But, I to the point about kind of outsider candidates, even take Zohran Mamdani in New York. That's someone who had been an assembly member, who had gone through some levels of vetting, who is actually, I think, doing fine now because he had thought about a vision of governance. When you kind of pick folks out of nowhere, you risk something like this. So,
World Cup news update. U.S. being beaten by fake country Belgium. People are mad at you for saying the right things now. I swear to God, people stay mad. How do you address those who rightfully are upset that no push to dropout was being made, with even with the knowledge of his Blackwater history and joyful killing of brown people? I don't know how many different ways that I can say this. And I have talked about this before. My own considerations about his Blackwater mercenary status was something that I openly revealed, openly talked about, but it was not relevant in the grand scheme of things in the eyes of Mainers, right? And I kept repeatedly explaining this over and over again. And unfortunately, people just did not care to understand what I was saying. I'm sorry. Our considerations or our concerns, maybe you were a lot more loud about them than I was, because I would still then package that up with he's a far better candidate, even with that background, than Susan Collins, who voted for these wars, and also better than Janet Mills, who was, again, pro-Israel and most likely going to lose to Susan Collins. Like you could have been loud and proud about it, but clearly Mainers did not hear your voice. And my skepticism or scrutiny would not change that reality. And that's why we debated the same old issue 1,000 times over. Do you understand? I hope someone clips this for Twitter, because my God, the amount of people asking about this today, it doesn't matter. Those people are not asking this question because this is a serious... He's an insider media guy. People did care, but nobody reported it. No. Graham Plattner is not an insider media guy. What are you talking about? They fucking ate his ass up a million ways to Sunday, even before this credible accusation of rape. I'm telling you right now. No. Americans, by and large, do not consider veterans, especially combat veterans, to be baby killers in the way that a handful of select few anti-imperialists do. Okay? They just see it as more of the same. When they think of Blackwater, they don't think, oh my God, he volunteered to join a private defense contractor that had to change his name a million times because they kept doing war crimes. They think, oh, it's the same old shit. He's just a grunt. He's just a vet. He's an American hero. Okay. That's what Americans think. Now, is this the correct assessment? No, it's not. But your assessment is also not correct, with the exception of Blackwater. If you're automatically assuming that every single veteran is irredeemable, every single veteran is an irredeemable monster, then I will debate you on that issue over and over again, which, again, is where people clip me and then will cry about how I'm defending Graham Plattner. That's usually the conversation. On principle, as far as having a blanket assessment that every single veteran is an irredeemable war criminal monster that murdered children, you can't operate like that. That's not a normal way to exist. And that's not how I have been ever in my life, and I will never be that way, and I will never, ever say things like that. Okay? Also, no one is being honest with his military record. I'm also concerned about how it reflects on his judgment and character, but people are talking like he's a perpetrator of torture at Abu Ghraib when he had a patrol in the area for Blackwater. He did embassy security. We can be honest while being critical. Yes. The more damning side of that was not what he did for Blackwater. The more damning side of that was the fact that he volunteered to go and work for Blackwater after Blackwater had changed his name 1,000,000 times over. You know what I mean? Most people didn't say most veterans, but one, come on, dude. You think Bad Empanada doesn't think all veterans? Are you fucking insane? Bad Empanada and his ilk don't even say most veterans. They say all veterans, every single one. Doesn't even matter if they were on like support staff duty. What are you talking about? Let's live in reality, please. Okay? Let's live in fucking reality. That's crazy. The idea that he's a dumbass, okay, where the fuck do you think most of this shit is coming from? Who do you think is clipping old things? Who do you think is using this moment? Who do you think is using this very moment to do the exact same thing that Epstein does? Okay? Bad Empanada doesn't like Adam Hamawi. Okay? Adam Hamawi risked his life to save the children of Gaza. What the fuck has Bad Empanada ever done in his goddamn life other than chirp? Get the fuck out of here. His own audience and the dumbasses in his community literally think they don't know any better. They think like, oh, they sincerely ask me, how many anti-Zionists have actually signed off on an arms embargo to Israel? I was like, every single person, as a matter of fact. Every single person that I've actually campaigned with have done that. But you wouldn't know that because Bad Empanada doesn't give a shit about the fucking truth. In his world, I hand-selected Graham Plattner because I loved that he was in Blackwater. That's it. My assessment on this has always been consistent, okay? My attitude on this is that everyone is a victim of their social conditioning. Everyone is a victim of their material realities to a certain degree. If you grow up in America, hopped up on American exceptionalist fumes, and the attitude overall, no matter how incorrect, is that you join the military to fucking save people's lives, whatever the fuck, okay? Then most people don't have the same assessment as you do, so they get duped into believing that they're actually going to go and find an adventure for themselves. And a lot of people in that process either become bloodthirsty monsters or they are horrified by the actions that they see around them and get the fuck out of the military and become lifelong advocates against American imperialism. Okay? If you don't give people the opportunity to, reconsider their perspective and you just assume that everyone has to start with the same starting point that you started off as, then it's delusional. You're never going to be able to fucking build a massive enough coalition. How is Hasan more down to earth than Chatters? Because I've lived an actual fucking life. I didn't just like spawn as an 18-year-old content creator. Troy Jackson says, there's no place in our politics for sexual violence, not in our party, not in any party. Graham Plattner must withdraw from this race today. This is not what we stand for, not as Democrats, not as Mainers, not as human beings. For too long, women who survive sexual violence have been told to stay quiet, to protect the men who hurt them, to think about the campaign, the party, the cause. We cannot ask women who trust us with their futures while looking the other way when one of our own hurts them. That's the end there. I believe Jenny Rasico. Yeah. Two things can be true at the same time, by the way. If Graham Plattner was a fucking ultra-Zionist, this story would have been caught and killed. Okay? Even if it did came out. K-File. Dang, he lost Mike from PA. Previously said Mossad was responsible for my first Reddit story. For the record, I believe the story to be 100% true, but do you think this will heighten the contradictions because our president was literally found liable for sexual assault and the media has let it go along with numerous other Republicans and Democrats? For some people, yes. For most people that we focus on here in our little bubble, you know, the commentariat, the Democratic Party consultants and whatnot, no, they just are using this as a great opportunity to the great opportunity to rip on the left populist flank, DSA, and numerous other people. They're fucking yelling at Abdul El-Sayed already. Reporting on Troy for Senate. Just got off the phone with former state Senate President, gubernatorial candidate Troy Jackson, a strong ally of Plattner's with some of the same labor support that helped Plattner's rise. Calls sexual assault allegation very serious. If Plattner steps aside, he is very, very interested. This is a very serious allegation, but I haven't talked to Graham, he said. This is something I've never considered. But if Graham's stepping away, I am very, very interested, and I think I'm the best person to replace him. Jackson said he'd received dozens of calls and messages of support, which began while he was fishing with his father earlier this afternoon. Said he received 6 more messages over the course of our 3-minute phone call. This is very fast moving. He said, never seen anything like it. What if Plattner ran on no more guilty than the president? Come on, man. I do wonder if there will be some Plattner dead enders. The commentary and political Twitter response has been overwhelmingly pro dropout, but his Instagram and Facebook comments, which are much more normie, are still backing him. No, that's precisely the reason why it has to be a left populist that replaces him. Okay? That's precisely the reason why. Okay? Because if it's not like Graham Plattner style candidate without the fucking red flags and the rape allegation, people are going to be like, fuck no, I'm not voting for anybody. It's over. And I need Democrats to understand that. A lot of people in Maine loved Graham Plattner for that reason. Not because he was a Blackwater mercenary, not because he was a fucking soldier, not because of any of that shit. They loved what he represented. So you need to absolutely captivate the same populist energy, okay? And if you think this is your opportunity, Democrats, to put forward Pills Mafia, Janet Mills, who is the fucking governor of the state, and she lost by insane margins to Graham Plattner and had to drop out already in this primary. If you think that this is an opportunity to fucking slam in a cookie cutter neoliberal or even someone who is a moderately progressive candidate, you are wrong. We will lose the Senate majority. So either you're hopefully planning on losing Maine and moving on to the rest of the map, which is impossible, okay? No Pinos, no Dinos. You have to go with a real left populist. A real left populist, or we're going to fucking lose this race and we're going to lose the majority, okay? You got to have someone who is as anti-Israel as Plattner is. You got to have someone who's pro-Medicare for all, Bernie back. That's why Troy Jackson seems like a perfect substitute, because here's the situation. This is not a they go low, we go lower type situation. No, it's not. Listen to me. The Senate majority is profoundly important, okay? It's profoundly important to make sure that there is some semblance, a crumb of accountability, a gumming up of the works of the Trump administration's bouldering towards fascism, okay? It's unbelievably important. Unbelievably important, and you have to unseat Susan Collins. Susan Collins is a very weak candidate. This is the weakest she's ever been. She's Teflon Don every other cycle. Right now, this is the weakest she's ever been, okay? There are going to be a lot of fucking people. There are going to be a lot of people out there who, judging by the Facebook comments, judging by the Instagram comments, not the Twitter ones, where we're all in line because all the fucking annoying bicoastal libs, myself included, are on Twitter. But judging by the anger that people feel, they are going to want a substitute that is similar without the rape allegations. That substitute seems to me to be Troy Jackson. If the DNC tries to put a hand-selected candidate from Chuck Schumer after the unbelievable victory that they received, the whopping that they got from Graham Plattner, in spite of his fucking red flags, I'm telling you right now, there will be a lot of people that go, fuck this, I'm out. They are not going to make this calculation that you're making. They're not going to make this calculation that I'm making. Harm reduction narratives are not going to work to carry a hand-selected establishment Democrat across the finish line. There is far too much populist rage in Maine. So much so that they straight up voted for Graham Plattner regardless of the red flags ahead of time, okay? And they voted in large numbers. I am very worried. Anyway, this is Kamala 2.0 in Maine that has to be avoided. Yeah. Do you think the allegation has already depressed voter turnout that people might not vote for Troy Jackson? Troy Jackson is the best substitute. It's not even a guarantee then. Here's Troy Jackson's candidacy for
Please
governor.
welcome to the stage the next governor of the state of Maine, Troy Jackson.
I'll be all around in the dark. I'll be everywhere, wherever you look. Wherever there's a fight, so hungry people can eat, I'll be there. Wherever there's a cop beating up a guy, I'll be there. I'll be in the way guys yell when they're mad. And I'll be in the way kids laugh when they're hungry and they know supper's ready. And when our folks eat the stuff they raise and live in the houses they build, I'll be there.
We can't afford to wait any longer. Our time is now. We're not from the left. We're not from the right. We're from the bottom. And finally we're right.
3 hours ago, I had never heard of Troy Jackson, but I will die for him now. Does he have the juice? According to matchups, he does. They've already polled him on it. This is how a true DC pro gloats over her enemy's smoldering corpses by pretending not to gloat, only saddened and concerned about the fate of our country. We amateurs ain't shit. By the way, I will say, did you fill out your blue sky apology form yet? No. No, I did not. And I will not. Iran hit 2 commercial ships. Brace yourselves. Oh, shit. They're reeling from the Graham Plattner news. Yeah, Moshtaba Khamenei said it's either Graham Plattner or the Strait closes. On a Monday, too. Bold. Anyway. What a fucking day this has been, huh? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Mitch McConnell is likely dead, or at least brain dead, according to some reports. The Ayatollah, the Ayatollah is famously rooting for Iraq war vets. Man, we're joking. Okay, that's a joke. I don't know if you know this, but I was joking. Anyway. Yeah, this is the main Senate polling. Jackson versus Collins matchup 48-43. Collins versus Plattner. This is July 6th by Wedgwood. I don't know how reliable this fucking poll is, but Collins 50-50 with Pills Mafia, 50-46 with Plattner, 48-43 with Jackson. Kenneth Pingree, the Democratic nominee for governor of Maine, alluded to Jackson earlier, saying Plattner's replacement should carry the same progressive energy. Pingree could be a key ally for Jackson at the nominating convention. The two previously cross-endorsed one another. There's a real brewing in Maine. The Dem establishment think that they can risk the Senate majority by not replacing Plattner with an acceptable substitute. Will be risking Mills being in that poll after losing the primary 3-1. The party ended an hour ago and he's still here. Mention Troy in the tweet. Yes, I'm retweeting Troy Jackson. Wait, what the fuck? Haley Stevens says, Abdul, are you having trouble stringing these two sentences together? I believe women. Graham Plattner should drop out. Wait, what? That's what he's saying. That's literally Trump's biggest donor. What gives? She quote retweeted Abdul literally being like, yeah, Maine voters should not vote for a rapist. Like, what does that? What gives? Maddie Maroon. JC Polanco. Imagine being Jewish, knowing anti-Semitism is an all-time high, and watching the far-left consult DSA Bernie Sanders, many prominent Democrats gleefully push for a Senate candidate who sat willing through at least 100,000 punctures with an ink-filled needle on his chest to proclaim his love for the Nazis. How do you sleep at night? Shameful. Dog, you added, first of all, you're not Jewish. You added a Jewish guy. What is happening here? This is yet, I'm chalking this up. Another one. Okay. This is another instance of if you are Goyim, but also Zionist, you are actually more Jewish than a Jewish guy. Okay. Straight up. This is that moment where Josh Hawley was yelling at the guy from the liberal Zionist guy from Next, right? Was it Next? The Jewish advocacy group that was literally like, you shouldn't actually, deport people for anti-Semitism. And Josh Hawley was like, shut the fuck up. What the fuck do you know about combating anti-Semitism? Yeah, this is the classic Richie Torres implying Adam Friedland is a bad Jew moment. Can't wait to vote for AOC. Stay out of politics, man. Bro, they're calling Bernie a bad Jew. I know. I mean, dude, this is fucking insane. Fuck you, Bernie Sanders, you self-hating anti-Semitic cancer on society. Interesting to note that you failed to mention Graham Plattner. Democrats, stop listening to Bernie and let's get behind Haley for Michigan. Wait, what? Wait. Whiplash. What the fuck does Haley Stevens have to do with this conversation? Wait, I'm sorry. What? He came in hot. He started out by being like, fuck you, Bernie. You're a bad Jew. Then turned around and was like, we should vote for Haley Stevens. Am I right, guys? It's like, how is this related? You know what, guys? We got to vote for Rahm Emanuel in 2028. Am I right? It's like, what? We got to vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028. Come on. Who's with me? And it's like, who's with you? Where the fuck did that come from? That's a whole different sentence in a different zip code on a different state. What do you mean? You ain't slick, Fred Gutenberg. What the fuck? Yeah, it's literally another 10 billion to Israel. Yeah, he was just like, guys, I've seen enough. Nixon 5, give another 10 billion to Israel right now. Right now. It's time. I don't know what I'm saying. But we're all thinking it, right? Please, logs, I'm a moral dilemma. What? I'm not reading that. Twitter liberals got their script so damn fast. Elside, like Plattner's another one. Leftists are ignoring the red flags. What are the red flags? No one ever mentions the red flags. With Abdul, they just say red flag, right? With Graham Plattner, there was all these little things needling, and big ones too, that seemingly Mainers didn't give a shit about, like his fucking Totenkopf tattoo, right? Or his Blackwater stint. But like, what are his red flags? It's not a red flag, it's a brown flag, okay? It's the fact that he's brown. Just say it. Just be like, we can't have an Islamist, fundamentalist, Muslim terrorist, ISIS supporter run for Senate because you feel that way, okay? It's a red flag for you. That's crazy. The white guy turned out to be so bad, so we definitely shouldn't vote for Abdul al-Sayed. Yeah. Yeah. He worked for Bill Clinton is crazy. By the way, that guy calling Bernie a Jewish descendant of Holocaust survivors and victims a cancer on society while accusing him of anti-Semitism is insane. I know. I mean, we saw this with Brad Lander. Okay? We saw this with Brad Lander. Brad Lander defeated a candidate that was pro-Israel, right? Dan Goldman was pro-Israel. Brad Lander defeated Dan Goldman in a very Jewish district. Brad Lander was also very critical of Israel and said certain things about Israel that I've never heard from someone who, self-identifies as a liberal Zionist or Zionist in any capacity, that Israel is an occupation, it's an apartheid, that it's doing a genocide, right? And that was enough for them. They just wrote out the fact that Brad fucking Lander, who has been Jewish his whole life, okay, that was enough for prominent Jewish people and even Christians who are pro-Israel to write out his Judaism like that. It evaporated out of him. Like, it's like that one comic from that one reactionary guy. Remember, where it's like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't blackjack. And then this black girl goes, no. And then she turns white. Like, that's what they did to Brad Lander. Overnight, they were like, it's over. This is the most anti-Semitic attack that has ever existed. Now, not just Brad Lander, but all the Jewish people that voted for Brad Lander in this district. Pro-Israel non-Jews saying things like these scheming, cunning, wily parasites are a cancer on our society about anti-Zionist Jews. Yeah, they're like the perfidious anti-Zionist Jews. You just add anti-Zionist in there and everyone's like, yeah, it's fine. He can say it. Oh, okay, got it. You can just literally do protocols. As long as you say they're bad Jews because they're anti-Israel, then it's fine. It's unbelievable. It's insane. That's not what Brad Lander said about Israel. Stop lying. Yes, it is. Brad Lander has said all three of those words. Okay. What is this? What? Oh, shit. I accidentally fucking modded this guy. Jesus Christ. Thank God we timed him out at the same time. I think I modded him. Did I mod him? Oh, he was just saying, get it right. Israel's committed a genocide. New mod alert. No, we're not modding him. He was just doing the Brad Lander accent. Mod me? No. No pog. I'm hitting the red sword. Shake me? Okay, you can get shake. You can get shook. The Black Panthers would hate Hasan Piker. They consider him a left social democrat ideologically, but they would still consider him an ally and collab with him. They work with all types of people. Where is this? Why am I getting this? Why would they hate him? He's anti-black. And then even in the defense, they're like, they would also hate you, lol. What do you mean would also? Why would the Black Panthers hate me? Bro, you're getting called a Kautskyite? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? This is a good time to say I told you so about Plattner. If you don't have solidarity with us in the global south, you will keep getting let down by politicians. Yeah. Yeah. Graham Plattner being outed Graham Plattner being outed as a rapist is because he wasn't. What's so funny? Come on, man. Uh Is this a bit? No, it's not. It's real. This is a real take from people. It's just the truth. It speaks of his character to kill brown children in our neighborhoods. In other news, Larkin outperforms Moskowitz in his poll. This is terrible. Jared Moskowitz's poll shows the risk of running a pro-ICE, pro-Israel, pro-Doge corporate Democrat versus the GOP. Moskowitz's own poll has him +1 over Moratis. We're +9. He's 10, +10 over Singer. We're +12. Haven't you always been in the critical support camp? Yes. But those guys don't like it when I say critical. Those guys don't think I'm sufficient in my critical support for actual anti-imperialist causes. They feel like it's insufficient. And when I say critical support, or not even critical support necessarily, but just like telling you exactly how it is, who's better in the bourgeois democratic election, okay? Like, who's better, Graham Plattner or fucking Janet Mills or Graham Plattner or Susan Collins? That's enough. That's enough for them to be like, you love him. You've loved him your whole life. You've said he's the best person that's ever run for office. Which is true. I have said that. That's what I've said. And I've also said he's the president of the DSA. I do like Daria Liza and some other candidates you push for, but you were yelling at us for hours for attacking him. Yes, of course I was, because the extent did not begin and end at Graham Plattner has a lot of red flags, and yet Mainers are still voting for him, or that he is obviously a better alternative to fucking ultra Zionists like Susan Collins or fucking Janet Mills. It was, you like Graham Plattner, you love Graham Plattner, you want Graham Plattner to be your dad, you want Graham Plattner to be the president, you want Graham Plattner to continue murdering children in the global south as he did every day, and he enjoys that. That's his favorite activity. Okay? Now you're trying to pretend it didn't happen. I mean, there are long and tireless hours of this conversation, of these conversations that I've had. Countless hours. Okay? I'm not pretending that it didn't happen. I'm owning what I said about Graham Plattner. You just don't like it because you were you had only one attitude about this, which was he should drop out of the race, which happened to be Neera Tandon's position as well. You know? Whatever, dude. I still appreciate your commentary, but I hope you learned something from this. I know. I'm going to exclusively run Larashite and ML candidates going forward. Thank you. My problem. That's my problem. Your ops are also his ops. Something is weird here. No, it doesn't matter. You have to declare war on the military for that chatter? Yes. They will sincerely advance that, and then they'll turn around and be like, oh, you're just exaggerating. You're strawmanning my position. It's like, no, there's plenty of people who have said, there were plenty of people who have said, like, if you're a veteran in any way, shape, or form, you're a fucking child killer. The allegations against Grant Plattner are so disturbing to the point where Susan Collins will support him for Scottish justice. You were the first to call out his tattoo. People seem to forget that. It doesn't matter. Hasan, do you think this just proves to walk like a chud, think like a woke? Maybe if it looks like a chud, it's a chud. Even if it thinks like a woke, what do you think? No. The major difference here is someone's experience in the military, for me, for my assessment, does not disqualify them. Depends on who they are as a person now. Okay? Someone doing rape, on the other hand, does disqualify them. Okay? That's it. Unless there were also credible allegations that he had conducted himself a certain way. Not like fucking him posturing on Reddit or whatever. Like if there were any accusations of the sort of his service, his experience in service, just like the accusations that we've seen that are credible today of him doing a rape, that would be disqualifying. That's it. How would there be accusations that victims are as dead as a part of the military? I mean, it's a ridiculous question. I'm not talking about like the victims of imperialism that are going to rise from the dead. I'm talking about like, what's that famous case of the one guy who was like a fucking sniper and his own brigade literally had to call it in? And then Trump actually pardoned him. Not Chris Kyle. But Chris Kyle is another great example. Chris Kyle was considered a hero. I'm talking about Eddie Gallagher. Thank you. But Chris Kyle was seen as a hero, but many people knew the extent of his inhumanity in service. As a matter of fact, ironically enough, you know who also fucking called him out? Motherfucking Graham Plattner. Probably not the best time to mention this. People will be mad at you. People will be mad you didn't any positive coverage of Plattner at this point, and anger at a rapist almost getting power is valid, but hoisting all the blame onto you when you demonstrably kept them at arm's length is disingenuous. You didn't ban Plattner skeptics or call them crazy. You banned troop exploders. Yes, I did ban a good deal of troop exploders. Because that's, again, a position that I do not take, and I think it's fucking ridiculous. I disagree with it on moral grounds, and I also disagree with it in general. And you can't say that that makes me insufficient in my anti-imperialism or my critical support for anti-imperialist groups, especially considering that there is not a single other person in mainstream media that is unironically defending any kind of resistance movement. Any kind. Ronald Brownstein and Bloomberg take on Plattner. The far left activists who recruited Plattner were so determined to find a blue-collar outsider that by their own admission, they performed only the most rudimentary due diligence on potential problems in the background. Plattner's national backers became too focused on proving that their model of how to win elections, blast force economic populism delivered by outsiders, was the right path. They forgot that they were asking voters to endorse not a theory, but an actual human being. Schumer and DSCC failed by clearing the field for Governor Janet Mills. On paper, she had strengths. In practice, she was a dismal candidate. By propping up Mills The Democratic establishment precluded the emergence of any organic alternative to Plattner. Plattner deserves plenty to blame, too, for repeatedly assuring supporters that no more damaging... It's weirdly a fucking good take from Ronald Brownstein. I mean, it's yeah, 100%. I mean, the far left activist who recruited Plattner is a little bit aggressive, but yes, it's clear that there wasn't due diligence. I mean, what are we talking about? It was clear from the jump when the fucking Totenkopf tattoo came out. This is random, but I just saw it. This is Bernie's most recent post, and it was posted 5 minutes after Graham's response video was posted on Twitter. Uh-oh. Do you think Bernie really loves Graham Plattner or something? Like, what the fuck's going on? I mean, he saw a lot of Joe Biden and Graham Plattner. He don't got internet. He don't got internet. Not everyone has a racism PhD. I mean, first of all, you should have a racism PhD if you're vetting a candidate. It seems possible that background checks would not have cleared this. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the tattoo. That is a fucking blaring alarm. That's a crisis. It's not like he didn't post it. He posted it on his Instagram. Whether he thinks that that wasn't a fucking Nazi tattoo or not doesn't matter. Anyone, if I had seen a photo of him shirtless and someone were to come to me and be like, hey, can you look at this guy's Instagram profile? And I happen to scroll past it, I'd be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? The tattoo proved that they didn't do sufficient background. Bro, just have a nuanced opinion? Wait, what do you mean? On what? There's definitely levels to his history in the military, though, don't you think? I have two opinions on this. My own personal opinion and my opinion as an analyst, okay? If you are asking me my own personal opinion, I don't think across the board any veteran is irredeemable, if that's the question. But if the question is 4 tours and Blackwater, yes, that is a glaringly obvious red flag, as I have brought up before. But if you're asking me my position as an analyst, as a commentator, as someone who understands the average American, or at least tries to understand the median voter's mindset, I have repeatedly explained to you over and over again that the troop exploder stuff is just like poison, regardless. Okay, it's completely unacceptable. But besides that, most people don't give a shit that he was a machine gunner. Most people do not give a shit that he was even in Blackwater. And they proved that they didn't give a shit about that. It turns out they went beyond not giving a shit, even by my estimations, because I thought the Nazi tattoo would be, a fairly large red flag from the perspective of the average voter. They didn't care at all. Try to have a nuanced position level impossible. Is this not a nuanced position? Isn't his wife's family Jewish? Yes. But again, what his wife's Jewish family saw when they saw the tattoo versus what a vetter would see when they saw the tattoo are two entirely different realities. The only point I'm making is that is such a whopping and alarming red flag. I'm actually shocked that he actually withstood that. Yeah, vetting wasn't the issue here. It's almost the opposite. Finding these kind of outsider candidates a deliberately high-risk pursuit because, as Dan Moraff told the Journal, they weren't raised in a vat to become elected officials. I agree, but vetting still was the issue here. I don't know why people don't see what I'm seeing or don't understand what I'm saying, okay? It doesn't matter if none of you guys knew. Clearly, there were plenty of people who didn't know what a Totenkopf tattoo is. I'm not one of those people, but the reason why I'm saying that is because the person who's supposed to be vetting this person is supposed to be that person, is supposed to be a guy who knows those things. That's it. That's my point. Would you support a former IDF gringo soldier that participated in the Gaza genocide to run for office in the U.S. as long as they had the same policies as Plattner? Great question. No, because in order for them to have the same policies as Plattner, they would have to be literally anti-Israel. And there is no guy who participated in the Gaza genocide that are anti-Israel, that say it's an occupation, that say it's an apartheid, that want to embargo Israel. Okay? That's insane. That's an absurd hypothetical, and that's the reason. But if he reformed, yeah, in fucking 25 years, maybe. In 25 years, perhaps, that would mean a lot of atonement, don't you think? Again, stupid question. Especially because I have had IDF veterans who are anti-Zionist on this fucking broadcast. I've interviewed them. I've relied on their work. Okay? Some of the most important. See, look, you're moving the goalpost. Okay? You're moving the fucking goalpost. You asked me a question about IDF veterans, and I'm going to give you an answer about IDF veterans. Okay? Some of the most important work that has come out of the Israeli new historians were conducted by IDF veterans, former IDF veterans, okay, who are prominent anti-Zionists. I know you don't care. But if you're testing my consistency here, I've always been consistent on this position. Avi Shleim served in the IDF, is a prominent anti-Zionist, and one of the Israeli new historians. Okay? His work was very important in uncovering the synagogue bombings that took place in Iraq. Ilan Pappé, foremost anti-Zionist Israeli academic. He also served in the IDF. Ofer Kassif served in the IDF, became a conscientious objector, is in the Israeli Knesset. Ofer Kassif is also an anti-Zionist. Okay? So no. My position on this is like, oh, if you've served in the IDF or you've served in the American military, you're an irredeemable monster. Gideon Levy, another anti-Zionist who also served in the IDF. Okay? I don't have the idea that like all IDF veterans or all American veterans are irredeemable monsters are fucking ridiculous. Okay? No one is irredeemable. So killing Palestinians is bad, but serving 4 tours and murdering Iraqis is fine. Okay. Now I am beginning to believe that a lot of you guys are actually not American because there's no, you can't grasp the English language, I think. Maybe you are not American after all. I used to believe that half of these people were from like Iowa. They were like Iowa Maoist third worlders LARPing. But now I sincerely believe that English might be your second language because you were refusing to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? That's a whole different sentence that you just came up with. And then this is how we go down the spiral of Hasan defends Graham Plattner for hours because the conversation does not stay with Graham Plattner. It turns into why don't you think all troops are baby exploiters and child murderers who are rapacious monsters that are bloodthirsty and irredeemable? Yes, on principle, I will never fucking have that attitude. There are plenty of veterans in this community and plenty of anti-war veterans in this community, anti-imperialist veterans in this community, and I welcome them here. And this is, this is a place where they can feel safe. I don't give a shit if you turn around and say that's unacceptable. This is a consistently held, principled position that I've had from day one. Okay? I care not about what you have done. I care about how you atone for what you have done. Who you are now matters to me most. I love you, Hasan. I don't think all vets are evil, but this dude was us from the jump. I mean, yes, there was a lot of red flags. I agree. Number. What the fuck? DUI Bert? There's a Paul Pelosi Bert? There's a real truth here. As the left grows into power, it does have to shed the ragtag YOLO mentality that led the planet. But this is a wild thing to say when the single most politically impactful scandal of the 21st century came from an establishment Dem and created Trump. Yes. Wait, Turby Durden? Chud Bert? That's Judge Jeanine Pirot's husband? What happens with the Rays if he drops out and does Mills comes back? So if it's Pills Mafia to the bitter end, I think the Senate majority chances are completely fucked. There will be plenty of hanger-ons like Plattner dead enders. There will probably be. I'm trying to get you guys to be comfortable with this, but if there isn't like an exchange of power, okay, if there isn't an exchange like a handoff from Plattner, given the momentum that he had, our perspective on Plattner aside, right? If there isn't an actual like exchange of power between Plattner and whoever comes next, whoever can carry that fucking populist rage and that populist momentum, it's over. Okay? You have to find literally an identical candidate that doesn't have rape allegations, credible rape allegations. Lucky for us, there is a candidate that is very similar. But of course, predictably, Democrats have immediately moved on to going on Fox News to shit on that guy. Because for them, this was not about winning the Senate. It was about winning the argument.
Doug, how do you get your party to shed some of these crazy ideas, anti-Israel, anti-American candidates, and get back to the center, as you say?
I think the best way is the Democratic Executive Committee has a procedure, assuming Plattner steps down by July 13th, in those 2 weeks, to have a debate across the state of Maine with robust candidate forums, and hopefully pick someone, as you mentioned, like Janet Mills or like Jared Golden, the congressman, or Nirav Shah, who ran unsuccessfully for governor. So we have somebody in a general election with a big turnout who has a chance to compete fairly. We are for democracy.
Yeah, and that candidate is the governor of the state that fucking lost to the guy with a Totenkopf tattoo. Yeah. Let's do it. Kamala 2.0. Kamala and Hillary Rodham Clinton 2.0 in Michigan with Haley Stevens. And then Kamala 2.0 in Maine as well. Fuck it, dude. Let's just keep fucking losing. Fuck it. Let's let these rapist, pedophilic Jeffrey Epstein defenders run the country in perpetuity. Fuck it. That's where we're at. That's what these guys are basically saying. They're like, I don't give a shit. Fuck it. My life is fine. I'm getting the tax cuts. I'm white. I'm not going to get fucking deported. Who gives a shit if there's concentration camps? That's literally what they're saying. It's unbelievable.
gets to your point.
Certainly am. I'm against the socialists, and the best way to prove that moderate mainstream Democrats have a future is to nominate someone here, whether it be man or woman, and have them compete with a very strong candidate in Susan Collins. I'm for that. Hopefully your viewers and the electorate will embrace that.
Do you think they're dumb enough to appoint Mills or a Mills acolyte? Yes. Yes. That's what they're fucking salivating over. They're going to use this opportunity to be like, Bernie sucks. He was wrong all the time. He's never been right. And that we can't let a left populist win this, take over the mantle from Plattner. We have to run Kamala Harris in every seat, even though she just lost in all of the battleground states. Bernie has to say something crazy he hasn't already. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Bernard. Look at this. I'm surprised he still gives a damn about anything, to be honest. They're explaining Bumble to him. Yeah, look. All I'm saying is, call me Taliban the way I ride that Toyota Hasanabi. Okay, you guys are already quick. We want Action Jackson. Can an economic populist win Maine's governor race? Too many Zohran Mamdani and Troy Jackson couldn't look more different. But both are a part of the same political project. The renewal of class politics has caught fire in cities across America, and now it's time to set rural America ablaze. All right, people are saying it. Troy the Trojan Horse Jackson, it's time for the real Maine Senate candidate to rise from the fall of Plattner. We will carry the flame. What tattoos does Troy have? I can't believe we're about to do Coconut Summer again, but for this guy. USA losing to Belgium as everyone expected. Yeah, it made the situation far worse that Donald Trump did the thing that he did, which, annoyed the shit out of people, and on top of that, we fucking ended up losing. Anyway, if you are on Troy Jackson's team, I am here. I am available. I did not come to Maine for Graham Plattner. So the Hasanabi bump did not work for Graham Plattner, but for Troy Jackson, it might. Just saying. Deploy Troy. Troy was running on a pro-cop ticket in 2022. His heart doesn't seem to be all in it for queer rights. I'm kind of worried, man. Hasanabi, read this. Fair. Yeah, it seems that he was not exactly pro-LGBT, let's just say, when even Susan Collins was, which is worrisome. Belgium just scored again? He was murdering and raping foreigners. He was a product of it. Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, I'm sorry, man. It's your fucking hallucinations. Okay, I can't deal with something that you invented. Okay? You just came in here to be like, listen, now that there's a credible allegation, I think it's time for you to apologize for what I suspected he had done. Even though there's not really any evidence for it, I think you should apologize to me. No, you don't understand. Neither of us really knew this bad thing, but I was right all along because I hated him for something else entirely. Yeah, something else entirely that I just assumed that he did with no evidence. Belgian fans are saying America 250 pounds. Oh no, they're pooping on us. They're farting on us. Yeah, here. Questionnaire. Why are you running for office? What can we expect you to accomplish by the end of your first term? I'm running for governor because the status quo isn't working. I'm tired of laws that aren't enforced. I'm tired of good bills that would help lower prescription costs, protect workers, stop spraying the harmful chemicals, and so much more get vetoed. I'm tired of folks being told to hold on, wait a little longer, or that now is not the right time. All thanks to the work of special interests, high price. Wait, is this just the
Troy
video?
Jackson, thank you very much for coming and talking to us. So just as a little bit of background for people who may not be familiar with you since you've been out of office for a couple of years, you were Senate president for 6 years. You represented your hometown of Allagash and northernmost Maine in the House and the Senate for more than 20 years. But you've been working in the woods as a logger for many decades before that. And now you're running for governor as a Democratic candidate. So I guess I'd start with, of those backgrounds as a logger, as a tradesperson, or as an elected official, which of those things do you think best prepares you for running for governor?
Well, I think the logger's definitely been the thing that's prepared me for everything. I mean, it's got me, where I've understood the challenges of Mainers, the power differentials, the wealth inequality. I mean, everything really has come from that background. It shaped how I was as a legislator too. How the unfairness, why I fought against Big Pharma.
Yeah, of course he has no swag, bro. He's a fucking logger from Maine. What are you talking about? Like, have you heard how Janet Mills talks? Have you heard how Susan Collins talks? Have you guys met someone from Maine before? It's the oldest state in the fucking United States. That was part of the allure of Graham Plattner, regardless of his red flags. That was part of the reason why people were like, oh my God, this is like an unbelievable gift. This guy can fucking yap till the cows come home.
Why I've fought against big landowners, why I've stood up for workers in the legislature, because I felt like everyday people needed a voice, and that all came from my logging background. Even before I was a logger, watching my dad be a logger.
And what would you say your experience in Augusta, how has that prepared you or shaped how you're going to approach the job as governor?
Well, I think the same thing. I mean, I don't think that even though I was in the legislature for 20 years and 6 as Senate president,
sorry about that.
That's fine. I think that everyday working class people don't they don't get the recognition that they should have. And I think that's why I'm running this race, is that I feel very strongly that working people need to have a governor that's in their corner. And in my time, and certainly I don't believe in my time before, at least from my parents and my grandparents, they haven't had that. I want to be a governor that fights for everyday people across the state, and I'm going to be. And that's what my time as in the legislature has shown me, is that we haven't had.
Also, one of the most underrated elements of the Graham Plattner run was when we knew that he had trouble with alcohol, right? Self-admitted. And that motherfucker took a photo with Jack Cocherella straight up holding up a beer bottle. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was just like, that's not, if you remember, maybe some people saw me call it out on the broadcast, but I was like, that's not something smart to do. Like, just drinking in general should be out for you. Drinking at a campaign event should be a non-starter. It's the most unbelievable thing to pose with a drink when virtually every single one of your infractions or your red flags that we know of came from your drunk moments, like drunkenly getting a totem cough tattoo. Yeah, if you want to know something promising about Troy Jackson, he was one of the few rare Bernie super delegates in 2016. Yeah, no, he's been a Bernard brother.
That as a governor, I've had numerous bills that have been vetoed by actually the 3 governors I've served with, mostly the last 2, but that were designed to help everyday working class people, and that's the one thing that I wasn't able to do, was able to sign those bills. I could pass most any bill I wanted, but I can't sign them, and that's what this race is about, is being a governor that's going to sign bills that's going to help everyday people.
Yeah, I'm talking a lot about a few of those issues. So electricity prices have increased significantly in recent years. Some folks, especially Republicans, blame clean energy subsidies. Others say, no, it's more about the price of natural gas. What would your approach be to trying to lower electricity costs?
Well, I do think that we could do more on both that. I think that we probably could have done incentives to people that wanted to do clean energy. We could have done tax incentives instead of putting it all on ratepayers like the net energy billing did. But I think going for clean energy is smart because we're like right now, look at where we are with our fuel prices, our energy, because of what's going on in the Middle East. That is a problem, and that's always a problem every time we're at the whim of other countries. When you see something like that, and we've seen that in the past with Russia, whenever they went to war, natural gas prices would spike, and so having clean energy that's made here in Maine, I think is a good idea. And we can do that. We have a great opportunity with a bill that I sponsored with the Versa transmission line. We have a lot of clean energy there. Other states wants that energy. I think the challenge that we have is, do we let the other states actually become a part of that ownership, or do we sell that energy to them? I believe we should be selling that energy to them, and Maine should be a big part of the deal. The dealer instead of the supply. Letting those states actually come in and be taking our power. That's a way that we actually could lower our energy costs here in Maine, is by selling that energy to Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut. And that's how we actually will get on top of these high energy prices.
So a big issue, obviously, for a lot of folks is the price of health care. This is an issue I know you've worked on for years and years in the legislature. You sponsored a whole bunch of bills dealing with the price of prescription drugs. I know you support Medicare for all, as well as a public option. I guess on those two things, do you think that's a realistic possibility? And absent that, what could or would you do as governor to try to lower healthcare costs?
Yeah, well, healthcare, a lot of people see me as, big labor advocate, and I've talked about it, being working class person already here today, but You know, healthcare was probably one of the biggest reasons why I ran for the legislature. You know, I didn't have healthcare as a logger. I saw a lot of people in my time that struggle with that, and now it's even worse. And I do feel very strongly about this. I mean, I feel like in this country we should have a Medicare for all system, and I feel like the state has to take this issue on head on, and I will. You know, we pass bills on prescription drugs. It's about 50% of the cost here in Maine. Those are bills that, even though the current governor vetoed these bills, I think we have to take Big Pharma on. You're seeing states like Colorado that's passed very.
What do you think about this slogan? Troy Jackson, he'll do. Yes, there's no hype and aura moments with Troy Jackson, okay? The guy was in the state senate for 20 years, and he was the president for 6. Okay? What are you... it's not happening. He's not like this aura moments clip compilations guy. He is positively Rizless, but he's a Bernard brother. Also, he doesn't have a Nazi tattoo, nor did he join Blackwater, and no credible accusations of rape.
Same bills that we had vetoed here 3 years ago. We're that far behind already, and we can do those bills, lower the cost of prescription drugs, and I think it's imperative on us to go after Big Pharma and take these fights on. People need to know that the state government is going to be in their corner, and that's something that I feel strongly about. But I also think that we have to go after private equity in our hospitals, in our nursing homes, and things like that. You know, healthcare is not, in my mind, a for-profit industry. It's something that we have to make sure our residents, our people, have and know is going to be there. And right now, across Maine, people do not know that. They're struggling to find it. They're struggling to afford it. And as governor, I'm damn well going to be standing up and fighting for them that not only can they afford it, but they're going to be able to have it in their communities.
Healthcare costs are certainly a nonpartisan issue, but it seems like a lot of times when these bills get to the legislature, they become more partisan. How important would it be for you to have a Democratic-controlled legislature, or can you work with Republicans on some of these big healthcare initiatives?
Well, I don't see this as partisan either, but unfortunately sometimes it does become that way. But I mean, on these prescription drug bills, I mean, we were able to pass these bipartisanly. And I would hope that we could continue that because obviously it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, you need prescription drugs, you need health care. And I would, hope to continue to get support from both sides of the aisle on this, and I will certainly be talking to, both Republicans and Democrats about why this is important for their constituents across Maine. I mean, in Aroostook County, I mean, it's getting to be that, there's as many Republicans as Democrats in my old district, and they were still voting for me because they knew I was fighting for health care. So I'm not going to look at that as a partisan issue. I'm going to look at that as an issue that Mainers need, regardless of party affiliation.
Yeah. Since you touched on it seems like there's been a shift, especially in Aroostook County, but throughout rural Maine. Areas that used to be traditionally Democrat have now shifted Republican. Certainly you're seeing that in Aroostook County. I guess, what do you think the Democratic Party can and should be doing to really go after these rural areas of Maine to rebuild your support there?
I think regardless of the party, I think that people in Maine and probably across the United States want elected officials to be talking about economic issues. I mean, obviously you hear everybody talking about affordability now, but in my races, I mean, economics has been the issue all along. I mean, that's how I got started, fighting for jobs in the logging industry. But it's been healthcare, prescription drugs. I mean, nursing homes. We've lost 40% of our nursing homes in Maine, and you know, people are having a hard time to know, you know, where they're going to, you know, take their mom or dad whenever they get to that position, or you know, even for elders, like when you know, it comes to that time that they can't take care of their home, like what, you know, where are they going to get their health care? And these issues have become, and property tax reform, I mean, people are having a hard time paying their property taxes. All these issues have become a major problem for people across the state more than ever. And, you know, certainly for Democrats, I mean, we have to get back to economic issues, you know, talking about these issues, fighting for these issues. Regardless of the party, I think that is what people are going to flock to. If it's Democrats that want to talk about it or Republicans, that's where voters are going to go. And I know in my races, that's what have made people want to vote for me. Is that's what I've always fought for, and I believe that's why I've won my elections in the second CD.
So you've mentioned a couple times now, you alluded to the fact that Governor Mills has vetoed numerous of your bills. I think you said before that you believe she's vetoed more of your bills than perhaps anybody else. No. It's no secret in Augusta that you've had kind of a rocky, sometimes thorny relationship with the governor. How would you approach the job differently, or would you approach the job differently than Governor Mills has?
So on lock in, you can't let the chatter saying he's boring win. I mean, they're not wrong. He is boring. It's true. This is politics. What, you think everyone's going to be fucking flashy? You think every person, this is a person who is a career politician, man. What are we talking about? Yeah, he's an old man with good policies. He's the best we're going to get. I don't think there's a hidden political talent waiting in the fucking darkness in the forests of Maine. Okay? Troy Jackson. I didn't do a rape. That's crazy. I think I've spoiled you silly. Okay? Up and down the ballot. I've spoiled you silly that you think every candidate is going to be like Maylot Quiros. Every candidate is going to be like Zoran Mamdani. Every candidate is going to be like Daria Liza or Claire Valdez. Not everyone has the Turby Derby method, okay? Yeah, not everyone is going to be like Abdul. You guys think everyone's going to be like Turby Durbin? Turby Durden. Troy Jackson, I'm a lumber guy.
Well, I mean, I'll say that, you know, Governor Mills obviously is an extremely intelligent person, has done a lot of great things, but I just have a different approach to leadership. I mean, I just think that I'm not a top-down approach person. I mean, I believe in bringing people in, listening to their ideas, and you know, not being afraid of being wrong. You know, I have strengths. I know what my strengths are, but I also know that I have weaknesses, and I'm okay with that. You know, I mean, I really don't have a problem, you know, telling someone that I haven't heard of that, or I've never experienced that, you know, or tell me how we can get this done. It's okay for me to ask for help. And that's how I'm going to approach being governor, is, you know, bring smart people in, bring people that know more about an issue than I do, and let's get to work and figure this out. And that's really what's exciting me about this job. I mean, just like when I was Senate President, putting the other senators in the committee positions, I'm looking forward to finding the best people for commissioner slots. That really does excite me, and but I want to have people come in and explain to me why we should be doing this or hearing their ideas. I put more bills in than anybody in the Maine legislature, and to some people's chagrin, but it was because I had people that came up to me with great ideas, and I thought, that has huge merit. Let's go forward with that, and that's how I'm going to be governor. Is I want to hear those ideas, and I want to work with people, and I think that's a good leader is when you're willing to listen to people.
This is a man from a town with 236 people. There's no way he's only 58, only 2 years older than Chris Rabb. Oh my God. Sir, I have memes and you know it. Should Maine have another progressive candidate? No, it's the voters who are wrong. If Troy turns out to have skeletons in his closet too, I think we put an immediate moratorium on running candidates with quirky jobs like oyster farmers or lumberjacks. Brother, it's Maine. I'm sorry that you can't run a fucking, high-powered attorney who got fired from her job for writing a scathing but accurate assessment on Israel's genocidal crimes against the Palestinians in Maine. Like, not everywhere you're going to find. You're talking about a guy who's been in the state house for 30 years in Maine. Of course he's a loggerman or an oyster fisherman or whatever. Hear me out. Yeah, Miss Rachel. Time for Miss Rachel to carpet bag back to Maine. The least quirky job in Maine is probably like pea milk latte barista. Thinking about that window of time after Tara Reade made her allegations, but before people decided they were lies, when like 4 major liberal feminists rolled out articles like this, I can't believe I had to vote for Joe Biden. Yeah. That joke stolen from the TrueAnon subreddit? Is Megaphonics ripping jokes from the TrueAnon subreddit? That's shameless. I made those up by myself. That's crazy. It's okay you rip jokes from chat all the time. It's our jokes, comrade. The fuck do you mean? The contrast, a young dynamic rapist with alcohol issues, old as dirt workhorse with a stamp collection, may be able to beat a paper bag. Are you going to be at Streamer University? No. I don't believe I will be at Streamer University. To give you an idea of Maine, this is a place that has about 142 lobsters for every single person. I mean, the more I see like the exciting prospect of a Troy Jackson run, the more I understand why even the oldest Mainers looked at a guy like Graham Plattner and were like, I didn't even know politicians could speak like this. You know what I mean? Because like, he does come across like Elvis Presley when you look at the rest of the crop, right? I mean, what do we know of Maine politicians? We know Janet Mills, Pill's Mafia, Susan Collins, Troy Jackson, Graham Plattner. Like, if you're just looking at it from the outside, I mean, that's like Like Andy Bashar would be the most charismatic person that has ever run for office in a state like Maine. People would be like, that's not allowed. Angus King, the sexual dynamo, and Stephen King. They would look at a guy like Andy Bashar and be like, can he say that? Can he actually say those things? Like, I don't know. Is that allowed? Plattner's only 6 years older than you, by the way. Same age as Abdul. That's rough 41. Evil really does age you? No, I mean, he's pretty young. He looks pretty young. Come on. You can't be saying that while we're watching a Troy Jackson video compilation. Yeah, Troy Jackson, also like Chris Rabb, does capoeira. Is what I've heard. Anyway, all right, I'm gone for today. What a fucking roller coaster this was, huh? Anyway, we still got Abdul, baby. Still got Abdul. That's all I got for today. Also, hit us with one more. What gives? What gives? Matty Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. Anyway, love you guys. And I'm sure there will be plenty of discourse for tomorrow. I'll be back. Stay safe.
Stunning refined
Peace.
introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. kicked out of the DNC. IRL will march the goat, combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.